Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Yes, I do. Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back to week number 2 of the OCS. My name is Skimmy, and once again I am joined alongside by Jubes as we kick it off for more shenanigans, more craziness, more punch-ons really, Jubes. That had to be the biggest introduction to a new year for the OCS. Teams just ready to fight all day long. How about the first game of the day? Obviously it had to be Chiefs taking on what was UQ Union in a 70-kill fiesta of multiple win cons, back-to-back throws, back-to-back quadra kills. The day just had so many prominent stories with members returning, OPL stars coming into the OCS as well, and members from the OUC getting that promotion to fight amongst some of the best as well here. So I'm looking forward to another great week of some of these storylines looking to really flesh on out. And yeah, I mean, from your own sort of perspective, you've been quite impressed with what you've seen. You've been involved in this ladder before, and we're going to obviously get to see Pentnet make their debut today as well. So a lot of really, really cool things to look forward to, eh?
Yeah, I'd love to start off by talking about League of Legends, but are we just going to completely ignore that jacket that you've got on? I mean, I feel like you skipped past everything and didn't allow me to talk about that jacket you got on.
What do you want to talk about this jacket? Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, you got really dressed up and I didn't get dressed up.
Look, see, I wasn't too sure what we were going to do. Like, I literally beforehand, I was just wearing this shirt, and I thought, you know what, it's the OCS, it's a little bit more chill. You know, we're working from home. You know, we got the shorts on, we got no socks on. We're living life super comfy.
I got socks on. It's cold.
As soon as I realized I've actually only got a few items in my wardrobe, I haven't gone shopping since the start of this year. I thought, you know what, I haven't worn this in about a few months, so let's chuck that on and make sure when I look at those VODs, it doesn't look like I could just timestamp them at any point in the day.
Yeah, it looks very disco, but back to League of Legends. Yeah, no,
thank you.
The games were pretty exciting. I wasn't expecting a lot of the fast-paced like tempo coming out of teams, right? Like I thought we'd see a little bit more reserved, slow-paced games. One mistake turns into like a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead, but it was a lot of the games. Like even though there were gold deficits and gold leads, and you know it should have been clear-cut victories. There was teams on losing side just hanging on and making a game of it. So it leaves me really excited to see the skill cap and the ceiling of these teams in this league.
That'll be looking forward to as well. And no doubt we're going to see some fantastic performances today. I believe we'll be jumping into Champions League. Maybe no trying to even jump into the schedule. I don't know if I've got word if we jump into a schedule briefly before you even jump into the game. We're just going to jump straight into the game. You're just going to find out game by game what is actually happening on your screen. University of Queensland's Union are going to be taking on Gravitas Academy, a organisation that just know about having armies, hordes, waves of members making acquisitions across the board. Did you see that just made a new announcement for the OPL? They just picked up Kwaku.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that.
How insane is that? That doesn't
well, I was going to say, like,
time.
That's a good... Isn't that a smart marketing technique too? If you pick up more players, you don't pick up more fans because there's going to be like the players will then have fans, whether it's their family members or their friends. So if you just pick up however many members, you become like the powerhouse fan organization.
Do you think it's a fair assessment for this day and age that new fans are no longer a supporter of a team, more so they're a fan of an individual player?
I don't think that's a champion select question, but I think in esports that it's people follow, fans follow players, not necessarily the teams. But that's just a blanket statement. Like obviously there's exceptions to the rule. But yeah, into Champions League Skimmy, so we see Graves, Varus, and Ornn being banned out from UQU. Obviously, not wanting to give Ornn to nobody, playing OPL on that Ornn. And then on the other side, Amateur, as we talked about in the University League, no one wanting to give him that Zoe, as well as the Syndra and set ban coming through, which is a very hot flex right now.
Appreciating the discipline there, Juice, to always bring it back to the game at hand. And as you said, yeah, the opening picks look to be once again the priority towards those AD carries. No Varus taken away as you highlight, so once again falls into these two, Aphelios and Misfortune. Amateur, if he gets that Zoe, we really do expect some pretty big things. What did they put out for us last week? Well, they showcased that Farmer, if given the resources, can make decisive plays. It was a game, really, him up against Dragku, who could hit those double digits, who can make the most decisive kills in the end. I think the umpteenth attempt to try and take that Elder, he gets a decisive quad. With the respawn time is at, 50 minutes? Was able to close up that game. So give him something that can definitely pop off, and Farmer surely can deliver.
Yeah. And I mean, UQU as well, if anything, they showed us they're a resilient team, right? They had their backs against the wall. I would say, they were in a position in which they probably shouldn't have won the game, but they managed to just find opportunities. They kept forcing, they kept picking engages. And Revenge, for me, was a really solid player in that team. He was just always soaking so much damage. And that's why we see the set ban coming through. But now I want to talk about Sybil gets his Elise. So if you
Yes.
don't know Sybil from solo queue, Sybil is a notorious Elise player, right? I would argue probably his best champion, probably his most time spent on the champion as well. So I'm excited to see what he can do, especially when, you know, we don't necessarily expect this early on into the season a lot of structure in these games, right? It's something you got to work towards. You know, a lot of these teams haven't been scrimming for too long. So I think this Elise pick here could come up trumps for him.
And, you know, off the back of that as well, Sybil had a outstanding performance last week, right? He went a Sejuani into a Lee Sin matchup. He was ganking pre-6. He wasn't getting out-tempoed. He found a lead. It was strong in an Omnistone Sedge performance, right? He was able to make sure that the tanking style of jungle really met its merit and was able to say, well, yeah, you can try and go early game, but if I'm outpacing you in this regard, then there are question marks flying around in this risk. So given he's got this champion here and they've got already a formidable bot lane, you feel that they've got pretty much everything they need to form a foundation of success.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have pretty good bot lanes, right? Like, they got Misfortune Braum into Nautilus Aphelios. Like, you know, when Aphelios was at his peak of Season 10, people were still picking Misfortune into it because it was one of, like, the decent lanes for MF. So, MF Braum, Aphelios Naut, I think it's a bit of a skill matchup. Probably slightly favored to the MF Braum, but I don't think there's going to be much happening into that lane. But I do think that there's going to be junglers pouring resources into that lane, because either way that the lane goes, it can get quite snowbally, right? If Aphelios Nautilus get the lead, it's Season 10 all over again. If Misfortune and Braum get the lead, they just have continuous all-in pressure, and you pair that with the dive threat and the damage coming out of Gragas, it's going to be a rough day for some of these bot lanes.
Yeah, Gravitas' bot lane will be definitely looking for redemption, as well as they were fairly bullied out last time they went to the Rift. They didn't have a strong performance at all, and you know, Bambi was furiously farming away in that Corki to try and get them in with some touching distance, and the split push pressure from nobody as well on that Fiora to try and create some response from their opposition. They'll be looking for a much more stable out this time, so they can look to contest the likes of objectives and not be at a major deficit as we see these bands now start to complete themselves out. The Renekton, the Urgot denied away from Gravitas, big bruises, big ability power to really control the tempo of the game. Mordekaiser and Aatrox as the response too. So big priority towards that top side right now. Not looking forward to any major shenanigans there. So you think GP's the hardest in the game? What sort of conditions surround that, do you think?
Just in general, playing GP in a team fight, if you watch someone like, you know, the Shy or Huni or whoever, and then you watch like some random OS top laner from like even Master Tier, Grand Master, right? Like, the difference in skill is so extreme. And I think that GP as a champ, you need to put like the hours in. You know how they say before you do a marathon, you got to put the kilometers in? GP for me is like the champion, you got to put the hours in. I think GP is really hard, so it's going to be interesting to see how nobody pulls this one off.
One that can definitely showcase some skill expression, and one that you can definitely tell if they're comfortable on it or not. Well, it looks to me as if they're going to be going into a Vladimir lane, as our final pick now is the Echo. Echo should be a pick that really gives them some wombo combo potential right now. Lock them in place, the stasis, the Hemo Plague, the damage follow-up. Plenty of CC to find a pick to delete somebody and instantly make it a 4v5. Starting to make a little bit more sense now why the Mordekaiser and the Aatrox were denied away, because that would really thought their plans would remove a lot of that combination potential. What's the final pick here for Gravitas to solidify this composition? They're going to go for the Irelia now. A bruiser matchup to try and shut down the AP-centric style that UQ Union have brought to this composition here, Jubes.
Yeah, I mean, the Echo is interesting, an interesting pickup. It's not something that you see all too often, right? I'm not saying it's a bad mid laner by any means. I think there's probably some niche scenarios in which like it can work and it's a thing. The one thing that's interesting to me is that Gravitas Academy have opted for an all AD composition besides the jungler. And so Tabis and some armor stacking becomes really efficient, specifically if they can put the Gragas behind, right? If Gragas doesn't have a really good early game, in which that's a real possibility because Sybil was on at least, who is much more of an early game jungler than Gragas is, then when those armor items start to come through, how does UQU's team composition kind of compare itself? So yeah, I'm also interested to see how this mid lane matchup's going to go. It's the Echo into the Aurelia. This is a little bit of a skill matchup. Echo tries to not play lane at a certain point and just queues wave to wave clear. But Bambi's going to be looking for that all in and be looking for the kill threat before Echo gets to that point.
I'm seeing double teleports on the side of UQU, whereas Bambi, unless he's changed it, has opted for the Flash Ignite, so he wants their early all-in before level 6 at least to make sure that they can find themselves a point of strength for an area of priority, which then obviously going to assist Jinx and not falling too far behind in this matchup. As you highlight, Sybil, if he's given his comfort, then you'd really imagine a standout performance from him once again, to sort of display that consistency, to get the likes of Clint or Farmer in a situation where they also can find major strengths. Is there a particular lane, Juice, that you'd really want to see find those resources invested into?
Yeah, so I think bot lane for me is the lane that both junglers should look to influence early. The problem that I think, not even problem, Clint on the Vlad is going to have a really good time into Gangplank, right? Like Vlad historically has been a counter pick for against Gangplank. And like I said to you, right, like to be a very good GP, I think is very hard. Not to say that he isn't or can't be, I don't know. But I think the room for error is quite large. And so, Vlad is always going to take over that matchup. Vlad is always going to be progressively getting harder and harder to deal with for the GP. So for me, it only makes sense that Elise focuses the bot side of the map, because that is really the only lane that's a little bit coin flippy. Coin flippy, is that a word? Coin flippy?
I mean, you've just made it right now. I think honestly, Jeeves, we can get away with anything in this part of the world. We say something, it becomes slang, and people start to
well, that's why I said
enjoy it.
Coin flippy sounds nice, I like the word.
You're trying to make a new meta of slang. I like it. I'm with it. Bot lane definitely for me is the one that I look to for, once again, the ability for Farmer and Revenge to show their lane dominance, translate that into some very strong skirmishing potentials, which really puts their opposition on the back foot. For me, Heki and Trashly need to really find themselves in a strong position where they don't fall behind to some early ganks, some early kills, and then have Bambi in a situation where if he can get himself a lead, it becomes a bit of a sore point, a bit of frustration, saying, well, we can't actually fight because our bot lane is at such a disadvantage. So I'm looking for really how these junglers look to try and play the bot lane, how Jinx responds to Sybil's pressure. We know that Sybil likes to play aggressive in the early stage, and I sort of want to see if he's going to be opting to go for the counter jungle style, or to sort of match him, or even just try and say, look, I need to maybe assist GP so Clint doesn't have an easy time here.
So the thing about Elise, right? Elise's traditional jungle path is red buff, blue buff, Gromp, level 3, look for gank, right? So what I expect Sybil to do is do that path, but then knowing Gragas prefers to do blue buff, Gromp, Wolves into red buff. So Gragas is more of kind of a full clear jungler. Elise is more of a ganker. But instead of ganking, invade Gragas's red. This is something that I learned playing a while ago. Gragas's first clear isn't that good, right? It's a little bit slow, doesn't take too much damage, but doesn't also have the capability of trading back, especially on an Elise. So the onus is on Elise to get the ball rolling, to push the tempo, to put Jinx under a little bit of pressure, because if Jinx gets uninterrupted and is able to get his Predator boots, or get a base and then influence a lane, this game could snowball to Gravitas's favor quite quickly. So really, I feel like this is the narrative that we spin a lot. It's that the junglers are going to influence this game before the laners will, but obviously that's what the role does. That's what the jungle role is for. So I'm really excited to see how these two play out, because it is like a bit of a chess match, right? Jinx is trying to mask where he's starting so he doesn't get pressured by Elise, and Sybil is trying to get his level 3 and put the pain on Gravitas Academy.
Well, that's what we're going to find out here, Jubes. It's week number 2 of the OCS, our very first game of the day. University of Queensland's Union taking on Gravitas' Academy. A game which showcases AP up against AD. Snowball is definitely a viable option right now, but there are some conditions that these teams do need to play around. Jungle, once again, highlighting its influence to allow these conditions to come to fruition. Looks to be like a 5-man fan out right now, with Gravitas getting some vision down by the ramp into their red buff, making sure that Sybil doesn't have the easiest time.
Yeah, and so that's a nice ward, but it also, the way that the jungle has kind of developed nowadays with trinkets, is that ward is, sometimes doesn't do anything because Sybil is going to place... Okay, well, what Sybil could have done was place his ward down, go base, get the sweeper, and once he hits level 3, he invades, sweeps it. And that ward is only good for one thing, right? Telling you when you're getting invaded. But it's no good if you're already on the red buff. You're still going to get pressured off. So, you know, it's still information. I think Sybil saw that ward go down, so he knows at least where Gragas's ward is. And I'd like to see him play accordingly. I'd like to see him do something creative, knowing that there's one ward less on the map.
Well, let's see exactly how they do decide to try and go for that one right now. Both going for the blue star into the Gromp, so definitely starting on the opposite sides of the map. But will they collide? Will he go for an invade on towards that red buff? You can definitely give it to Elise having the face check ability, the strength in that regard to open up with the CC chain into the damage output.
And that's the thing too, right? With Gragas, you have to remember Gragas doesn't... Gragas is playing without a rune, right? Without a keystone, okay? Like, he has Predator before first base. So, anytime Elise runs into him, she's going to have the combat advantage, at least until first base.
Well, bot lane. Already very early advantage for them to push in under the tower, try and deny as much CS as possible, really bully and abuse the weakness that a Braum has.
Yep. And you see Aurelia getting prio in this lane really early, right? There's not much Echo can do in terms of trading back. What Echo wants to do is get some points into his Q ability, which is his main wave clear tool, get some AP, get some points into Q, and then basically what Echo does, it just avoids lanes, right? Like, he's just queuing the wave, and then at a certain point even gets Proto Belt, pushes wave, and then roams and pressures either side. The thing is, Echo doesn't even need to rotate bot or top. If he's just out of vision, you have to play respectfully. So these early few levels are going to go towards Bambi, but once Echo, you know, gets some points in his abilities, he will be getting priority, and he will be able to play almost like a little river wizard.
That's a nice little term, that. River Wizard.
Well, one of my old mid laners, his name was Wizard, and I can't remember who it was, if it was Spawn or Fish. They used to call him the River Wizard, so that's where I got that one from.
I like it. Learning more and more every single day as the very first of the scuttles get achieved by both sides. A gentleman's agreement taking place there with double buffs online. No invade just yet, so no crazy shenanigans, but we do see Sybil hanging around the bottom side of the area, seeing if that has been cleared. Some deep vision onto some respawning wolves will clear things out with a sweeper for good measure as well. The bottom side of this map now definitely belonging to the Union. Looking for an early level dive. Level 4 of this wave will crash on in. Going to try and open up their accounts for the Cocoon to juggle that aggro accordingly, but the wave's going to come in again. A bit of an awkward timing there. Farmer and Revenge definitely not too keen to assist in that. But it's valuable information for Jinx, which allows him to get a full base off of that Predator now.
Yeah, and so far this game's been really good for Jinx, right? None of his lanes have died. Lise hasn't burnt any summoners. He's able to do a full clear. He's actually got a successful full clear. Hasn't lost any jungle camps. Hasn't lost the crab. Has his boots. Has his Predator now. Blue Smite as well. You know, so he's in a good stead in this game. And I want to see a high impact play off his first Predator usage. As long as, even if it's a flash, it's good enough. Just something needs to get done.
And especially because he's getting a really good base off as well.
Yeah, well, he's so much of his team's AP too, right? Like, yeah, GP has magic damage ratios, and so does you know, a few other champions on Gravitas Academy. But for the most part, he's the sole damage for his team when it comes to ability power. So him having a really good and stable early game is super important.
Well, looks like they're going to try and set themselves up for success now in the mid wave with a control wall going down in bot side brush. Vision going towards the enemy Raptors as well. Vital information there for Jinx to have a heads-up play so he doesn't fall victim to any shenanigans that Sybil may try and throw his way. But both junglers have the same idea. Bot pressure is where we need to find it. Mid-wave, or the wave is held between two in the mid right now. Both looking to try and outplay each other. The root could come out here from Ithilios, and yes it does. Trashly down, jumping in, looking for the concussive blows. Up goes the door, out comes the TP Cocoon. And he lapses himself into that one, but Clint is the first to rock on up and makes it a 4v3. He gets the first kill. He's looking for a double, but it's going to be Farmer that gets a kill onto his recording sheet as well. Not going to get punished in that top side. And now both these members here for the UQ Union have found themselves in such a strong lead.
Yeah, I mean, I say this like time and time again. 99% of the time, the team that TPs first, or the team that's proactive with their TP, are gonna win the play, right? I think if GP even TP'd at this point, it's still too late, and they will at minimum get a 1-0. So really good heads up play from Clint. probably good communication from UQU all round, right? Talking about how they're going to make this play, and Vladimir, you might need to TP. So again, really good play. Again, both junglers have this idea, what we were talking about, Skimmy, of focusing the bot side of the map, and we thought that this would be a hot contest, and this is where most of the skirmishing would take place, so it's good seeing it coming to fruition, but the UQU are just one step ahead on this play.
So, rocks himself back up to this lane, able to, for the most part, get as much of the CS underneath the tower as possible, as nobody looks to try and pressure and abuse the fact that he went for that gank. Also have that teleport available, so if they look to try and be proactive around this bottom side of the map for another repeat play, maybe a spot of redemption here for Gravitas. But midwave has been pretty quiet considering that Bambi has gone for the ignite. Hasn't been able to really find a situation which he can commit to an all-in.
Yeah, but Bambi, in saying that, Bambi has the ignite, but he's perfectly fine and happy being uninterrupted and farming this lane too, right? Because he's going Wit's End as his first item, and it is into a triple AP topside. So whenever Bambi does hit that power spike or hit that Wit's End, and he starts going into the side lane, he always has that potential like 1v2 outplay, or if it's 2v2, I'm not necessarily sure if the side of UQU can win that, because the itemization from Bambi is so efficient in this game.
That it will be, definitely. Between the jungle and the mid as well, and they're getting so much of that damage of an early Negatron will do wonders for him. He's able to find himself an early CS advantage.
Yeah, he probably even goes Wit's End and Mercury Treads, right? And then what?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. You've got no ability to lock him in place, as once again, Gravitas try and show aggression in this bottom side of the map. Bambi with some creative pathing is going to rock himself up. Down goes the ultimate as Jinx baits out as much of his damage as possible. Double summoners coming from Farmer as he desperately runs back towards his own tower. Revenge, adding as a body bag, stands in front and soaks up the skill shots. Trashly before level 6 wants to try and make something happen underneath this tower, but very hard for a Brom to assist in this regard. TP's coming out left, right and center from both sides of the coin. Trashly's the one to get it down eventually, but these two members here are still incredibly low. A situation in which Gravitas can commit fully. That's going to be the second. And now Amatul does not have the chrono break, but there's no way that will crash on in, so he's going to still remain safe.
Yeah, I mean, Nimbus Cloak is really unbalanced. Nimbus Cloak is what keeps Farmer alive there. Uses the heal, uses the flash. Bambi tries to follow. He doesn't have the damage because he's gone for that Negatron Cloak. He really didn't have any damage to finish off Farmer there. Gravitas Academy commit 5 into the bot lane. Sybil reacts with the Rift Herald into top lane plating and potentially top lane tower. So, you know, even though Gravitas Academy were proactive on this play, they still came out, you know, behind, losing so much in the top side of the map just for one kill. Nice again from UQU being able to punish an overzealous and overforced play from the Gravitas Academy lineup.
It almost seemed, you know, telegraphed in the sense that because nobody still had that teleport, you knew they wanted to try and make something happen. As soon as Bambi had pushed that wave and disappeared from the map, you kind of expected that play to happen. But as you highlight, an early Infernal Drake, not going to really give them that much of a combat bonus, but definitely the top lane being broken down with all those plates pre-14 minutes. Objective for objective. That will give UK Union a small gold lead as this trade takes place.
Yeah. We got the replay coming through here. It was actually pretty well played from Bambi, right? He just hit all of his abilities, held onto his E, waited for the flash, was able to land it. You know, Echo TP coming in probably does save the day a little bit in terms of what they would actually lose in terms of turret plates and things like that. Yeah, my mistake. They actually got 2 kills there, as you can see in the replay, but still don't think that's worth it. You know, losing full turret plates, top side of the map, losing a turret. Really good reaction from UQU.
And as you can see what that translates into, it's actually a 2k gold lead going the way of the Union. As the Protobot is now online for Amatil's Echo. So we're going to get to see more of these shenanigans take place where he can push waves in. He's obviously got the minion destabilizer as well to assist in that pushing power once they go for the 1-3-1 split. And he's got some big strength as well when Electrocute Keystone procs. Big chunks going out onto Bambi there.
And that's the trade pattern for Echo mid, right? Echo mid doesn't really have that 100% lethal until, you know, 2 or 3 items. But he just becomes such a pest in lane. And it's almost just like a 1 rotation, proc the Electrocute, get the movement speed buff, and walk your way out. And you really just do that off cooldown on every wave. And so unless you're versing a champion that can either CC you or stop you from doing that, or 100 to 0 you, make you force your ultimate out, then it's a rough lane.
Repels into the damage, jukes out the stun that comes out from this Irelia, but actually Blade surges in, and as you highlight, goes for the 1v2. Now comes in Jinx, Chrono Break actually clutching, but for how long is he's forced to flash once again back towards this turret? A quiet mid-game, but suddenly Bambi explodes into this one and gets himself a double.
And this is what happens. Okay, firstly, really well played from Bambi in terms, like, on a mechanical level, right? Like, he hit all of his abilities again, managed to understand that Elise is level 7. He has the level advantage, the ignite, as well as the passive stacked up, so he can do the true damage to Elise. But Negatron Cloak becomes so efficient in this game when you draft this way. So from UQU, look, there's really not that much damage coming through onto the Irelia, right? And like, this is from two kind of, or at least Elise is an early game jungler. The itemization is so efficient from Bambi, and as we see, the 1v2, nice little counter gank there from Jinx.
Well on the way to completing what looks to be the components, the makings now of a Blade of the Ruined King rush, as opposed to the Wit's End starts. Top side is where they now look to try and even out the deficit. Sybil turning up to this one, making sure that nobody is punished for going GP. Surrounded by members of the Union, a 4-man collapse as the bot lane rotate up here as well. Gravitas now clutching at straws, saying, well, if you can do it one side of the map, we'll try and equal it out in this bottom side too. Bambi, well, he's got the components now to try and start steamrolling this game. As I said, a bit of a quiet one for them, but the Ignite now starting to prove the dominance that can really provide.
Yeah, I'd like to see Irelia hit a side lane too now, right? We've seen what Irelia can do 1v2, so there's really no threat. Like, you put Irelia against the Vladimir, put Irelia against the Echo, Elise really can't go to that lane because Irelia will again just turn onto the Elise and 1v2 like she did last.
Actually flashes in, that's going to force out a repel. The Predator has been popped. Sybil is in so much trouble. Bambi now picks himself up a double buff, now 3-0-2. Angry gaming is what I'm seeing here, Jubes.
Yeah, I mean, Gravitas Academy have really unlocked their win condition, right? Their win condition is playing to the side of Bambi. Whichever lane he goes to, have your jungler follow, have your jungler hover, you will win every single 2v2, right? Bambi is probably sitting on a lot of gold as well, probably has his first completed item. I imagine he's going to push this wave out, potentially look for a base purchase, and then he's going to be so hard to deal with. Majority of this gold lead that we're seeing from University of Queensland is on Clint and on Aphelios, but it is not relevant gold, especially because Vladimir isn't going to be able to deal with this Irelia.
Aphelios' worst nightmare, despite being a season champion. If a bruiser can get on your face this uninterrupted, you are in for a spell of trouble. Revenge job's going to be cut out for him right now to lock members in place with the Riptide, the passive, as well as his ultimate too.
Well, Aphelios is Season 10, but it's not Season 10 yet. Aphelios, if it's uninterrupted in the game state, isn't behind. Once Aphelios gets Infinity Edge and the Runar's Hurricane, that's when we start to see and talk about the Season 10 shenanigans.
Absolutely,
but right now,
absolutely.
Right now, it's kind of, it's kind of whatever, okay? He's not going to be doing crazy amounts in a team fight. Still strong, but my money's on this Irelia.
It is indeed, and that's why it opens up the accounts right there. Jukes out the stun, but out comes the Ignite once again. He's going to look to try and force out his stun with the shield. But that shield doesn't equate to much right now. Amateur playing base defense as he runs around in this lane. Sybil rocks up and goes, I've made a bad decision. We can't do anything here. The camera pans away because we already know it's a foregone conclusion. Gravitas falls a skirmish in the top side of this jungle as well as Clint TP's in with Nimbus to try and turn the tide of this fight. But Gravitas finding so much success in these skirmishes right here. Farmer is able to even out that deficit, able to snipe damage from afar, and able to keep the gold lead still in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we saw here was, a little bit of maybe inexperience coming out from both teams, right? Gravitas Academy are winning the side lane extremely hard with the Irelia. No need to make a play anywhere else on the map. They have their win condition online, doing absolute work. Much of the same with University of Queensland, right? They're winning when they're grouped. They're winning when they play around the Vladimir. It's both teams not really playing around or catering towards their win condition, fighting two fights at once, one with their strong point and one with their weak point. So what we need to see is, Gravitas Academy leaving Irelia on an island or just assisting in her in breaking that turret. And we need to see UQU being catering towards this Vladimir, playing with Aphelios, and they'll be winning most of their skirmishes when they take those two into the fights.
Well, another trade takes place once again with the second dragon going the way of Gravitas. This is how that fight actually panned on that. You kind of imagine it's just going to be a Blade Surgeon to secure the blood. But the damage is just so strong at this stage of the game. He's got everything. Once those Mercs come online as well, even scarier. As you can see now, having been completed. But the Rift Tail does go the way of the Union again for a second time, so looking to see exactly where they try and deploy that. If they wish to drop it in mid lane, which is already down to half, give Farmer that gold, make sure he's hyper-accelerated to that Hurricane standpoint.
And I mean, he's well on the way, right? He has 2 kills. He's down 6 CS, up gold though. Really in good stead to take over this game.
The question becomes, though, now, how does Bambi play around knowing he is this strong in this game? What are they willing to sacrifice if multiple members come to his lane to try and pick him up?
The problem that I think UQ Union have is that if Nautilus and Aphelios are missing, it's very obvious, right? Because he's played Farmer's played majority of the game on mid lane wave. So whenever Aurelia hits the side, if it's Elise, Echo, and Vladimir that comes on through, with Gangplank ult up and a Gragas hover, they potentially 3v2 at this point. Honestly, with the Mertreads, Blade of the Ruin King, and components for the Wit's End, I don't see a realm in which they lose unless there's like a significant misplay in terms of micro. So I don't think this game, in terms of execution, is too hard for Gravitas Academy at all, but this is the one way that they actually lose the game, and it's getting caught on the weak side of all the weaker members.
That is it. That's the Union forcing a fight, knowing that Aurelia is not there, doesn't have the teleport, they can abuse it, but that is going to be a turnaround that Jinx is able to pick himself up, as Aurelia takes now a very deep flank. Still, tier 1 turret still remains, but he may just be looking for a flank and a turret dive. As every summoner available going to poke his nose out there just to scout out how low those members are. But it feels like the Union are finding situations in which they can capitalize on the fact that Bambi wants to try and draw members to his side of the map. They pushed out mid, they got kills, and Clint free farming top side as well.
That's well played from Union, right? This is the one way you deal with a strong split pusher. You force on the weaker members of the lineup, okay? They land a very nice hook onto the Miss Fortune. It's very aggressive, right? They're diving the turret. Sure, the turret goes down halfway through the dive, but it is something that needed to be done because they recognized they can't go to that side lane. They have 3 APs, and the Aurelia is far too accelerated to deal with. So really well played from them. Cheeky turret drops in the mid lane, and now this is where it gets a little bit dangerous. Aurelia was fine pushing side lane and had all the vision in the world because that mid lane turret was still up. But now that they're going to be catching waves deeper and the Union can push their vision control deeper, it's going to be a lot harder for the Aurelia to know if Aphelios is coming to the bot side of the map or the Nautilus.
You can see Sybil hanging around in the area, also trying to assist and continuing to bully out the Siege Assault. 2 turrets to 0 so far. They have been running their opponents around this map, making sure that their strongest components are forced to answer, match these waves. Clint uninterrupted right now, flawless in his performance so far. Able to keep nobody in check. Just before that Rift Herald does expire, they're going to drop it through mid lane again. This would really compound the lead, give Farmer as much as he needs as he's on that Zeal. I'm sure he can't be too far away now from completing that Hurricane. Aurelia's going to be forced out to go for a base. It looks like the Union want to try and force another team fight. They're just going to instantly evaporate Jinx. And you talk about him being the sole point of AP life right now. If he keeps dying like this, they are finding great success just itemizing towards AD instead.
Yeah, that was a really nice combo from Amateur, able to one-shot these Gragas. The thing about Gragas jungle nowadays is that you do build full AP, and you know, if you are behind in EXP, or if you don't have that kind of solo lane EXP, your base HP values are really low. You see Gravitas Academy trying to contest the Baron Series.
Cannon Barrage is available if they do see fit. It comes out, scouts out vision. A big double stun here from Amator. He's 1v3, commanding all the pressure, waiting for the Chrono Break to come back, and he gets the execution. It's a case of which mid laner can pop off quicker. Bambi dives on his own as well and gets himself a triple, finds redemption for a fallen Jinx. No Baron today. Smite will not be a talking point. He's got the Quadra, he's looking for the Penta, the first of the OCS. He would surely deserve it.
Kill.
He gets it. This man, Bambi on ice.
Bambi is having an absolute blinder. You know, he missed his stun on that, little exchange around the Baron, but Ultimate was enough to tag Farmer and then just dash on through, even burning Farmer's Flash, still having enough damage to go lethal. It looked really bad for Gravitas Academy at this point, right? But the GP ult on the Baron gets at least really low. Echo, we thought, okay, stalled the backline for far too long. It's going to be a wash, but Bambi with the lethal onto the Aphelios, pops Sybils in the Zhonya's as well. Revenge doing absolutely no damage, just healing on through it. Comes through here to clean up the Echo as well. Well played from Bambi, right? But at this point, he doesn't even hit his stuns. He's so far ahead. He's just waiting for his Qs to come off cooldown, and that's the way he's cleaning up team fights now. So again, what we're seeing in these OCS games, this split so far, is teams are so resilient, right? They find ways to come back into the game, and they're, sometimes overly aggressive, but a lot of the time, you miss the shots you don't take, and Gravitas Academy are taking those shots. They're up gold now.
They really are. They've flipped this game around right now. Not only is the gold so far accelerated for Bambi with 3 completed items, mind you. The guy is insane with a pentakill that definitely justified their purchase. But they bought so much time to allow Jinx to come in. The Baron call, whilst looking good on paper with no smite contest, welcomed Bambi to come in there and exert the mid-pressure.
Yeah, there's a few things that's trolling in this world, and one of them is the Winger Baron when Gangplank is alive with Ultimate. So the GP ult really just did too much damage on the Baron, made them walk away. Also slows them, so they take more Baron damage. So maybe just it was a window in which they thought they could do Baron, but obviously they couldn't.
Begs the question now, how they look to try and bounce back from this one, because you saw Amator put out a lot of pressure in his own right, but based on the damage, the item difference wasn't able to resemble what Bambi was able to achieve in that situation. Multiple flashes had to be burnt, no more so than the Aurelias as well. Amator has everything available right now. There are double teleports to try and play around with if they want to revert back to that 1-3-1 split pushing style where they keep the likes of the Aurelia at bay. That seems to be the case right now. Dive into a turret. Dive into a target as well and break this map apart, make sure that nobody has a really rough showing in this game, but the Cannon Barrage is going to come out clutch once again. He's got minions to survive around. That's instantly the call from Gravitas to go for that Baron. They've got a 3-man commit, knowing that Sybil is here as well. Nobody's buying so much time in this situation. So now turn our attention towards that Baron, which is down to 4k. The TPs will come in, but Sybil's going to have to go for a long run up through this river. He's not going to get here in time. Can they go for a steal? They cannot. Bambi's the one to secure it. Amator dives in deep, but has no chrono break to get himself out of this situation. What can they do to turn things around with right now? He goes gold and Jinx is surviving. But the explosion of damage that comes across from this Vladimir turns the tide of this fight. The Baron buff survives on no one but the Gragas. And it seems like the Baron buff is a curse at this point of the game.
Yeah, it's a curse, but if Jinx does survive, which he may not. I'm holding my breath for him. Okay, terrible Baron play. I thought maybe if Jinx kept the Baron, stayed alive, you could make an argument that, the Baron was worth it. Maybe they'll get more gold than they lost in those 4 kills. But the fact that they lose all Barons and an inhibitor means that there was absolutely no value in that Baron play whatsoever. The only positive is, I should say, is the Union cannot secure that Baron now because it is off the tables. This Vladimir now has Proto Belt, Zhonya's, and Death Cap. We see the Hexdrinker coming through from GP, but there's no defensive items on this Misfortune yet. It is going to be Clint versus Bambi, who can carry the hardest when it comes to these team fights. We've seen what the Vladimir can do when he TPs in on a flank like the last Baron fight. Maybe we just see them duke it out in the side lane, Skimmy. Maybe we just say, okay, Bambi, go bot lane, Clint, go bot lane, have a fight. Whoever wins the game.
No doubt. It is an even Steven game. 14 kills to 14. Dead even in the gold. The win conditions definitely online between the Bambi Clint's showdown. Those all-important flash summoners are starting to come back online again. So we're going to see a fiesta of micro. Assessment of positioning. Outplay potential is there for sure. 30 seconds on a soul point that Gravitas have within their reach.
Yeah, it's Ocean Soul too, right? Potentially you just flip the game here and go for the Smite Steal at the very least. Sometimes even if you lose this Dragon fight, you can still win the game because the Ocean Soul's so prevalent and so like strong in you know every league game.
It's the Union that are finding priority in the lanes that matter right now. Mid and bot side, fully under their control. Deep vision to assess where those flanks could take place from. Nobody pushing out top side to get themselves another turret. Open up this map pressure, create a source of strength for the Union to have to respond to, but they are obliterating this Dragon. There will not be a soul point here today.
I think they're happy just giving GP some time in the side lane, some time to get some solo EXP, get some CS, counter jungle some jungle camps. They're happy to give that away. It's only the first Dragon for the Union, so there's no stress. There's no really objective spawning anytime soon that they need to die over or fight over at least. Nobody might be caught here though.
Yeah, nobody may get punished right now.
Ring around the rosy!
Revenge? Don't tell me. Oh, if he had managed to get out of that one, I would have told you what. Greed meets success, but he will be punished. The 4-man collapse finally takes him out. Revenge almost juking me, but with some spidery senses flicks it back and finds out where that GP's hiding.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time in that scenario, you're just better off holding your flash. You know, it would take a monumental mistake to even get close to living there. So sometimes it's just best in League of Legends to accept your death.
Well, what is the response right now? It's this man on your screen that has the double digits, 10, 1, and 2. Well on his way now to getting a 4th completed item with the Sterix being where he wants to go. Top lane continues to be abused now. Just an open top turret as they set themselves up a win condition for an early inhibitor. 27 minutes into this game. Baron respawning in 2 minutes, so an easy transition from buff to WinCon has given themselves an opportunity now. But mid and hip still has gone down, so that is constant pressure for them to abuse, for them to work around, for them to achieve some very deep vision, as you can see in the minimap here.
And you see too that the Vlad teleport, Echo teleport, is coming online again for when this Baron spawns. So if, you know, Aurelia does decide to go bot lane and they want to try their luck in a cheeky 2v1 scenario, they can do that and make the same play getting towards the Baron pit. But I don't think there's a world where they kill Aurelia without using Vladimir ult. So, you know, maybe the right play is sending Aurelia into bot lane here, even though there's no TP, and just creating as much pressure as possible and making UQU decide, do we answer the split push? Do we do Baron? What do we do? What do we start? Forcing them to make a decision.
Well, it looks like Bambi's had to respond to that situation and say, I have to come back for this base defense. I cannot try and go for a split push. I'm as strong as I can be at this stage of the game. I need to assist in a decisive team fight. I have Gravitas run them rampant right now. They pushed in this wave, forced it to crash. Now going for the recall, getting as much power in their inventory before this Baron spawns. 30 seconds. We've got triple Zhonyas here from the Union. Plenty of abilities to juggle that aggro, deny lethal, and perhaps be a turning point to decide if they can win this team fight.
So now this is a good time for Gravitas Academy to get some vision control around the Baron buff, right? Vladimir's in the side lane, they saw him bot lane, facing. Control is important here, right? If you're in the river first and you have all the vision control, the danger is on the person face checking. The danger is on them trying to, you know, wrangle that vision from you. So the fact that they were in early was good. They decided not to stay though and not keep any of that control. Now this is where it gets dangerous, right? Echo hits that top wave, pushes that. After that, you don't know where Echo goes, and he's potentially looking for a flank, and it becomes a real dangerous game for Gravitas Academy.
I like this a lot right here from Gravitas because they realize that the Union are just pushing out waves and using that as unofficial wall to find out where they are. Jinx tries to force the fight, tries to catch out Sybil there by activating the Predator. But they continue to abuse the fact that they have double teleports online so they can run the macro game. Mid inhibitor has respawned, so the Baron dance won't be as easy now for the Union to play around. Now we're 50 seconds on another Dragon.
They potentially look to trade Baron for this Dragon, or at the very least, hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute indeed. Amateur has just been absolutely slapped in this situation. Has to burn out the ultimate very early on, has to flash out of a bullet time too. Still has the Zhonyas, but no Proto Belt. as Clint now is in a lot of trouble and has no time to respond with any of his cooldowns. That's a 4v5, and it's really, you'd have to imagine, favors Gravitas as they find one, they find two, and they just delete members of the opposition. Sybil and Echo, the only survivors. An absolute cataclysm of damage that just got thrown their way.
Yeah, I believe Clint still had his flash. Still had his Vladimir
blood pool,
as well.
everything.
Yeah, it was really, you know, maybe he just didn't think that they had enough damage to kill him or whatever it was, but
wasn't expecting it. What now Amethyst will do to try and turn the tide of this one? He doesn't have a smite. He wishes he was a jungle echo in that situation.
Yeah, there goes
Soul is online.
I mean, again, really good force from Gravitas Academy, and this is what I was talking about, right? If you're in the Baron pit, or Baron area at least, and you have a majority of the vision control, right? Like, you know, the Union still have that pink ward on Baron, so they know whether it's being started or not, but it forces the Union to make decisions and put themselves in uncomfortable positions. And that's what happened to Amatul as he got caught, burnt his flash, burnt the ultimate to live, and they just continued the chase. Braum landed a good tag onto the Vladimir. Vlad thought he was going to live. Obviously, you know, got chased down by the Aurelia, but vision is key, and getting to objectives first is what's going to win these teams' games.
Well, the gold is dead even between the two, but there is a 5k lead solely on Bambi. Really has shown up today in this game.
Yeah.
Really making an argument for saying, I have been put on this OPO roster, but I wasn't given my chance. But today I will show up and make that question one of great contention for these coaches to try and think about.
Well, I believe this is a role swap for Bambi too, right? At least I've known him as an ADC, so maybe trying his luck in mid lane, finding his home in what is Aurelia. We saw him play a marksman in the mid lane last week, but he's flipped the script and he's picked the Aurelia. You know, potentially one of the harder champions to play in the mid lane, specifically because the way she interacts in team fights is not easy.
Don't do it, Bambi.
A lot of control mages.
Oh, he can just phase check. Doesn't matter. He's that strong at this stage of the game. He's got everything he needs. A stopwatch as this final item. And he's now going to be uninterrupted in pushing the side wave as we now get to see how Union try to respond to this one. Baron still remains as the Union now try to once again find picks. They've been targeting nobody all game long, but somebody has to respond to this bottom side, or this top side I should rather say. It's going to take an army to try and shut down this Aurelia. That might now
I think
be
they just start
enough
Nashia
push.
and force a team fight, right? Like they have Ocean Soul. You want them to come to you. If you don't win a team fight on Ocean Soul, then you're probably never going to win a team fight anyway. So you may as well bring them to you, get the vision control, start the fight on your own terms. But I think Aurelia's basing here because Aurelia may have the Guardian Angel in base. After that fight, he really only went home and picked up a stopwatch, probably sitting on a lot of gold. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Aurelia has GA, full build.
Full build, but for an elixir. As strong as an Aurelia can be right now, Ocean Soul, the dream. To accentuate already that life leech that comes in the blade, as well as the wet sand. Going to negate so much of the damage coming the way of the Union. Death caps galore, Zhonya's galore, everything AP. Looks to be a last-ditch effort right now as the Union want to start with this Baron, draw in their opposition, maybe try and play around it, but I get worried given the fact that there are very limited flashes. It's only real Clint here that still has it from the previous team fight.
Yeah, but that's
very
what you need,
imperative
right?
that he survives. He needs to survive so he can get his rotation of cooldowns.
The way I look at Vladimir is like, if you have flash, the fight is always winnable. When Vladimir has these items, you know, these are his core items. These are the components that he needs to 1v5 a team fight. With that flash button on, with the phase rush, it's now or never for Clint. Clint can be the hero. You know, a bit of a hiccup last team fight, but really need to see a huge team fight coming out of him. You know, we need to see some Season 10 Aphelios shenanigans as well. Because, you know, when you give away the Ocean Soul, you need to play the team fight at least 5 times better because you're up against that healing, you're up against that OP soul.
Well, it begs the question right now, what do Union want to do in this situation? Do they want to just keep split pushing for more map control, for more ability to wait, not only for the Elder, but for their flash? I don't think Gravitas will get them that opportunity. Both teams are now trying to flirt with the idea of starting a Baron, forcing the opposition to face check, reassert themselves with some vision control. And then return back to this mid wave for the priority. Who gets caught out in place? This time it seems to be Revenge. Pops that stone plate very early on, goes for the depth charge on towards 2. But he's going to be easy pick target, forced to flash away. Now getting it locked in place as Jinx explodes and with the cast. Amateur on the flank, Sybil running deep on his own. Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Clint has TP'd into this situation. They're going to run away now from that bullet time. You can see that the Union want to try and make something happen. A deep flank once again from this Echo. Waiting for Clint to find the opportunity with his ultimate to jump on in. Still has the flash. Is going to use it. Farmer gets one.
Look at Aphelios.
Aphelios is on the flank. He's making things happen right now, but nobody turns the tide of this fight by taking out the Echo. The numbers advantage going their way so far for Gravitas. They can even out that score sheet. They can look to try and play this one a little bit slower now, Gravitas. Let the Ocean Soul do its work. Both junglers still alive. And we may just have now a stalemate until the Elder in 30.
I mean, you have to say, all things considered, decent result for the Union, you know. Fighting against an Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
Nautilus burning stone plate flash before pretty much the fight even started. Jinx even using the Gragas ulti to finish him off. So fighting that one pretty much at a 4v5, able to trade, you know, 2 for 2. Not a bad result indeed. Aphelios, we could see ramping up in that team fight, right? It was full health for the majority of it. Aurelia couldn't find backline access. What makes the next fight even easier for the Aphelios too is the fact that Aurelia has no flash. All summoners down on all members except the Gragas, so eyes on Jinx to see whether or not he can knock back a priority target or a priority member into his team, and they just one-bop him.
It could actually be the game-winning play that comes out of this Gragas right here. A cast that secures the deal. Only one executioner so far here on the Aphelios. They've got the Bramble Vest on the Nautilus, and they're well on their way to completing a Morello's on Vladimir as well. They'll need it to abuse this team fight.
I thought it was soloing it for a second. I thought
I'd have been concerned if that happened. Gravitas once again trying to invite their opposition in, forcing the tempo of this map. Not wanting to play into opponent's hand or breaking up this map. They want to go for that 5v5.
the problem Gravitas Academy have here is starting a neutral objective versus a Vladimir is always asking for the game to be over, you know, in the click of one button. If you have 5 members funneled onto an Elder Drake and Vladimir's on one side, he's going to land a 5-man ult, and it's just a team fight you can't win. So, you know, whilst I understand what they're trying to do, they're trying to bring them in here, trying to start and force a fight because they're down a teleport. Sometimes you're better off just letting the enemy get in there, letting the enemy start that, because you don't want Vladimir having backline access.
Well, Union know that's what they're trying to do right now, and they are split pushing. As you can see, Echo uncontested going for a top inhibitor. Does have the teleport if he needs to try and join into this fight, but have they bought enough time right now? He's surely going to have to TP in if he wants to try and contest this Elder. It's going to go uncontested. Jinx finds it for free. Now it's a 4v5. He's still not TPing in. He is going for this mid inhibitor. He may now be looking to try and go for a backdoor attempt, and it may all be about Union buying time. As the first of many Zhonya's comes on out, he's up to the first Nexus turret. A shutdown comes out. Can he delay these recalls? They're going off thick and fast in this mid wave. The second Nexus turret falls on down. Cannon Barrage try and pad out this minion wave. He is on to the Nexus itself. He has no team members in support. He is surely going to fall on down as he rotates between Zhonya's and Ultimate itself. Ex-Peke, eat your heart out. But Elder Dragon will execute him, and they get themselves a full ace as Union throw everything. Bodies on the line to delay those recalls. It just was not enough here, Jubes.
Yeah, I think there was a few micro mistakes coming out of the Echo there. Used E2 charge on the turret when it could have been an auto attack. Probably popped Zhonya's a little bit too early by being hypercritical, right? Like, you know, it was a decent attempt at ending a game in a bad scenario, but as soon as that Elder Drake came through, we saw Jinx off screen, one-shot the Aphelios. Aphelios wasn't even able to play the game. Elder Drake as a buff is just too OP. Can't give it away and expect to win a fight. Can Gravitas Academy end the game here?
Oh, they definitely can when they can jump in on the likes of an Aphelios without a flash. No protection and no chance to survive. Elder Dragon coming in absolutely clutch right here as they zap every single member. And it was the Bambi show. And he has decisively brought this team into the light. and put out a stand-out performance just to put Gravitas on the sheet and showcase that they are a real contender here today. Never a boring game when the Union take the rift, but it's all things Gravitas to open up week 2.
I was going to say, that's our 1v9 if we've ever seen one in the OCS, right? Bambi putting the team on his back, starting that Elder Drake as well. Just, you know, saying, okay, we'll let the Echo split push. Really good heads-up decision from Gravitas Academy, you know. In those crucial moments, as a team, it's really scary to make those decisions, right? Do we start Elder? Do we match Echo? But, you know, credit to them. They were rewarded with a really aggressive play, really heads-up thinking, and they stuck to their guns. 5 men made a decision, and it was a really good win from them.
It was indeed. So back off that, Gravitas lead themselves into a great situation. Bambi finds out some fantastic success as he flips from the Corki into the Aurelia. And that's going to be us as we jump to a break to get ready for game number 2.
Wow. Stop! You're gonna get us in trouble.
Look, I'm Garrett Crown Guard, Might of Demacia. It's over for this monster.
You're spinning the wrong way.
Listen, beast. You don't stand a chance against Fior Leroux.
How does she do those moves?
So close to glory.
Decent footwork. Need to watch your guard, though. You think they're ready to join the Vanguard?
Well, they certainly know the flashy stuff. But seeking glory only goes so far. Will glory be there for every failure? Will glory lift you through all your trials? A true Demacian seeks excellence. So when you face death's terrible jaws, you will not falter!
Fiora.
You want me to sugarcoat it?
You keep at it.
Seems like I'm the one holding all the cards now.
Well played, Captain. You finally landed me.
Don't flatter yourself. I'm after a bigger fish. Your partner.
Now, Graves is too smart to walk into a trap. If you think he'd be stupid enough to best...
Let him go and nobody gets hurt.
Damn it.
Dumb luck is a gift of his.
Oh, is it? No, you don't.
Missy Fortune. Nice and easy.
Don't make any more trouble.
Okay, you win. So who gets to collect my bounty?
Well, by arrangement, we always split 50-50.
Now, hold up, 70-30.
What are you talking about?
The time, I'm pretty sure I just saved you again, which means I get the bigger
I had
cut.
it perfectly under control until you came forward.
You were upside down like a piece of...
Call that shit.
Get your elbow out of my mouth.
That is not my elbow.
Stop moving.
You are a very large man.
Shh. What was that?
As promised, 2 for the price of 1.
Excellent. Your quartermaster.
Oh, thanks, Captain.
You're lucky I like you.
These two will make a worthy sacrifice to the beasts below. Prepare yourselves for 1,000 years of suffering.
Hold on a second. Say 1,000 talk this out, right? I got 20 years max. Not with this guy. I'm talking about.
Don't worry, this isn't your last hand. Let's go before this gets ugly.
Looks like the tides of Bilgewater have shifted again, my friend.
Let's get out of here.
So long, Sea Witch!
My sacrifice.
Find someone else to feed your monster.
Stop them.
You gotta catch us first, this slimy fish.
Just another beautiful day in Bilgewater.
It really is.
Well, it was a standout performance there from Bambi on his Aurelia to get Gravitas into a situation where they were so far ahead and they were able to close it out. A desperate base attempt from an Amateur Echo was proving to be a potential win condition for them to claw defeat and put them back in the driving seat, but it wasn't to be enough there, Juves. For me, we saw that jungle difference whilst potentially a talking point. It was more so of what happens when they actually show up and can be abused.
Yeah, but I think another big talking point for this game too was the fact that they drafted 3 AP topside into an Aurelia. Obviously, it becomes very hard to deal with that champion, makes itemization so efficient, and you know it's something that's easily fixed and easily adjustable leading into your next few weeks. It's something that you can learn from, and I hope that they do. Obviously, the game is still winnable. You should never say we lost because of draft. There was obviously a lot of things that went wrong for them and right for Gravitas Academy. So, yeah, overall, really well played.
Well, let's turn our attention now onto this next matchup of the day. It's going to be the RMIT Redbacks taking on Mammoth's very own Academy. For us, what were the standout points of last week for RMIT? Well, Landon went absolutely huge on a Mordekaiser, going 8-4 as a raid boss, which despite having Ocean Soul was still deleted by a very fed LeBlanc. The flip side of that could then be said for Mammoth, where for me, quite honestly, the stand-up personality had to be Zaita. The guy played Oriana, made his opponent go 0-7. He flashed on cooldown to land as many shockwaves as possible. Really enjoyed seeing the aggression coming out of their roster, so looking forward to seeing if they can keep up that kind of tempo.
Yeah, I mean, Landon won the game until he lost it for his team, right, when he got caught mid lane at that crucial time. And Zaito, for me, one of the most frustrating players to verse in solo queue in the world. He's the type of dude to just sack 3 minion waves, 2 minion waves under turret just to sit at your rates and kill you while you're walking there. So I expect to see that kind of aggression coming out of him in these games, right? I think he's more of a like roam in your face kind of mid laner as opposed to someone who just wants to sit there and develop a 10 CS per minute. So it's going to be cool to see him playing much with Chungi too. Chungi for me is also a player who looks for those solo kills, flashes forward in lane, is hyper aggressive. So we're going to see, I think, 2 really, really aggressive mid laners clash in the mid lane.
And that's what I look forward to, right, is these players making themselves apparent, really giving themselves an ability to showcase what they can do, that they are not deterred by the nerves, that they are still playing at the height of their ability, that the people that matter, the people that are watching, get given a treat to create some new fans, to create some new champion developers. I mean, there's a part of me that wants to say that whenever we see something crazy happen, it's the Zaita flash, but it's only a weekend. So, maybe you having your new lingo added into this one, coin flipping and the rest of it, maybe we'll reserve that until we see it on a few back-to-back weeks.
Well, they banned Zayta's Zoe, so there goes multiple flashes in the mid lane. You can't be doing that now. But Callista Trundle, other bans as well. I think they're just like all around decent enough, solid target bans. Nothing really stands out. Talia, Yasuo, Yasuo, being one of the Chungi's best champions. The Talia, obviously a flex between mid lane and bot lane. Set, I think right now is S tier support. Nothing even comes close. So good bans coming on through. Interesting though, Ezreal priority coming out of Mammoth Academy. Maybe X then seen something from RMIT and he just wants to kind of neutralize bot lane and turn it into a farm with Q lane. Varus picked up as a priority, Skimmy. No surprise there. That's what we've seen for the last few weeks, even in the University League. Sejuani though is interesting. I think this is why they actually banned the Trundle, is because they wanted to go with this scaling tankier jungler.
Yeah, and this is going to be the second week now that we've seen a case of tanky jungler going into a very early game. Last week it was all about Elise, and this week it appears to be now Elise is the fan favorite, the focus. And it really begs the question once again as to who can find themselves finding the biggest advantages pre-6. That could be from parving, that could be from ganking, that could be from counter jungling. For me, RMIT in these first 3 picks have got everything they need to set themselves up for success in team fights. They've got great engage, great peel, great lockdown. But it begs the question now what Mammoth can do in their response to try and negate all that.
I don't think there's anything Mammoth Academy can pick in these last 2 slots to make them kind of out team fight RMIT, right? RMIT have Varus Train of Corruption, Sejuani, CC and almost every ability, same with Nautilus. So yeah, we're looking at more of like a 5v5 wombo combo kind of team fight composition coming out of RMIT, whereas Mammoth Academy are first to objectives, they're first to river, they've got a lot of vision control, and they're looking to make picks with this composition.
Begs the question now, what do RMIT want to disable away from them? As much split pushing as possible, it may seem, with now the strong bruiser options in that top side being Camille and Renekton having been now denied here. Mammoth weren't going to have anything with the likes of an Aurelia as well as a Kaiser. What's interesting for me is RMIT were ones that really opened up their account with some creativity. They showcased a Aurelia and Leona bot lane into a Misfortune Fresh. They wanted to be aggressive, they wanted to lock members in place. And I think that might be why Mammoth have opted for an early Ezreal here. They don't want to get jumped upon. They want to make sure that Exodus can actually output some damage.
Now, I get a little bit of inside information from Chungi, and this week he actually said to me, keep your eyes peeled for another pocket pick. So last week his pocket pick was Soraka. If he was able to pick it, it was banned away from him. But then he said he has something else spicy picked and ready for this week. And then I actually checked his OPGG and checked his account, and he was playing a lot of Kai'Sa mid with Exhaust. So potentially the Kai'Sa mid was his actual spicy pick, and Mammoth Academy were onto him and they've banned that one away.
What does it mean, however, as Mammoth have denied away a few AD carries, but they've left themselves up with the Lucian. That's going to be a fun time for them to go into in that mid wave, going into a Syndra. One that Zayta abused so hard last time, now going to be playing himself, looking for that one-shot ability.
Yeah, but we have
potentially hovering. Well, that was going to be my question, right? Is Chungi's going to have such a strong laning phase, whether or not Zayta can get to a position in which he can even be aggressive and sort of resemble what he did last week. Landon was hovering once again the Mordekaiser, but has now opted for the Malphite, a staple now. So, I mean, really, RMIT want to go 5v5, and it begs the question for Mammoth, what can they find as this final pick that gives them such great lane pressure or split pressure?
There you go. Does that answer your question?
Fiora. There it is. One of your favorite champions, isn't it, Juice?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be a little bit of a resident sleep in the top lane. Sure, there'll probably be a solo kill or two, who knows, but the matchup isn't that bad for Malphite, right? Malphite, fares pretty decently in this lane. It's just that Fiora outscales, like she outscales every single matchup, some much earlier than others. I'm not saying Malphite's going to win the lane by any means and just completely dominate the Fiora, but it's also playable, and for what it offers the RMIT composition, it's a good pick. Also, important to note, Landon is a bit of a Malphite, not one trick, but a Malphite player. So getting his bread and butter, getting something that he's comfortable on is always better than drafting for a counter pick or drafting for an extremely safe blind. Even Chungi's been putting in the time on the Lucian. So interesting to see how that goes. Zayta has the cleanse, so he's not going to have a combat summoner to deal with Lucian in lane as well. You can't cleanse any of Lucian's abilities besides the Ignite. I think a lot of this game is going to stem around the mid-jungle 2v2, specifically both mid laners. Want to see how they play. Both are hyper-aggressive. I would be surprised if we didn't see an early gank go into these mid lane matchups.
Well, it means now that the cleanse is going to be solely reserved to the likes of a gank from the Sejuani, potentially a roaming gank from a Nautilus as well, but that's one that's very matchup dependent as to how they go and fare with this Ezreal coming into the mix of things. But yeah, I look forward to really seeing how much of a lead Chungy can try and find in this Lucian to really abuse the AP-AD matchup, and how we can really see Maximize try and play around the fact that the RMIT have gone for this wombo combo, how much of a lead or how much pressure he can create in those side lanes that really break up this 5-man squad that are going to be coming at them.
Yeah, I mean, look at the force out of RMIT's team though, right? Malphite ulti,
insane, right?
Sejuani ulti, Varus ulti, Nautilus ulti, and it becomes quite a hard game for the Elise, Thresh, and Syndra to play, right? Ezreal's kind of self-sufficient, but is able to dash away himself. But if Mammoth Academy don't set up a neutral neutral objectives first, then they're gonna have a rough day contesting anything. So
it's terrifying. How can they face check to replace that vision, right, and to get it down again? Because if they walk in, it's going to be incredibly hard for them to try and disengage out.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Lantern, right? Like, you're hoping for a pinpoint Lantern onto the Syndra. I think that what I'm trying to say is, in terms of ease of execution, RMIT's composition trumps it. But I think Mammoth Academy have a lot of tools to answer RMIT's composition in isolation, right? Like, in isolation, Fiora can deal with Malphite. In a 2v2 where Syndra and Elise hit their abilities, they can deal with the Sejuani and the Lucian. So, like, when you separate the pieces of the puzzle, Mammoth Academy's comp makes sense and can deal with RMIT's, but you put the puzzle together, they're not going to beat Exodia R-buttons. That's the way I look at this game and these comps and how they're going to play out.
So we look at mid matchup, and also we know that the Lucian should have a fun time there, but is there a lane in particular you want to see Mammoth also find strength to try and even out the ebb and flow, knowing that they're going to be a bit of a disadvantage in some lanes? I feel that, if RMIT can hit 6 first, assert themselves with some very early objectives, and do like what a few teams have done, where we're getting soul points spawning around the 23-24 minute mark, it really sort of puts a spanner in the works here for Mammoth, especially maximizing that Fiora, to say, well, how much value can I really try and emit in this split pressure if they're just getting everything for free and they're so hyper accelerated?
Yeah, I think a lot of this game is going to come down to the jungle pressure, at least puts it the top lane as well, right? In terms of Malphite, if Malphite trades quite heavily, or Fiora is able to chunk Malphite, maybe to half, maybe to 2/3 of the HP, it is a diveable lane for Elise, because Malphite really has no outplay potential. He has to burn the flash, but even then, there's no CC coming through from the Malphite. So, Elise's game from here revolves around this mid to top side of the map. And if he's able to dictate and able to manage some leads in any of those lanes, those dragons become less, less reliable.
Valuable?
They diminish value, because you're going to be so accelerated on the opposite side of the map that when it comes to 3rd dragon or 4th dragon, they can no longer contest, because they need to decide whether or not they're going to lose their base or contest the dragon, or lose the Baron or contest the dragon. Or, this game just revolves around Fiora's lead. And that as simple as that.
It feels that way, right? As to how much of a lead can really be, put onto this map, and how much it really forces RMIT's hand of, look, we need to stick to our guns. We are strong as 5. We have to go for this. We're willing to give up, some top turrets, for instance, or some bot turrets, in essence, for a soul point. This gives us stronger team fight again. I'm just concerned, I suppose, of that split-second decision-making, if it's going to be enough, if Maximize gets himself into a strong position. Obviously, they have the riposte as well as the repel. Very difficult. It's going to force Landon's hand in, deciding whether or not he wants to use flash as well as his ult.
Yeah, and also, the one thing you can't decide, Skimmy, when drafting these types of compositions is what dragon you're actually going to give over. Because there's some souls you can actually give away. And so, right off the bat, we know it's not going to be a win soul, okay? And so, that's a bad scenario for Mammoth Academy right now. That's probably the soul they would be most happy giving away.
Start to get concerned if it becomes an ocean or a mountain. Mountain especially.
Oh, mountain, the Sejuani and the Malphite become carries. You won't be doing enough relevant damage to them, and just through the nature of them whacking your head in and base damage, they're just going to kill you.
I feel like if it was to be a mountain soul, they're quite willing to say, yeah, sure, take our top turret, sure, go for an inhibitor, because as soon as we look to try and force a fight, you literally can't touch us. So becomes a bit of a war of attrition of just hemorrhaging everything, but then not really caring about what you've lost in that process. Both mid-wave, or both mid-laners, have opted for the cleanse.
I remember there was an OPL game. There was an OPL game in playoffs. I think it was Order versus Direwolves, I believe, where I can't remember which team it was, but they managed to get four Mountain Drakes.
I think I actually do remember that. It was pretty disgusting. I think he had like 300 armor just unbuffed.
And so this is why it's a good Lucian matchup, right? Like, all of Syndra's kit relies on hitting skill shots. Lucian has the dash, has the move speed from W when landing those auto attacks. So it does become quite like an easy lane for Lucian in terms of the 1v1. The only time the threat really comes through from Syndra is at level 6. But Lucian has the cleanse, so you know, you're hoping that there's a nice flash solo kill.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's such a great little exchange of a skirmish there. Maximize is getting all of it off pre-2, flashing forward to get that early kill. I mean, that's exactly what Mammoth needs to make sure that they have set themselves up for not really falling to this 5v5 trap.
Yeah. And so when I said that this Malphite matchup against Fiora was, I'm not trying to say Malphite wins it at all, okay? But it's definitely not a matchup you lose at level 2. Fiora had full Conqueror stacks. Malphite, you know, tried to trade just for a little bit too long. Hang on 1 minute. At least looking for the gank. Dash used. Safe. Yeah, so
be safe for the meantime.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, as soon as Fiora stacks up that Conqueror, just disengage, just leave. Manage to take. You know, you even have more sustain, right? Fiora has the Doran's Blade, has the 1 health potion, but you've on corrupting, so you don't want these extended trades. Maximum, you're trading for your Rust proc, walking away, but traded too far up lane, and the Fiora just chased him down.
Yep, maybe a little bit greedy to try and maximize as much of that sustain from the grass as possible. No comment, no push the attack, or press the attack even, so...
Push.
He could have pushed the attack.
I mean, I don't mind that name, to be honest. Probably, I actually think I like it more than press the attack.
Press the attack, push the attack. I mean, it gets the same point across, it's PTA.
So, you know, when you get solo killed in lane, this is what happens, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see flash burn. Nope.
He's just going to hang on to it right there. He's going to surely fall down, it feels. Forced to flash away from the riposte.
Okay. Yeah, so he's been solo killed, and his wave got pushed into turret. So that means that Landon's wave was bouncing back to maximize the Fiora, and it's just an easy gank window for the Elise. But in saying that, Wash on the opposite side of the map, looking to dive the Mammoth Academy bot lane.
Yeah, Chungy's here as well, so he wants to get aggro, he wants to get rowdy. Dottie tanks the turret shot, can't afford to take another one. Has the minion wave under that tower, so can walk back towards where this lane first started. But it's going to force out every single summoner from this bot duo. And the hook, unfortunately, not going to land there to disrupt the recall from Chungy.
They went just a little bit too early on that dive, I think. They needed to wait for Chungy to get in range. Would have been able to pick up probably 1 kill, but this matchup now is
oh, it's so frustrating. He's going to freeze the minion wave under his turret. Landon coming in there for XP range and just going to get absolutely slapped.
It's still frozen,
you look at the item. I mean, yeah, you look at the item disadvantage. He's still sitting on just 1 potion. More AD comes online. Maximize now 2-0. You give him all the kills. No one is going to get to a situation where they can respond to the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, the hope that I think RMIT had was that Lucian would be ahead in lane. Then he would go answer the side of Fiora if Fiora wasn't 2-0 and this far accelerated. But yeah, I'm not sure he can even answer this Fiora now. Like, he can't even lane swap at this point.
Wash looking there for the Dragon Steel on the first one, which was a Cloud. May look just to pick him up as a result as the Repel Flash comes out, but still not going to be able to evade the likes of Illusion. He's able to pick themselves up the first kill.
Now, the saving
grace... A good little difference, because they're actually down 10 CS, so it's actually even out the deficit a fair bit.
Yep. The saving grace that RMIT do have here is that at least, and I'm being very optimistic, okay? At least it's a Malphite, right? Like, at least he can still knock people up at a minimum. At a minimum, can land a really nice ultimate and potentially turn a team fight, all while Fiora's in a side lane, hopefully not taking your Nexus.
Yeah, it doesn't look too pretty, does it? 43 to 15 in terms of CS. The Mammoth invade continues. They go hunting, and this time they abuse the jungle. The tank Sejuani won't have a free reign pre-6. The Elise early game shenanigans do pay off dividends. They get a kill, they're going to get a scuttle, and they're going to have so much vision control around for an easy rotation into what should be an uncontested Rift Herald. The wave's still frozen. Easy rotation as the repel comes on in. No flash and no ultimate.
I mean that's a win for Landon because he's managed to burn Fiora ultimate. As I say that, I did a teleport check, and in fact, Maximize has teleport advantage. He's going to go back, spend majority of his gold, and just keep pushing in this Malphite. So whilst they look good, it's not that good. And maybe
gank
even
after
dead.
gank. Looking to really abuse the fact that he still does not have that unstoppable force right there. Electrocute procs. The kill is secure. Now Jungle on top have got the damage they need. A nice little reset with 30 seconds on that Herald spawn. Topside belongs to Mammoth.
At a certain point, Skimmy, you kind of hate to see it, right? You never want to see a player get this abused this early. 7 minutes into the game, 3 deaths, 15 CS versus 50 CS, 2 kills, 1 assist, Tiamat, Vamp Scepter.
He's going to have that Ravenous Hydra so quickly.
Yeah, and I guess the hard part about this game is that, okay, it's a Malphite. If you had something like a Kindred, something like a Graves, something with a bit of damage in the jungle, you could maybe make an argument that you go top and collect that shutdown. But at this point in the game, a Sejuani and a Malphite aren't going to be doing any relevant damage to this Fiora.
No. Now, there's a potential saving grace here, Jubes. The next dragon is going to be Ocean, so it's going to be a 50-50 coin flip as to whether or not we get Infernal or Mountain Soul. I know what they're going to be praying for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to be praying for the... Well, I guess both are good, actually, when you think about it. I think both, you could make an argument that they're even in terms of value, right? Because, you know, it's on hit Varus and it's Lucian. I mean, even tanks benefit so much from the Infernal Soul, but then also, you know, the Mountain Drake, nice. Oh, all in the mid lane. Maybe a solo kill from Zyta.
Chongi went for the all-in, they flash for flash. Chongi on lethal. Zyta trying to snipe away with the blue buff, reduce cooldown on those orbs. He sends one towards that turret and just tickles his backside. Chongi juking and jiving, flashing and dashing, and evades death 3 times over.
I mean, decent display of mechanics from both mid laners, right? That's what I was talking about. They're just going to skill check each other and play for the ego battle of the solo kill, right? Both mid laners 1-on-1, even CS, both using flash, both being, you know, I'd say close to lethal. Oh, Chain of Corruption?
Wow.
Misses.
So it starts to become a little bit obvious now as to really what RMIT's game plan is. They can't do anything topside. They can't match the Elise in terms of a gank. They have to try and force something bot side. Unable to land any of their major CC there.
It's all through mid. Everything that RMIT has to do this game is go through mid, and all Elise has to do this game is keep punishing this Malphite. I would say maybe one more kill onto this Malphite and top lane turret. Never mind, Rift Herald is going to be dropped here. Turret's going to go down. Elise doesn't need to visit top side of the map anymore, right? Because they're going to have a pressure vacuum that's going to be those minions crashing into the T2 turret top. So they'll have access solo kill in the mid lane. Zyta with his second solo kill in 2 games.
He just does it time and time again. Yep. Really impressed by this player. Even in matchups that looks so far against him, he just showcases he's not afraid.
It's an extremely greedy build path from Chungi though, right? Playing a marksman.
Where's the Hex Drinker?
No, well, like, even if you don't go Hex Drinker, it's... I mean, okay, yeah, I think there's really no argument. It's a Syndrome at least. Hex Drinker's optimal, but the one argument I make for Chungi is that the Hex Drinker diminishes your power spike, but, you know, he's not power spiking when he's dead anyway, right? Like, you have to weigh up those, don't you? It's either you stay alive there, or you die, and the BF Sword's really not doing anything for you at this moment.
Well, matchup is favouring definitely both mid and top side right now as the Ravenous Hydra has been completed and Magical Footwork completing at 10 minutes into this one. That's going to be an easy rotation for Maximize to assist in taking down this dragon. You can see this top side wave is so far away from him. Whether or not they look to try and do a map flip, or if they look to try and push now through the mid wave, it is going to be the Infernal Soul that we are playing for as Mammoth start off this game in a very strong style. 3k up as a whole, only 11 minutes into this game here.
Yeah, and Fiora's picked up the Ravenous Hydra. going to collect this wave up 40 CS, but this is what Malphite needs to do. He needs to collapse like this on mid lane.
Not
Really
a bad
good play from
turnaround.
Malphite.
Cleanse comes out and just no chance to get out of that situation. Brings Chungy back in.
Yep.
That's exactly what they needed.
And this is what I talk about, you know, as a worst case scenario, at least it's Malphite, right? Good timing on Zayta's flash, good communication to make Malphite come mid here, burn the flash ultimate, pick up a kill, get his Lucian ahead again. Malphite lost no minions for that play as well, so at this point, that's Malphite's job. Whenever he gets a window on his ultimate, go make a play.
Unfortunately by Dotty to not land the hook, but it will not matter the amount of sheer engage potential they have with this free combo. He juggles the turret aggro. They're going to get themselves a bot turret to even out the 1-to-1.
Yeah, really well played from RMIT.
Now, they're showcasing that they are far out of this game.
Yeah, they're fighting, right? They've identified they can't do anything top side of the map. Tower dive comes through. Vengeance misses the cocoon.
Alright, well, he's down to Leaf for right now. Goes up into the air, now trying to turn things around.
Lucian,
Maximize goes for the 1v2, riposting one of those turret shots. Lucian doesn't have the ulti, doesn't have the flash. Unable to look for a double kill to really punish what happened there.
I mean, it was a really nice riposte. I think maybe Fiora dies there if the riposte doesn't hit Lucian. It was able to diminish Lucian's attack speed, and you saw his character kind of went into slug mode for a little bit. Wasn't able to auto-attack, but again, nice play there from Vengeance LX. Maximize as well, hitting the Vital, was able to kill the Malphite. It's both teams playing to their win conditions, playing to their advantages, and it's really good to see, right? They, you know, RMIT know they're stronger on the bot side of the map. They're making plays to dive the Ezreal, to dive the Thresh, and vice versa. Vengeance saw his bot lane getting dove, made the play on the opposite side of the map, so it's a good trading of sides.
Now, begs the question as to knowing the game plan of RMIT is to force 5v5s, and that Mammoth have unlocked the split push with that final pick. P5 onto Fiora. They've got everything they need to really break open this map and force a response of multiple members to go the way of Fiora. Able to dive past turrets, aiming towards inhibitors and just getting out scot-free. It's proving to be a problem right now. But with Landon always having that teleport up, may just be enough to soak up as much for free and look to try and force a fight as his next Rift Herald inevitably spawns topside.
You kind of hate to be playing Ezreal at this point in the game. Ezreal's one of those champions, like, yes, it's a decent weak side, but it does not function very well from 1 death behind and 30 CS, right? He's pretty much, if you take gold into consideration, pretty much down 50 CS, right? And so Ezreal's one of those champions that really requires, hang on a minute, hook lands, nice combo there from Syndra.
That's just a full CC chain right now, but the response is just as strong, if not stronger. But a great Lantern! That's what you need to see, and Zayta gets out without having to burn anything.
Yeah, I mean, really nice Lantern. I thought Zayta had the cleanse up, but coming up in a few seconds, so really clutch Lantern, able to, you know, make that a positive trade for them.
That was insane. Every bit of CC that time connecting, that was the true strength that RMIT have when they group up.
And that's the thing, right? Like,
saves the day.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It becomes very dangerous when you start to play this game as a group into RMIT's composition. So while you feel that you're really far ahead, all of their gold lead is on the Fiora, by the way. While you feel that you're really far ahead, the game states easy, you're cruising around the map, the game is, you know, really losable if RMIT manage to land their wombo combo on priority targets. So it's important that they still play to the side lane. It's very easy when you get this far ahead to fall in love with the idea of grouping and team fighting, but you need to be disciplined and you need to stick to the side lane because a Fiora group is still a Fiora group, right? I would put my money on the Varus and the Lucian with a bit of CC to be able to deal with this Fiora.
And begs the question, what do they actually want to do to respond to this one? Because it looks like they're sending everybody bottom side right now to respond to this Fiora, knowing that that tier 1 turret has disappeared. Maximize says the game since they realized there's no one showing, and they're definitely not taking this Rift Herald. They're going to be one place they go, and I feel like this is the strong point that Fiora can really possess. Knowing how strong she is, can respectfully taunt 4 members to come their way. True Shot Barrage can scout out. They can look to abuse the fact that they can just push other lanes for free.
Here we see it now, Skimmy. The RMIT 4 Dragon, 4 Infernal Dragon win condition.
And that's what I mean, right? They've gone all that way towards the Fiora, and they said, well, we can't get her because she's gone out of harm's way. We're going to go for a Dragon, but they have burned so much. 2 turrets, and now an open top in here.
And one thing I want to talk about in this game is that the reason, I know the reason now why Chungi didn't opt in for the Hex Drinker. So,
okay,
he's gone for the Essence Reaver, and a popular build that I see in solo queue with Lucians is that they go first item, Serrated third. Oh, flash forward.
That's the Zaita flash, as we love to see.
He's traded.
1v3 and he gets it. He doesn't care.
No, he's just hyper aggressive. Hyper aggressive.
I love watching this guy play the video game, I'll tell you that much. Zaita does not... He doesn't get scared.
Yeah, but look, I don't think that's worth it. Like, yeah, it's hype. It looks nice. You're like, oh damn, the mid laners trade 1-for-1 in a play like that. But he's burnt both summoners to 1-for-1 for no objective. Like there is just absolutely no reason to make that play.
Well, I feel like, to me, I don't know if he streams, but he's looking for some montage players right now.
Yeah, probably, but, you know, next team fight, Malphite's got Flash, Malphite's got Ultimate, Lucian's got Flash. You know what I mean? Like, you make the game much harder to play for yourself. Potentially, he plays the game extremely well and doesn't even get in range, but, you know what, like, you're giving RMIT a window to claw themselves back into the game.
He's going to be begging Fruitcake for a Lantern again, basically.
Yeah, what I was going to talk about with Lucian's build is that I see some Lucians go Serrated Dirk first item, and then they build Essence Reaver, and then they transition into an Edge of Night. So they go Berserker Greaves, Essence Reaver, Edge of Night. And so I think he didn't want to go Hex Drinker and Edge of Night. Hook lands, nice setup from Mammoth Academy. Pick up a kill onto body.
Yeah, jungle support, enough damage between the two of them.
Yeah.
Body has been now denied.
Yeah, and so that's what we're going to see, and I think he didn't want to stack Hex Drinker and Edge of Night. He committed that he wanted the Edge of Night, so that's going to be his MR item.
Well, we'll have to see if he gets to a point in which he can actually get that without being deleted.
Yep. I mean, he's
still my major concern.
He's in a good place in this game now, right? Like, he's completely fine. Lucian is going to fare well. Very close to his item power spikes. But like we talked about in Champion Select, this is where RMIT's...
Oh, there it is. The max range hook. Landon has flashed into absolute Narnia. Nowhere to go. Knocked back in the opposite direction. Picks it up as easy as can be. 0-5. What a turnaround in performances from week 1 to 2.
Do you know how I know Landon's a Malphite player?
Hit me.
Because he didn't ulti away to live there. At a certain point, hear me, it's going to sound really troll, but at a certain point, he has recognized, I'm inting, okay? Like, sometimes you got to be realistic in game. I am inting. The only use I have for my team is my ultimate. Now, I'm probably going to die here, but if I die, and I ult, or if I live and ult away, I'm as good as dead anyway. I think he values having his ultimate up more than the death timer, because I don't think he's worth any gold anymore.
What do you think? So if he's going to hold the ult, what about the flash though?
Yeah, look, I think that was a little bit kappa, but you know, look, I'm trying to help Landon out here. Okay? Like I'm genuinely.
Well, we're having a discussion live on air, I suppose, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Is you know, in terms of if you're playing around the fact that look, I am not going to be this meat shield that can get in front of people. I just need to look for getting a decisive pick. You know, I'm looking at a flash ultimate onto Zaita, knowing he doesn't have the flash to get away. Those are the things that I'm curious on, as to hence why it was to be used. Nothing to take away though from Fruitcake. The guy absolutely delivered with that hook, I tell you that much.
Yeah, Fruitcake's played really well out of lane, right? I mean, this is what we talked about in Champion Select. Mammoth Academy need to secure the vision around, you know, or any objective that they're playing around. And at the moment, the objective is the jungle camps of RMIT, right? They're valid objectives to be taking. And we've seen them make 2 to 3 picks off really good thresh hooks, really good vision control from Elise as well. So they're playing this pick composition really well. They're pushing waves, getting priority really deep, and then they're dipping out of vision onto their pink wards and waiting for RMIT to make mistakes, and they're making plenty of them.
Well, the third dragon has now spawned. And there's some will be a time for Mammoth to achieve themselves that soul point wing condition. They sacrificed the previous one to get the Rift Herald for 2 top turrets. Worked out for them so far because Maximize is able to continue to bully out that lane, keep members locked in place at their base. And always threaten, if you try and group up to full stat 5v5, I will just take an inhibitor uncontested. But Chungy has now got the Edge of Night, as you correctly assessed.
Have you ever seen a Syndra with an Infernal Soul?
You know I have. I feel like it doesn't need much more damage, and as soon as this guy has flash up again, I feel like he's going to 1v5 flash and delete somebody.
Yeah, it does nasty things. It does,
I'm looking forward to it, I'll tell you that much.
It does unplayable things. You can't play the game. That's it, it's over. Just one R button outplay and dead.
Is that when the Hex Drinker is good?
Like, you know, by that point, Syndra probably has the Void Staff, so maybe the next game is good, you know? Maybe the next game next week is good.
I want to see how RMIT try to claw themselves back into this one, because it's down by 7k gold. Maximize continues to exert pressure in top and bot. They are sending Chungy now, as you imagine to be the case, to respond to this one.
We have, if you look at the scoreboard now, we actually have an official Flame Horizon.
Yeah, dead even 100.
It's a dead 100.
He has everything he needs. Ravenous, Mercs, and a Trinity Force. Very, very hard for anybody to try and take him down, but it really forces the Omen onto RMIT. And this was my question really from draft, right, as to what do we do in terms of, do we allow this Fiora just to push out bot inhibs? And do we just try and go for an all-in collapse to deny perhaps, say, a Baron, for instance?
Yeah, they're not... Oh, nice hook lands onto Sejuani. Little hook misses, Sej ults. Bit of a nothing engage. So what needs to happen is they need to get to a point in which they feel comfortable doing the Baron. And so now that the Varus has Guinsoo's, Blade of the Ruined King, Lucian has 2 core items, they need to manage to, you know, wrangle topside control off Mammoth Academy. You know, but that requires them to be able to push down mid lane here and sweep a lot of the vision out topside. And then they just got to force the Baron. Maybe it's a team fight they can win, maybe it's not. But they force the Baron and force both top laners to come teleport. And their best win con is the 5v5, right? Is landing a really nasty wombo combo. So the moment that they can get a little bit of relief, or they can get a pick, or manage to get some control of this top side of the map, is when I think we'll see them move towards the Baron and try to force and start a team fight.
And you can sort of see that was what they were trying to force beforehand. They chucked that triple ultimates. It was exchanged for just a true shot barrage. It didn't net them anything, but it shows that they are starting to feel the pressure. Feels like they are starting to be strangled out of this game. Getting harder to breathe in terms of where can we go. We are locked at these deep turrets of our own. They continue to try and force his ultimates go out and out and out, but these turrets to be whittled on down. Very hard for him to get any vision down. I mean, if you just look at that top side of the jungle, it is lit up red.
And this is the thing too, right? Mammoth Academy don't need to do anything. They can just keep these lane states, keep pushing these waves in, keep taking jungle camps, and they're going to just keep growing their gold lead slowly, slowly. And they're always going to get stronger, right? This Fiora is only at 2 items. He's going for the Death Dance now, but they just keep the game in this state. There's no danger of throwing. You know, we see all the members, and they're very happy just pushing waves in. Look at the chip damage, right? This mid turret's nearly down. Fiora eventually, yep, Death Dance has been hit. So now we'll see Fiora starting to tank Malphite in the bot lane and hitting turret. Because, you know, sure, maybe she gets down to half HP, but on the next wave, she's going to be full HP again with 2 life steal items.
45 seconds for RMIT to curate a strategy as to how they want to respond to this one. It's going to start by finding some mid prio, get some vision down. But the more time that Mammoth can create, more time that they can buy.
Yeah,
they know that the pings are going topside because that is exactly what Maximize has his eyes set on. They're trying to force the play right now. A lot of pressure going out on towards Fruitcake. The last remaining shots of that Lucian ultimate would have been enough, but just goes out of range underneath that tier 1. It still remains 5 turrets to 1.
Yeah, this inhibitor is inevitably going down, right? They've made the decision to get rid of this inhib as he's being turret up. Nice riposte on the Malphite ultimate.
It just gets everything.
Yep.
Now there's no Malphite. Now it's a 5v4. RMIT are choked in the situation where we can't go back to base, so we give a cross soul point. We have to take this, but Maximize might just look to end the game as his own. He steals away the dragon as well! Vengeance has literally told RMIT, you can never play this game. We will end it. We will crush you. And we will delete any chances of any comeback of any kind. The Mammoth Flare goes up. A Quadra kill as well. Why not? Why not, Juves? Everything happening in the space of a minute to end that game off with. And Mammoth Academy showing up like one of the favorites here.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't really fault any player on the Mammoth Academy roster, but what you can do is give special shoutouts to Vengeance, Alex, and Maximize. They managed to put the hurt on in top lane. First it was a solo kill, then it was just repeat ganks, and ultimately we saw Maximize really just end the game there, right? Nice steal for the soul point, for the soul rather, and, you know, cheeky little outplay, riposte the Malphite ultimate, and once the Malphite goes down in that scenario, it's game over.
What a demoralizing way to lose in that fashion, that everything thrown your way has now been countered. It's a Quadra kill, it's a dragon still. It's just a base end, really, from a single Fiora that got so strong from the bat of what? A level 1 trade. An insane performance there from Mammoth as they command themselves into an undefeated situation. And that's going to put us into a good stead to go to break as we get ourselves ready for game number 3 of tonight.
What happens when an outsider destroys the balance of this land?
Is this another one of your riddles, old man?
A test, perhaps.
Noxian. You don't cut guardian trees. I'll teach him a lesson.
With your steel?
You're just a kid.
Stay away!
Adorable. What's happening?
See as I see.
Whoa.
The boy has awoken the Shrine's protector. It is fueled by the anger of the forest. Ali, no! The balance must be returned.
Can't we just bend the rules? He's a kid! Come on, come on! Sorry, kid, this thing wants your head. A trade. Bury it! What? The seed! Plant it! Now! Tier 10 Geish Teeth. Work, damn it! If you hurt this land, it's gonna hurt you back.
It is over. We have the city. Surrender your crown. End this bloodshed. Crown is mine by birth, granted to me by my royal blood, as are these lands and my subjects. You no longer have subjects. Today, they become citizens of Noxus. Rejoice at the end of kings. Noxus offers freedom and fortune for any strong enough to take it. Returned to me by a slave. Unworthy even to touch it or stand in my presence. Don't you see, Noxium? The gods return the crown to me. End this bloodshed? No. The kingdom is mine. Or it is a graveyard. Show them, girl. Die for your king. Go!
No.
Insolent villain! Kings demand you kneel before their heirlooms and unearned titles. Noxus wants you to stand, so you can be reforged in a glory shared by all.
Welcome back to the OCS, in which we've just had a fantastic back-to-back performance, really. It just shows to me that these teams are so keen to impress, so ready to showcase what they are about, that some of these players are really aiming for the top. For me, Mammoth came into this one and just showcased dominance across the board. I actually mentioned that, you know, in the span of a minute, they essentially made 3 separate montage moments of just complete outplays and showcasing that they are a real contender for this top spot in the league here, Jubes.
Well, yeah, the last 2 games we've seen them play now, they've been absolute montage demons. All they're doing is going for the solo kills in lane, which they have been getting.
Yeah.
And then they've just been pushing their leads from there, right? They have a proactive jungler who's looking to influence lanes, mid lane getting multiple solo kills, top lane getting multiple solo kills. And it feels like bot lane is just playing, you know, on their own little island and doing their job for the team, right? It's not to say that their bot lane can't punish and play extremely aggressive either, right? They're just playing a job and doing a job for their team. So, yeah, I mean, this Mammoth roster, the first 2 weeks looking extremely scary.
Be one to keep your eyes on as we now turn our attention to the very third game of the day, as we have 5 best of ones up for your viewing delight. Up next, Chiefs Academy taking on UTS. Really what sprung out for me with Chiefs Academy last week was that we had Dragu coming in, once was advanced top laner in the OPL, comes in as their mid laner, and I say comes in, the guy essentially announced himself as a king, for lack of a better term. He went 17-4 as Corky, gut-wrenching that he wasn't actually able to close out that game with a victory. It was a 45-minute, 70-kill fiesta, countless win conditions, countless times that the bases were defended, but shows to me that he is definitely a step above the best and could be a big source of inspiration for them.
Yeah, it's funny because most of Dragu's time this week has been playing support in solo queue, so I thought potentially he's going to support, but no, he just has a lot of fun playing Bard. Maybe he's just a multi-talented, multi-man role player. Yeah, but, you know, the Chief roster, although they lost, it was a very close game and there was a lot of positives to take away from the game from them. So it's going to be interesting to see if they are able to, you know, adapt and learn from their their mistakes. Much like UTS as well, right? They had a very strong performance in the bot lane. Cadence and Twist were able to get, you know, a lead, and we were talking maybe this is their win condition, right? Lanson had a bit of a rough game, probably his time for redemption. No better chance for redemption than to punish someone like Draku, who had an absolute blinder of a performance. So, you know, two teams coming off a loss, but plenty of positives for both teams.
I definitely think so. Yeah, as we mentioned, Lanson went 0-7 last week on that Syndra, was getting flashed upon, was really bullied, but the opposite really happened there for Cadence and Twist. That went in a Philios lane, they smashed the Callista Taric, one that should definitely be looking for lane dominance, but they are the ones that came out ahead. So definitely some win cons that we've got to keep our eyes out on, with those two champions that showed so much presence last week having now been denied away, and with a set being locked in here, we already set ourselves up for what should be a lot of fun here, Juves.
I love seeing the Ivan ban too, by the way. I think Ivan's in a really decent spot right now, and if you're good at Ivan, it's playable. So seeing that, you know, target ban towards Zandy's, it's got to feel good. I know sometimes when you get target banned, you feel good. You're like, oh, yeah, they definitely respect me. They respect my Ivan. They know what I'm about. So, you know, Ornn being picked up first for the Chiefs. Nice little power pick there. Power pick in set as well, and Varus. So I liking the draft so far from both teams. Response with maybe a misfortune.
It feels like a lot of these teams had been sleeping on the Ornn, right? It felt like it was one that was definitely prioritized on a global front, but it felt like in the academy scene, a lot of these teams were much more, you know, keen to opt for the AD carries in that first initiation, or leaving the Ornn, if not banned, even to like the last pick, for instance. So it's good to see that get picked up here, as Pardo this time gets the Jarvan. Very aggressive last week on the Lee Sin, but wasn't able to really stem the bleeding from the Sejuani.
Yeah, but I think it's important to remember a lot of these players actually came from solo queues. So whilst you expect things like the Ornn or like the role player top lane champs, it's important to remember that a lot of these players haven't climbed playing your traditional tanks, and so it may take, you know, a few weeks for them to diversify their champion pool and bring up new champs in and new playstyles in, because, you know, it's easy to say pick this champion, but it comes with a whole new playstyle and a whole new role on the team. So whilst we're not seeing it too often, I understand it. Silas response from UTS potentially to match that Ornn. That's what we see globally as well, you know. We see teams pick Ornn, Silas responds. It just steals the Ornn ultimate and beats Ornn in lane, right? What's better than that?
And I think that was going to be my next point, right? Is it's always exciting to really see some of these players that might not necessarily have the competitive background behind them, that are now coming in, giving their, you know, their big shot at making it on the competitive stage, and showcasing some of their comfort picks and showcasing some of the style that they have displayed, obviously, to get their spot here today. So I'm excited to see, given the fact that we are getting comforts banned away, Bard taken away, so Draku, that option has been removed, as you highlight, from what he's been practicing. The Ivan, Nikhail even.
You reckon the Bard mid lane, Draku?
I'm not going to be surprised about anything, quite honestly. I wouldn't put it past Draku to bust out something crazy like that.
Sejuani again. So today it feels like the Sejuani priority. Yeah, last week the Lee Sin priority was insane. It was like every team was picking Lee Sin. This week it seems that Sejuani is the pick of the week. It feels like these teams scrim each other and they make the decision as a collective. Yep, Sejuani was good this week in scrims. Guys, we'll all pick it.
That's the play. Actually, we got body by it, so let's play it. Who knows? Sejuani, as you say, has been locked in, so that's what they're going to keep themselves up for. Once again, a case of massive wombo combo from the side of UTS, as Chiefs now look to finalize their comp. Starting off with a Mordekaiser.
Well, Mordekaiser's a bit of a top lane comfort pick for Draku, right? And the way that I look at this is like, this is flexed both ways. The Mordekaiser is going to go mid if it's a good matchup. The Ornn's going to go get mid if it's a good matchup, and that's the versatility you have when you have a top laner or just like a field player playing in your competitive lineup. Is that you can pick anything to go anywhere.
Well, the Mordekaiser is going to do wonders right now of shutting apart this wombo combo, the Lulu as well, to ensure that the kill target is able to stay around a little bit longer, and the Polymorph to add to that even further. So I feel like the Chiefs have drafted some great shutdown control to welcome in the aggression that UTS have presented themselves with, but they've now thrown a bit of a curveball by going for the Zillion, ensuring that if they turnaround of events does take place where they've got the rewind.
I just think
Second
that
life bar.
the ongoing mid, once he gets Abyssal Mask, the Zillion does nothing. The Zillion is just doing absolutely nothing, and I understand that for the utility. But looking at this composition from UTS, I think it has to be an on-hit Varus. Otherwise, they lack a lot of damage, right? Like, you have the set, you have Sejuani. Sure, Silas is, you know, it does a lot of damage, but after that, Zillion's not known for the numbers that he puts up. It's more the utility and the ultimate that he offers the composition. So it'd be interesting to see what Cadence decides to go, but for the most part, I think it's going to be, you know, a 2-carry composition where, you know, Zillion is some form of a hyper carry with this rocking this Zillion mid lane. And the other side of the Chiefs, we just see, you know, big bruiser front line, big tanks in the front line, and misfortune. So nothing too crazy. I like the niche Zillion pick. I think Zillion's something that's kind of slept on a little bit. I think there's scenarios in which it can be picked and be, you know, close to S tier in certain games. So I think, though, the Zillion is that you need to be a good Zillion to be able to play it, right? And I know I've said this earlier today too, but you can't fall behind. If you start getting punished in lane, in which Ornn can do to you, then you're going to have a rough time.
I'm just curious to see what kind of build that he actually himself goes in terms of if it's going to be the full damage or if we're going to go for the cooldown reduction, all about the activatables, what variation of the Zillion that we get as to how that then plays into things. Because, I mean, last game with the Varus, it was actually on hit, but quite honestly, would have actually preferred them to stick with what had been I want to say 90% Arcane Comet selection, given they went into so many squishies. This time around, though, I suppose there's an argument to be made both ways, but given that they have so much defense, yeah, one could say the poke would be good to then allow the rest of them to jump in and collapse. The other could say, well, if you've got this much CC, maybe you can get so much blight uptime that it can favor the other side as well. So I'm at a crossroad, really, Juves, as to which build I prefer.
There's only one build here that makes sense, right? Like, if you go lethality and you have the way lethality works is it's good into squishy comps, or it's good if you can set up in a lane and just poke and sit there all day, right? But like, Jarvan and Ornn aren't going to let you just set up and throw harass. Like, you, at best case scenario, I think the Varus is going to get off like 1 Q before they engage, and then like, even if they don't kill the Varus won't be killing the Ornn, won't be killing the Maud, won't be killing the Jarvan, if the Jarvan chooses Cinderhawk Stoneplate route. So it's my personal belief that this game, they need the on-hit Varus. Otherwise, I think it's just wasted, because the 2 targets where the damage is going to be most relevant really shouldn't be in range. And then the moment that they're in range, it's on, the onus is on the Jarvan, on the Ornn, on the Mordekaiser to pull the trigger. And so, yeah, lethality, not getting through that front line.
Yeah, that's what I feel. I feel like there's an argument to be made, yeah, maybe poke, but it just doesn't feel that valuable. The blight uptime should surely come out clutch, especially when so many members are going to be grouped up together. The ability to get the Runins as well with the Ginsu's, as you'd imagine, complete would just mean that he could absolutely go insane. But for me, yeah, Zillion has to be the one that we look towards. It looks to me as if actually Draku will be playing you on as opposed to flexing top lane. So
that's what I was saying.
We're not going to see him go to his build or his lane of old. It will be Elo left of those devices.
It's a new lane, but same champion, right? Like, he played, how many Ornn games did he play in the OPL? I think Ornn was one of his most played champions. Draku's,
yeah, I think for like the first 3 weeks, that's all he played.
Yeah, and Draku is known for his tank play. He's pretty good at, he's actually really good at Ornn. He actually won a few OPL games on the Ornn as well when they were in a little bit of a rough phase, played extremely well. So that's, again, like, I think there's something to having a roster in which players can play multiple roles, right? We've seen G2 do it internationally, and I think this Chiefs roster in the OCS is one that can do that too. There's going to be scenarios where Draku can play stuff from top lane in mid lane when it's really good, and I think this is the game we're going to see it.
It begs the question now as to how much of a lead this bottom side can actually find here for the Chiefs Academy, because I feel like, you know, you're going into a composition that wants to abuse you in the early game. We've seen what can happen when a Hex Flash comes online, and they're just forcing fight after fight. Recall, do it again. Chiefs Academy have definitely drafted for a very strong team fight. You'd imagine that if they can get themselves into a lane state where they at least go even, then that transition into the team fight should be that much easier. Let's kick it off with game number 3 of the day. It will be an on-hit Varus. It's what we wanted to see.
It was the
to
only
be-
options. It was the only option, Skinny. Any other option was trolling and punishable by report.
Oh, absolutely. So we love to see that one. That begs the question as to what the Zillion can really bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm actually super excited to see the Zillion. So he hasn't gone glacial, potentially going the full AP route, not going the Spooky Ghost into the hose. I mean, there's still an argument to be made that he can go hose because it becomes like the Luden's Echo like exchange or replacement, if you will. But I think Zillion's got so much utility in his kit as is that you don't necessarily like need the full kit and caboodle of slows, especially because the front line for Cheats Academy is so big. So, you know, having relevant magic damage coming through is going to be good. Also important to note, majority of UTS's composition is magic damage. They have magic damage top, jungle, mid, and Varus does a surprising amount of magic damage. So, going to be a rush for magic resistance on the Cheats Academy side, and playing these comps where building magic resistance is so efficient, the game becomes quite snowbally, right? Either team that gets a lead is going to really be able to push the pace because of the way like they've drafted.
Well, you can see the shenanigans of level 1 right there, ranged against the melee. They can achieve themselves some strong poke. They can find some priority in this lane. They can really try and thwart the plans of being aggressive, as we now see the dive attempt in. Very aggressive here from Pardo to showcase what Zandy is about. And it becomes a smite war as to who can get this blue buff. Oh, the smite goes out and resets. That was worst case scenario.
That was Zandy's smite though. It wasn't Pado's. So now he's lost that blue buff. I was gonna say. Yeah, okay, see that's Pado's blue buff now.
And it hurt so much because his bot lane couldn't even respond to come up because they were pushed up against the tower. It's just a sequence of unfortunate situations.
But that's the thing, right? Like, this is jungling 101. You have to path to your priority. If you know you're not getting priority bot side, then there's the real possibility that Jarvan can snag your buff. As I say, that flash from Twist.
Well, UTS are angry. Double flash to start things off because they want to try and force at level 2. Haymaker goes out, but it just makes his health bar go a little bit lower. As Draco's going to find the 1-2 with the Brittle proc online, dropping Lanson down to a third.
So if Varus didn't burn Flash there, that is a really good trade for UTS. Because Set takes Nimbus Cloak and Hex Flash in lane, and this is why Set is one of the strongest supports right now. And all he does is sit in those bushes, channel Hex Flash, and if you ever step up just too far, you're going to die. And so having no flashes on no dash bot lane is really good. We probably see the dive come through here.
Yeah, they're trying to force this one right now. The polymorph is good. Actually disrupts the Haymaker, getting value with the grip. But it is going to be a trade of kill to kill. Goes the way of Lulu despite falling on down, but Sejuani gets the kill. To try and bring about a little bit of the love in this situation. Losing so much, hemorrhaging camp after camp. Pardo who's not only taken his blue buff, but now looked to go for a full clear topside too. Really on Zandy to actually try and make something happen, given he's so far behind.
I mean, at a certain point, that kill's like not even worth it, right? Like, how much can you sacrifice as Zandy for it to be a 1-for-1? You know what I mean? Like, you know, Chiefs Academy didn't come off too bad on that exchange, right? Like, sure, MF is down a little bit of CS, but the lead that they managed to get in the jungle potentially far outweighs the small, you know, lead that they get in the bot lane from that.
Yeah, Pardo going to be in such a great spot to hit level 6 first and then force fights with that Cataclysm online, lock members in place, and assist his side laners and becoming absolute powerhouses as well.
I'm a firm believer though, trading Flash on Set in lane with any opposing bot lane member is worth. Like as I was talking about before, right? All you do is sit in bushes all day and channel Hex Flash with Nimbus Cloak, and the moment they walk too far up, you rip them back and you just have lethal damage like 95% of the time. So
and the Face Breaker has such a deceivingly long range.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, we're going to see Sejuani path through this bot lane continuously, but Pato looking for the gank in the mid lane.
Going to force it up. Starts up with the knock-up from Aeon. Doesn't get a knock-up with the EQ, but that's going to be Kinect actually rocking up to this one as well. Lanson taking out a full rotation, assists across the board.
Yeah, so many players are sinners when it comes to their summoner spells. They don't like to use their flash early. They take, you know, a little bit of damage before they flash, channeling the Hex Flash. This is what I was talking about.
That's the face breaker. That's the full 1v3 combo. Lulu rocks up, but they find punishment from the rotation that Lulu went to mid.
And that's a beautiful example of why trading flashes in lane as set is always worth it. You don't need the flash if you're playing set in lane. You're too tanky. But yeah, players hold on to summoner spells for far too long in competitive play. I think it's a little bit of a taking used to, a bit of a solo queue transition, but burning flash there before any of the damage hits means you live and you just play safe for 5 minutes. But instead, you flash and you die now.
Very much up in the air as to where the strength is right now. Yes, the gold is dead even, but there's a significant lead here for Cadence on his Varus.
But they have the lead where they want it, right?
Yeah, Pardo's the one on the opposite side that's got the major advantage as well. So it begs the question, who can get these objectives first? Who can contest these skirmishes? And I imagine 9 times out of 10 it goes the way of the junglers. They can just look to get themselves online with the very first Cloud Dragon.
Oh, Teleport coming in. Looks like we're going to see a team fight here.
Does indeed. Sandy walks in. He's going to receive the Zillion ult, so gets a free GA online. Out comes the Orn to try and turn things around. 3-man knock-up. His Elo's in the Death Realm, looking to take out that Zillion. His passive doing wonders. He flashes in for a double. Now he's looking for the triple, but it's going to be Pardo that picks it up. A turnaround of events as Zeus is able to even up with one. He sees 3 members in critical and is unsure which way to go. Chiefs absolutely crushing that teamfight, Jubes.
Yeah, we talked about it last game. We said, when you TP proactively and you're the first to do it, 9 times out of 10, the play is going to be in your favor unless you do something drastically wrong. Look how early Mordekaiser TPs to this play, and look where Silas TPs. Silas TPs in lane, he's absolutely nowhere. By the time he gets to the fight, the play's already over.
Yeah.
Alternately, Mordekaiser's in there, he's got Lancin in the Death Realm the whole time, comes out, pops them, cheeky little 1-for-2 value on that Q. Just proactive TP and good TP placement gap in this team fight, really.
Fantastic performance there from Elo to get himself back in. He was falling behind, it felt like, for the most part, with Zeus freezing a wave underneath his tower, but rocking up to the team fight there with a decisive teleport that found infinite value for me. Gives everything that a Mordekaiser needs. And now they can just continue to exert this jungle difference. Sejuani still does not have ultimate. They may, however, look to try and throw their resources into contesting this one to try and still smite away this Herald. They don't want to leave this down to a 50-50 chance, but he's going to come on in. Who can take it? We're going to have to find on out as Cataclysm locks the Zeus in place, who actually trades it out for double Cataclysms. Now it's going to be a 1v1 as Dracu looks to try and take out Lansom and critical health. Ultimate has to be used very early on here. But 2 members fall victim to the wombo combo that can come across as Kimjin bullies with autos from afar. Ludo with the red buff makes sure that they have nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Cadence flashes, but he fails it. That is the cursed wall. You've seen that time and time again, and it happened at the worst time possible when you're on stream. Now, Juice, 11 kills to 3.
You hate to see it.
Oh, we've all done it.
Okay, now, sometimes, Skimmy being the boomer that I am, I'm not up to date with the cool kids and the latest trends. Everyone's on those applications like TikTok and whatnot. But the Silas has built a tier. Now, I'm gonna have to do some research, but me thinking the tier is not an optimal purchase on Silas. Silas stacks the Conqueror up fast enough so that you don't need the mana pool to fight. But as we see this replay, Dracu's just chasing down the Zillion. And then this is what you hate to see. Everyone close your eyes. You don't want to see Cadence splashing into a wall there. But yeah, I'm just looking through now. No Silas builds a Seraphs or a tier. So very questionable. I think that's really all I'm gonna say on that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, 5k up at 10 minutes into this one. Bounties for every Chiefs Academy player. It's a scary, scary time right now. They're hitting their breakpoints. They're hitting their stride.
That is the win condition though, right? Can we get those bounties? If we get those bounties, the game's winnable.
But I feel like, how can you try and kill Elo right now? He's got the Wit's End into so much magic damage. He's got kills online as well. He's fed. Very, very hard for anybody to try and gank him.
Yeah, I've seen this on-hit kind of Mordekaiser build in solo queue a few times. I'm not sure if I like it that much, but we'll have to see what it looks like when he gets into a side lane and maybe takes Silas into the Shadow Realm, because that's what it's for. I think also too though, like the Wit's End we're talking about in this game, it's 4 AP, so the Wit's End, well, 4 AP, 3.5 AP, Barracks still on hit of 80 damage, but Draku may be caught here.
Yeah, well, Draku was caught going in a rotation at what looked to be a 1v3 tower dive. They've actually just done a flip around back into a jungle, and they've called up something as a result. But all that time spent, topside has allowed Chiefs to find value in his bottom wave, and they've now pushed out a tier 1. They may continue with Kim Jin staying around.
Well, there's the first shutdown
plates. What is the one? This is still a 5k lead, however, Jubes, which still hurts.
I said they need all 4 shutdowns. So we're waiting for
I'm just concerned as to how you can try and gank, Elo here, because if they try and force, he just Death Realms, buys himself so much time for an easy rotation. But they're just going to keep compounding this lead by saying you can look to try and abuse this Mordekaiser, but we're getting turrets, we're getting objectives. We're going to force a very early soul point.
So we're seeing Elo head back into the top lane, going to be matched by the Silas. I actually, just for educational and scientific experiment, I want to see them just go at it. I understand that there's a 2-level lead in the favor of the Mordekaiser, but in the name of science, I want to see them 1v1 in the top lane. Do it for science, guys. Come on. Not much happening in the mid lane either. I think we'll see a little bit of a stalemate now until the next neutral objective spawns. Ocean Soul is... I feel like we've seen a lot of Ocean Souls in the OCS recently, but 4 minutes until third one comes around, and I think that would be the time where the UTS start deciding which one they want to fight. Do they want to fight the third one? Do they want to risk it? Tetuani, misses the Lulu. Maybe they turn this around.
Able to hang on to that ultimate for a fair bit of time right now, as Kim Jin has so much confidence, just able to run at any member, knowing that he's incredibly strong right now. Not going to be too deterred by anything thrown his way. Twist doesn't have flash available, so has to stand still, but very hard to get that Hex Flash off in the midst of combat. Velo rocks up to this one, instantly procs the Death Realm, taking Set out of the equation. Going to delay the inevitable as long as possible with the Haymaker. Then going to slam dunk him back into his team underneath between 2 towers. So a fair few ultimates actually burnt their way to ensure that they do not fall down. Zillion had to actually pop his ultimate as well.
Yeah, that was well played from Twist, right? Managed to take Mordekaiser, pretty much in between 2 turrets and into a choke in which Chiefs Academy couldn't follow up on. So, UTS still in with a shot. Even though it's 5k down, we can see if they play these fights perfectly and manage to stand behind their carries, manage to let Zillion use an ultimate that is of high value, they can win the fight. But Summoner advantage, well, there's no real Summoner advantage, but Flashes being up for the Chiefs Academy is quite scary, right? It means that they can get access to the backline, access to Cadence, to Lanson. And most of the fights we've seen go the Chiefs Academy way. It's been Cadence and Lanson split up from each other, right? You see, the last replay we saw, Draku chased Lanson away with his ultimate on. Cadence was on the other side of the fight fighting. So I'd like to see UTS get both carries on the same side, standing next to each other, and just playing fights together. Sure, it is a little bit of a goal deficit, but it's going to be their best chance.
Godly continues to favour the Chiefs Academy as they both went for a little skirmish over no major objective except for this Herald here. The first one of which they did manage to claim but were unable to acquire. Actually deploy it on the map for any great use. This time, the storyline was a little bit easier for them with a 2-level difference between the junglers. As Pardo continues to showcase his dominance with a healthy camp clear difference.
Yeah, he has a really big power spike as well, right? It's not often we talk about jungle power spikes, but having that stone plate in the next team fight is going to be insane.
I was going to say, now begs the question as to where he wants to try and use it. If he wants to try and break open top lane, make sure that they can find value there. 9 times out of 10 though, love to see it drop to mid wave, especially when it's down to half already. And 90 seconds on their next dragon, which would put them in such a strong spot for that early soul point. Zandy will have the stopwatch available if he needs to do some Hail Mary dive attempt to try and prevent anything, although it would seem a little bit questionable before the soul point is even there.
They can charge as well onto the mid lane tier 2 turret, so that goes down to, you know, less than a quarter health. Still a minute
Dream Herald.
Ocean Soul. Also Ocean Dragon, sorry.
Really good Rift Herald utilization there, finding so much value uncontested as UTS can do nothing but really look on. And now trying to break their team apart into a 1-3-1. With Lanson trying to force things out. And as I say that, Cadence actually flashes forward on in. Successfully finds a shutdown, utilizing his Blade of the Rune King active. Defram comes out, he's got the fancy feet, moving like Jagger, left and right he goes, trying to juke out what a Mordekaiser can deliver. But he will steal his stats. And Draco will show up to show that Bruiser Brothers are ready to fight. Into a Cataclysm, flashes out as he receives the Zillion ultimate, so that actually cancels it out completely. Like a communication there, comes across the Chiefs Academy finding major success in what was really forced by UTS. And it could not be at a worse time with the Dragon now in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the effort, I respect the idea from Cadence, but the moment he gets taken into the Death Realm, Mordekaiser just, you know, whacks him down, stacks up that Conqueror, has the Wit's End as well. And we see, with UTS's composition, once Varus goes down, there's really no juice left in the tank. The Silas is far too behind, he's on the tier route as well, so he's gone for the scaling build in a game in which he can't really afford to scale. They needed his power spike, they needed him to be relevant, you know, about this time in these skirmishes. So it's basically on UTS to keep Cadence alive. He has to stay alive, he has to get to his Rage Blade, and if he does so, maybe we can see a fight turn around, right? Like he put through a lot of relevant damage before he went down. So yeah, optimism is hoping Cadence stays alive.
We need to see these Zillion ults find the value right now. The ease of execution that Alulu has with the Wild Growth, finding a little bit more as it stands so far. But the Bruiser Brothers and Mordekaiser and Ornn are insanely strong right now. They have what they need to essentially just one-shot people on their own accord, and that's even before we talk about Blacksmith upgrades.
Dude, I just look at Jarvan's items, and like even he's maybe stronger than, you know, the Ornn at this point, right? Like, still the whole Stone Plate, Kindle Gem. There's just so much to get through. But, you know, if there's a champ that can do that, that is Varus, right? The Blight Stack,
for sure.
percent HP, true damage, Blade of the Rune King as well. So, you know, in saying that, there's options. But in terms of execution, it's going to have to be close to perfect.
Yeah, we're going to need that layering of that CC, that space created to allow him to get the uptime on the on-hit Varus. Marisa can come across, the passive will kick in and no doubt carry the fight.
Rage Blade is a massive power spike, so they do have, you know, the saving grace of we can wait till Ocean Soul. Potentially he gets Rage Blade before then. He has 3.5 minutes to get there. And but also, you know, by then you're going to see Draco with the Sunfire Cape, potentially even upgraded items as well, right? Level 12 halfway to level 13, so surprised they're not giving him solo EXP in a side lane because the next team fight is really determines the game.
Zeus has now completed that Archangels, opting for what will then transition into a shield as opposed to the more traditional Zhonya's. The second time now, the Langer CC comes on top of Kimjin. That seems to be their pick target. And this time it was successful. There was no response from Chiefs Academy, given that they had split themselves up towards the top side.
And I mean, nice pick, right? They keep forcing this mid-wave prio. Jarvan goes on to Cadence.
Yeah, great acquisition there, but now it's Chiefs Academy rocking up to try and turn things around and showcase what three Bruiser Brothers can actually achieve when they come to force a fight. But Pardo actually gets absolutely destroyed, tries to go in like a hero 1v4, and Azus is able to get an all-important shutdown. No doubt going to help him achieve the Archangel evolution into that Seraphs. Give him all-important goal to try and even out the difference between himself and Elo.
Yeah, and so what UTS are doing really well is they're picking a lane to get priority in, right? And they're saying, okay, Varus is our strong point, let's get mid lane prio. If anyone contests this wave, we will punish them, and that's what we saw with Miss Fortune, right? Sejuani just fling the ultimate, landed really well. They picked up the kill. You know, Jarvan decided to go in 4v5 as well, pick up another shutdown on him, if you will. And the reason that they do this is because they see Ornn in the top lane, they see Mordekaiser bot lane, and they know mid wave is their one wave that they can get prio. So Chiefs Academy not really respecting the strength of the Varus Sejuani, but also not respecting that it's not their wave to be on mid.
We will be now. Sometimes return to this wave with a QSS here, Juice. The guy does not want to fall down to being a pick target anymore.
Well, sometimes when you're ahead, it's hard to get into the mentality of, oh, we have to give them priority, because if you're ahead, you're like, well, they shouldn't be doing this. We're stronger than them, right? But, you know, it's a game of tug and war. Sometimes you got to give a little bit to take more, you know?
Few shutdowns have been achieved, but the gold lead continues to fall away from them. 6k deficit. And it's only going to get worse as this game goes on. As Draco begins the initiation of empowering both of his core items. And that will soon come online for the rest of his team as well. The 1-3-1 split is beginning to take shape as they're the first ones to this river to lay down the law with some very strong vision. 40 seconds on an Ocean Soul, which will put them in such a strong position to set up for sieges and look to try and close this game on out. Still waiting for the Archangel's evolution.
I mean, at least he has the Seraphs now, right? Probably looking for Azonia's next, I would assume. But look even how far behind the Sejuani is, you know. Nowhere near the Stoneplate completion. Jarvan has his and some. Zillion nearly has 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages, so that's positive. But more importantly, Varus got his Rage Blade, so if they're going to win a fight at all, it's going to be this one. Varus and Zillion need to play on each other, and potentially we see a team fight win here.
Silas is stolen away the Ornn ult.
Yep.
As they look now to lay down an AoE gathering in what seems to be Chiefs inviting a 50-50 trades. Elo having now pushed out topside, looks to TP in. Draku leads alone with a 3-man stun. That's not before Set lays down the law and tries to run in to initiate a bullet time cancellation. Flashes out and hangs on to his life as well. So 1-for-1 so far. Twist has been taken out of the equation, so both supports are removed. That's a 4v4. The Dragon continues to force a fight out and out. Kimjin gets a kill, and now they look to try and take out Zandy that receives the Zillion ult, but is unable to buffer it except for some rain of fire that come down some procs at the very last second. Thumbs up because he's happy about that one, but it doesn't change the end result. He will still go on down. Ocean Soul achieved. Only 2 members live to tell the tale from UTS. And that's going to be a 5-man transition to Baron.
There were members on the side of UTS that played that team fight in terms of micro to perfection, right? And then at the crucial moment, Cadence walked forward a little bit too far, hugged the wall, got all knocked up. And, you know, even then you could argue maybe it's still okay, but the Zillion ult wasn't able to go off in time. Zillion was not in range or just, you know, didn't expect the damage to come through, so Cadence went down and that's where the team fight was lost. But Lanson landed, double bomb up, bubble bomb, but his tank composition just doesn't die. And now with Ocean Soul, look at this. Draku's just healing and walking them down. So really well played team fight from Chiefs, landing the crucial CC. Really well played from them, then just flexing their gold lead now.
Yep, nothing that the UTS squad could do to try and turn that tide of the fight. They had a situation in which they ran to check the pit, but Draco receiving the Wild Growth flash stuns as he zoned away single-handedly 3 members to achieve the Baron call. But this is how the fight all started out, and this is how we can sort of see the trading of ults to try and find an edge.
And so Set plays this team fight extremely well. Look at this from Set. Lands a massive root back. Get some good damage down as well. Zillion also landing double bombs here, but the crucial turning point in this fight is watch Draco on the Ornn. As Cadence walks forward to get the last few auto attacks down on Elo, Ornn lands the knockup, MF focuses him, and he's dead. Zillion couldn't get the ultimate off. Really well played from Chiefs. Good CC layering and leads into the Ocean Soul and ultimately the Baron. It's going to be if there's one composition you don't want to give Ocean Soul away against, it's one with double frontline or triple frontline, because they're just going to be healing for days.
Incredibly tough to kill anybody on this roster now. If it wasn't before, it's insanely now. We don't have a situation in which you have an insanely fed LeBlanc that can try and one-shot.
Varus does have inbuilt heal cut from his E, so you know, at least there's that. But there's no other real heal cut on the roster of UTS as well besides the Ignite. So it's going to be a tough time to win these next few team fights. And all Chiefs have to do really is play 4-1. Mordekaiser through... Give him a bit of time. We'll be able to, get some relevant damage on this turret. But I think they can just straight brute force this mid lane wave.
Yeah, given it the Ocean Soul as well, very easy to take the damage and continue to push this one. You can see that Pardos is going to walk straight into it, drop down the flag, buff up his teammates, look to try and keep crashing these waves in as the Baron buff inspires the cannon. Looking to try and carry the siege single-handedly at the moment.
Yeah. So they need to make a decision, right? What do? Do they defend mid? Do they defend top? But every time Zilean hesitates, every time Zilean goes to come with the group, they're going to lose something somewhere else. So, they need to either pull the trigger or accept that they're going to lose the double inhibitor.
Double QSS available for both AD carries to cancel out the CC as well as the Death Realm. Zhonya's as well as the Ceres is there for Silas if he can survive. Or not comes out. Twist once again trying to be clutch as possible to make members kiss, but he gets polymorphed and he gets deleted before the grit can even become a talking point.
Haunts will help again.
The damage is not sticking, Jubes. And their base is starting to crumble around, and the first of the inhibitors is to fall on down through the mid wave. They can now transition to a top prepped side. And look to claim the second inhibitor. 4v5 stun lands here from Zillion. Big poke damage comes down to Pardo as he just cops it for free, but he's just acting as a soaking sponge. Two inhibitors gone down now. They can look for a full reset. And then 2 minutes on the all-important conditions to end this game.
They pinged assistance in bot lane too, so you know what their next play is. The next play is just going to be, honestly at this point, maybe just even a 5-man down bot lane and just force. Have a little bit of fun with the Ocean Drake. If it all goes pear-shaped, you can disengage and just regen it all anyway and start again. So, might even see an Elder Drake fight for me. Maybe this is the game changer for UTS. This is the Hail Mary play that they need. Can they steal or start or get the Elder Drake?
All important cooldown reduction there for Lanson. Continue to spam. Rewind as well as the bombs could come in clutch here to try and buy some room. Create some space here for Kenneth to get as much uptime as possible. Going to be very tough, however, for this Varus. Doesn't have any summoners. Very, very vulnerable to the diving composition that Chiefs have drafted here.
The ornaments are coming through too now, Skimmy, so the Misfortune has picked up the the Molten Storm.
Molten Edge, yeah.
Molten Edge, sorry, Molten Storm's a player. I got it stuck in my head.
Insanely strong. Insanely strong right now. It's going to be a 1-4 split instead, actually. Silas going to pick up as much free farm as possible top side. Mordekaiser going to push in and assist those super minions. The rest of the team now look to try and collapse and get the final inhibitor. They may just go for a fight, or they could always just back off for an Elder in 30 seconds. Water time isn't going to achieve much as the members disperse their way around them. They can play patiently right now. They've got every win condition in their sight. They throw out the Glacial Prison, but there's no follow-up just yet as Zeus tries to make something happen. Out goes the Death Realm. Twist once again trying to be as clutch as possible, but driving into the back line and slam-dunking members as far away as possible from their aid. Mordekaiser is just ending the game on his own. We're seeing it happen so often right now in the OCS. It feels like the theme of week number 2. A successful 4v5. Yeah. And a game-ending play from a top laner. What's new?
I mean, the fight, I think UTS played it relatively well. It's just the Ocean Soul was keeping them propped up, keeping them just out of lethal, and unfortunately for them, they weren't able to, defend their base. It was a 4v5 as well. Elo didn't want none of that fun. There was no way he was teleporting in or collapsing on that play. He just said, boys, I'm ending the game. I'm not a for-fun player. And so Chiefs pick up the first win of their campaign.
That they do. A lot more comfortable this time around. A lot more strength showcased in their individual lanes. That was able to transition into such a comfortable mid-game for them to run their opponents rampant and essentially set themselves up for so many win conditions that even if they didn't win that team fight, they could have backed out, picked up an Elder, could have waited for that Baron, could have just ended the game purely through minion pressure alone. But as you highlight, Elo from start to finish, really, really wanted to win that game, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice getting... Well, you feel like it's a weight off your shoulders when you get that first win at the start of a season, and you start to build that into a little bit of momentum. You start to believe in yourself more, believe in your teammates more. Everything starts to come together. So I don't blame them. No nonsense, just ending the game and it's hopefully riding this momentum into the next week.
Well, back-to-back games with top laners ending the game because they've had enough of it. We're going to see what happens as we go into game number 4 as Legacy Genesis take on the newcomers, Pentanet.gg Rise.
Few know the truth of the Shadow Isles. Even fewer dare to venture there.
Perhaps you're not ready. The black mists are reaching further across the waters every year. I can't let that happen. That is what your father said. I'll relay the words and come right back. I must do this. For him. Go. Hello? Father? Father!
Poor lost souls. Round and round we go. That is the truth of the Isles. Mortals come, lured by hope, and we are always waiting.
It is impressive, if I do say so myself.
Sure is, Professor. But what does it do?
Do? The Hextech core generates more energy than a quadradian power cell. The applications are limitless. Would you like to sneak a peek?
Boy, would I!
Tomorrow, all of Piltover will catch a glimpse of the future! Oh, oh dear. Oh no! Who would do this?
Don't you worry, Professor. I'll get it back.
Do be careful!
You're so pretty. What if I transfer the energy too? Thank you, Jinx, for making me. Oh, no problem, Mr. Sparkles. Now let's start this party. Perfect.
Oh, man.
What if I redirect this? I might get more thrust too. Here goes nothing. All right, let's see what this thing can do.
I'm sorry, Professor Heimerdinger. I guess I couldn't get it.
It's all right, my young apprentice, but this is a most unanticipated outcome. What a clever design. Now, what if we adjusted the electromagnetic coils?
It could generate enough energy to...
Ladies and gentlemen, behold! The power of invention!
Welcome back to the OCS as we get ourselves ready for game number 4. And boy, oh boy, Jubes, teams have shown up today with definitely a newfound sense of purpose. There seems to be a bit of a difference in terms of the playstyle, especially with top laners expressing that for as much hate and I'm trying to think of another term to describe them with. They feel at times that they aren't as influential. You know, it feels like a lot of the glory goes the way of the mid laners. For back-to-back games now, they have really crushed their opponents and then said, look, we're ending the game whilst you guys want to try and force out team fights. Yeah,
top laners seem to be the most disciplined of the bunch, right? Everyone else wants to engage in that 5v5 or 4v4 or 4v5 combat. And top laners just saying, nah, you know what? I prefer to get our first win on the board. So, yeah, I mean... It is also like a little bit of a bait, right? Like Chiefs Academy were playing at their limits. No one died in the 4. And all they were doing was just trying to stall time for Mordekaiser to end. So it's just good to see teams playing that little bit of that macro game and not just straight head ramming when they don't need to and minimizing risk.
It's been one that has showcased a fair few different builds as well. It's going to be very interesting if we get a chance to actually speak afterwards with Azus and be like, hey, so just a bit of a thought and feeling as to the Ceres build there on the Silas. What was the reasoning behind it? I got a chance to speak with Sybil last week about the Omni Stone on the Sejuani as well. And it's always interesting to hear their thoughts and feelings as to sort of what they feel works and sort of not necessarily like reinventing the wheel, but showcasing that what has been really displayed on a global front isn't always the best to meet it. But here we go. This is the real talking point. Pentanet.GG Rise make their debut today. Had a bye last week, but this time they get to showcase what they are all about. And for me, a few familiar faces. Piglet 101 from the OUC with the UD champions, but the rest of these guys, rather prominent faces in the scene, dating all the way back, say, to 2016.
Yeah, so, I mean, I have Seb, Luch, and Crazy, who are all OPL, like experienced OPL kind of veterans. Interesting to see Luch back. You know, he kind of just, you know, up and left. Didn't really know, you know, normally a player does an announcement, this and that. Like Luch kind of just, you know, kind of vanished, and now he's back playing with Pentanet. So it's good to see him back, you know, in the system. And yes, just experience all around the board, really. And most of these players on the Pentanet roster have played competitively before, versus what you would call maybe, you know, they're not inexperienced, the Legacy roster, but I think their experience of Pentanet far outweighs Legacy's.
Yeah, comparatively, it seems like a bit of a landslide victory in favour of PGG. It'll be interesting to see, given Buggy had such a great debut match on that LeBlanc, finishing 7-1, able to destroy multiple win conditions in what was a raid boss Ocean Soul Mordekaiser to clutch the victory in their favour. Nausicaa, very memorable performance there on the fresh, played out of his mind to ensure that they found so many vital picks, showed great discipline to ensure fights went their way. So a game where hard to really make a clear favourite. Going to be very interesting to see really what Pentanet prepared and how they really found that synergy since forming this new squad.
Yeah, and so we see Varus first pick again seems to be a very big priority, and I think a rightful one in the OCS so far. Nautilus Ezreal the response. Obviously, we're not going to see much Zoe gameplay by the looks of it. It seems to be perma-banned. combined with the Graves as well. You know, I don't think we've seen a Graves yet either, so that's banned away as well. Varus Bard is the lane that's picked into the Ezreal Nautilus, so, you know, there's a lot of kill threat for the Ezreal Naut onto the Bard, but also if they don't do anything in this lane, then Bard becomes kind of like a river Bard and really oppressive and really hard to deal with.
Yeah, going to get so many chimes and just become an absolute monster. Someone that can just influence these fights so much. And we always talk about, obviously, Bard in that capacity, but his ability to lock in place turrets, really deny sieges with the Tempered Fate. We've seen it so many times where it can lock in place and just completely negate what a Rift Herald is designed to do. So if Legacy find themselves in a situation where they fall behind, there's always a chance for them to regain some tempo, negate a lot of resources invested in that way. Maokai comes out, Poppy the response, so it looks like we've got our top lane, unless they decide to flex into jungle.
I was about to say, now we got the PogChamp matchup in the top lane. It's just going to be a slugfest between Maokai and Poppy. But one thing I've seen Poppies do recently is that they actually go Death Dance. So they go Barmy Sindai into like Death Dance. And so it becomes more of like a, you know, I'm going to win the side lane build as opposed to just building your traditional tank group and team fight build. So keep an eye on what this Poppy decides to build, if it even is a top lane Poppy. Again, both these picks can be flexed multiple ways.
Yeah, we've seen a jungle Poppy that threw us off a little bit. We haven't seen a jungle Maokai in a fair bit of time, but we've seen it definitely in support mid and top as well.
Rusty the caster is a big Maokai jungle connoisseur. He loves a Maokai jungle, so maybe that'll go there and Rusty gets his fix of Maokai jungle.
Well, if he's still here, he'll be enjoying it big time, given the fact that he's got his Bard on display as well, as these next set of bans come on out. 2 tank junglers denied away with the Sejuani and the Trundle. Not wanting to make sure that the Subjugate finds infinite value, not wanting to fall victim to wombo combos of ults being flung their way. Doesn't seem like the wombo combo teams are doing so well today.
No.
Looks like Split Push is finding a lot more merit, just lane dominance.
Yeah, but a lot of the split pushing lanes are just winning, right? And it's not how some of the lanes should go. It's just going that way through like some like really nice outplays and real good laning. So, you know, compliments to the laning phase of some players that we've seen today, but not traditionally how most of those matchups play out. At least coming through for Seb. Seb, not necessarily known as the biggest Elise player, but played in a meta where there was an abundance of picks and you didn't necessarily have to play Elise. So interesting to see that pick up. I do know Seb as more of a farm heavy farm heavy pressure type of invade type of jungler. So little bit of a change. Maybe the breaks done him well.
Well, the response seems to be that they want to go for a Kindred, utilize the mobility, try and be a nuisance to dodge at the cocoon.
I like
victimize the Elise.
I do think Kindred is really strong in the meta right now, but I think if there's a matchup that is, you know, it's not a struggle for Kindred, but if there's a matchup that's losable, it is the Elise. Elise just has that 100-0 capacity and like then makes you burn ultimate, your Lamb's Respite. And then if you do use that, Elise also can stall it by repelling. So there's a lot of outplay potential for Elise. Elise can be the far more proactive of the two. And, you know, your jungle path on Kindred is really telegraphed to that you're going to path towards your marks and try to secure them. Elise can be there waiting in a bush and you have no means to face check that. If she lands a cocoon on you, you're chunked out and you're gone. So this matchup has outplay potential on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Elise has so many, you know, offensive abilities, even defensive, to keep real big uptime on a Kindred, in which we see so many times drafted to abuse the fact that they have maybe one gap closer or just no gap closer, and that the Kindred can just kite you around. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how both Falconer and Seb can look to go toe-to-toe in terms of winning that one. LeBlanc, once again, for Buggy, after a successful performance last week, wants to keep with that momentum and showcase it again. Have a bit of a rough time, however. There's going to be a lot of ways for him to get shut down in place, locked in with stuns, roots, hooks, and tethers galore.
Yeah, Luch likes this matchup as well. I know from experience playing in the OPL against him for multiple years is that if you pick LeBlanc into him, he's responding with the Karma, because LeBlanc's trading pattern is all straight line, right? Like, she has to distort forward. She has to distort in a way in which it means Karma lands a free empowered Q or a free Q whilst shielding a lot of the, you know, the burst or the trade damage from the LeBlanc. So yeah, Luch, I think he actually wanted this matchup. You know, Buggy played this in week 1, potentially a bit telegraphed, and Luch has got the pick that I think he favors in this matchup. And it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. You know, playing Karma into LB gets perma priority and having the Elise, it's going to be a bit of a rough game for the Kindred, right? I think this is a game where we will see a lot of like jungle mid abuse. We'll see Karma push wave, roam with the Elise, and look to punish a side or Kindred.
It feels like we've had a big emphasis really today on jungle mid gap, or even just their synergy to culminate together. In terms of we've had some games where it's been very top heavy on a particular prioritization, be it full AP topside, for instance, making it very easy for the opposition to draft into that. Going to be a double AP setup coming into this one here, so you'd see the LeBlanc and the Kindred as a double carry threat, but as you mentioned before, the outplay potential for both of these could really swing the balance, which would then obviously trickle down into those side lanes.
Yeah, and so if we wanted to go top to bot, we're not going to really see anything happen topside, right? Like if a kill goes either way, I don't think it's going to end or make or break the game.
Yeah.
We've already talked about the jungle mid synergy and how that, because there's no real kill threat for Pentanet's side in terms of killing LeBlanc. Like she's too mobile, and it'd have to be a monumental mistake from her. But getting the priority and swinging in that bot side is where we're going to see most of the damage, right? Like, and we look at this bot lane, it's a Nautilus into a Bard, into a Varus, have some good, hard, reliable CC. So I think top lane is going to be on a bit of an island, and all of this pressure is going to be pushing waves into punishing bot side of the map. It's going to be fun to see, honestly, because the experience of Pentanet makes you assume that they're going to be able to play it correctly, and they're going to actually, have the macro sense and have the wave manipulation sense to make this come to fruition. So I'm super excited to see Seb and Luch bring back some of that synergy, bring back some of that OPL knowledge, some of that experience, and show like the kids, if you will, how to do it.
The newcomers say we've been around.
Well, it's
before.
funny because they're still so young, but like everyone's still so young, but they're boomers in esports terms, right?
Oh, in esports, you're ancient, right? You're hitting 40, you've overstayed, but it's one of those situations where I feel like, you come into this one, you've got that experience. Could that be the sort of deciding factor that showcases? It can always be a little bit rough when you're starting off a split and maybe not being able to resemble your scrim results, or not having enough time to sort of build up those synergies, those communication things. It's going to be one of those ones where we sort of go in blind a little bit here, knowing what they've achieved in their past, but then sort of seeing when you achieve 5 together, is that enough to sort of dismantle what's coming out here from Legacy Genesis? My question to you, though, Jubes, would be, we've got this Ezreal Nautilus matchup. We're expecting them obviously to be very punishing to make sure that the Bard can't just free roam and rock through this river to get obviously important vision, most notably on towards the Karma and the Elise. But, is there a situation in which, because I'm imagining this is going to be an Arcane Comet Varus, where they could just chunk them out and just completely fault any kind of engage?
Yeah, this is definitely a game where lethality Varus is warranted, right? Any of the poke landing onto the Karma, onto the Elise, onto the Ezreal is going to mean that it's not a fight that they want. But in saying that, the engage from Pentanet isn't that reliable, right? Like, it's not, Nautilus is the reliable engage, but Poppy isn't an engaged champion, right? Yeah. Poppy isn't, you don't pick Poppy to start a 5v5. You pick Poppy because, you need to disengage, or you need to stop some mobility from someone. So I don't think Pentanet have an easy time starting fights, if you will. But what they do is they have an easy fight setting up vision, and again, picking members who are straying from minion waves, right?
They can abuse face checks.
Yeah, face checks, right? That's all it is. It's face check abuse. Karma is that one constant. Karma is the one player that's going to give you perma vision control, perma prio, which means you can play either side of the map.
Or has opted for the cleanse as well to make her matchup in the mid wave even easier. And it feels a little bit doomed today. We're not getting a full success rate on our calls for these Varus builds. It's going to be another on-hit version.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Varus though, right? Is you can go either way. But, if he went lethality this game, it's not a bad choice.
Have to see how much uptime he can get on this one. That's always what I'm interested in, right? Given that there is that variation, that ability to flex between the two. I don't know if there's a necessity to even spreadsheet it out as such, but how many blight stacks would you need to reliably sort of showcase it being stronger than the Arcane Comet? That is a question for another time. And one, I suppose, when put in isolation, doesn't really mean too much.
Well, I don't think you could, because it's not that... So the reason you can put a spreadsheet for builds is because it's the same champion, it's the same playstyle. You're just altering the items you purchase and therefore the numbers that it puts out. But when you do lethality barriers, it's a different playstyle from on hit. So therefore the comparison isn't the same because, you know, over the duration of a game, lethality barriers might do more damage than on hit barriers, but on hit barriers might win you a team fight that lethality barriers wouldn't, right? So the comparison isn't a fair one to make in terms of like raw numbers.
It's a failed science experiment. We know how these ones go. When the baseline is there for no comparison. But let's see how these junglers start things off, both opting for a blue start. As we can see already the shenanigans on the top side of both bruisers punching on. They've both gone for grasp, so no doubt looking to achieve as many stacks as possible coming out of that laning phase. We expect to see these junglers sit around this bottom side of the map. This double buff has now been achieved here by Seb. Very early push from Kedu allows him to rotate into this river, spot that ward has gone down.
Yeah, it's full clear from Kindred too, or full clear topside into red buff. I think Elise was going to look for an invade onto the Kindred, but, you know, utilizing their priority and dipping their head into river has halted Seb's progress, and he's just a little bit too late. You know, he may have caught Kindred on the red buff, but instead he's just going to take the race away.
Pick that one up for free, as Falconer is only meters away down bot side, picking up those golems as a result. Nice hook gets landed. He's going to connect onto Norsga's Bard as the trade goes out, but the longer these fights will favor the Enchanter as he can sustain himself with these Cocos. Now we might see a collision of both junglers now finally meeting, as it is going to be the bot lane priority that we imagine it to be. Stun lands. All-in fight might take place as Piglet aggressively flashes forward. Arcane Shift does connect. Hook was millimeters away. And that would have been the ticket for Seb, the green light to go.
Yeah, I think we would have saw a flash cocoon if that hook landed, but as you mentioned, the trade pattern for in lane for the Ezreal Nautilus is really short trades, trading on the aftershock of Nautilus until they're like in lethal range or until Nautilus is level 6. I think at level 6 they probably have enough damage and combined with like Ezreal's burst and Ezreal ulti to, you know, 100 to 0 someone. But if you're just trading on aftershock Nautilus, whenever it's off cooldown, you win every trade. The moment you start standing there and let Bard slap you back, probably a bad time. Maybe at least caught in the river here.
Yeah, Seb in a spot above her right now. It's actually going to be the top laners coming down to fight as well. Vance in a spot above her. He's actually quite low.
Nice repel juke from
contest. Yeah, not bad at all. Bought himself a lot of time, allowed the laners to rotate and assist. Actually get a net pentanet.gg. Ability to pick up
grab. Yeah, double grab.
So much vision control. Speaking of that, oh my gosh, that damage was disgusting. Pliglet aggressively arcane shifting forward and popping the heal. Surely a misclick there, but Norsga smurfing with a stun on the minion. And achieving everything they need.
That's just a misclick. We'll put that one down to a misclick. But nice little trade there from Keru and Norsga. I guess, like, you know, whilst a misclick, it's still a forced mistake, right? Like, the Bard stun lands, putting Ezreal into a dangerous position, and instead of E-flashing away, he E's on the spot. So, you know, nice trade there from Norsga and Keru, and laning extremely well, 10 CS up as well as a kill.
Getting everything they need to stay relevant, allowing the Varus to be strong during the laning phase, which we know him for. And giving them the ability to have some strength once that level 6 comes online, where potential turnaround could take place from the Pentanet duo.
Yeah, and like I said, Ezreal is one of those champions that doesn't really fall too far behind in lane. Hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute. Yeah. It's going to be a rotation as Nautilus believed that he knew something was amok. And he's hanging around in the area, spots out that portal, but it's too little too late. Luch falls on down, fully collapsed upon. Bard abusing the fact that he has portals for days.
Nice
innovative to assist.
Gank path there from the Bard. I like seeing that, you know, you can get these weird gank angles specifically because Bard can get that portal through walls, so maybe Luch wasn't expecting it, but really good. Like, this is what a solo queue in lane does for you now, right? Especially as a Bard, he was able to base, pick up the Mobies. Varus is fine because the wave's pushing back to him, and he's able to just play as a river Bard. And this game becomes extremely hard for Pentanet now, as this Bard can just leave lane as he pleases and have no real concern for Varus getting punished, especially because I think they'll freeze this outside of tower, right? Yeah, Bard's just going to tank this and freeze it outside of tower.
Incredibly frustrating right now for Penitent to try and force a response. They are invading as a duo between Nautilus and Elise. Checking out vision on towards the Raptors. A very deep ping cord onto the red buff as well. Trying to keep tabs as to where Falconer is. Trying to find an advantage off their own, which may just have to compound with a dragon to start off the Sol acquisition. Going to be an Inferno one taken off the score sheet and an Ocean as well. So we're going to have ourselves a Cloud or a Mountain Soul to fight for. Bit of a change of pace.
And so this might just be a straight take Poppy. I thought maybe we would see the Death Dance coming out, but the cloth armor sitting there makes me think that maybe it's just going to be a Sunfire Rush Poppy. But then, yeah, I guess it makes sense, right? Like, it's a Kindred jungle. I was going to say it's a Maokai double AP solo lane, but he's just factoring in the Kindred. I think he's a little bit worried about the Maokai Kindred gank setup.
See, Seb continues to hover around mid-wave. Doesn't want to allow Buggy to get out of control. Both obviously have the ability to force out fights with their tethers landing.
I just don't see any kill threat in mid lane for Release and for Calm.
I want to say Seb is trying to force the fact that he's been able to get a bit of a CS lead, but Kindred's able to equalize a fair bit of it right now. Midway frozen, favoring nobody really at this stage. Red buff has actually been stolen away. Both mid laners assisting.
Yeah, he
Legacy
snagged
getting
that
up
one
ahead. Successful invade, rewarded with a red buff, and very small gold lead now starting to be achieved, mostly in part to the successful first blood in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you know how a game's going from which jungler ticks 6 first. The fact that Falconer could get double crabbed and still hit level 6, you know, means that he has some very strong lanes to play around. He's able to get off those invades, steal some camps back, so Falconer, despite getting double crabs, playing the game extremely well.
That was a bot lane flip to allow that to happen. It's going to break the freeze that they were suffering bot side. Massive waves going to crash in here as Vans can look to gobble it all up. It seems to be a bit of an acquisition of out-rotation so far. Pentanet now, with waves crashing, are looking to try and force the response.
Yeah, Legacy
Kindred
Genesis
may just look the hard force.
Legacy Genesis has been watching too many Legacy OPL VODs with these 8-minute flips that they've been doing to secure Rift Heralds. This is the second week in a row we've seen them flip for a neutral objective, so maybe they're sharing scrims or sharing coaches in the Legacy camp.
Well, they're getting a lot out of it. They've just built themselves up a nice little gold lead as a result. Falcon is still going to hang around, really wants to try and deploy their Herald and make the fight a living reality. Depth charge going to find value onto 3-man knockup.
Nice ult.
Tempered Fate lands on down, and quite honestly, Crazy probably wishes he actually stood inside it.
Yeah.
As he gets sniped away by the Varus arrow. Now he actually, Nausicaa flashing on forward to try and connect with a stun underneath the turret. If they'd achieved a double kill, I tell you,
I mean,
I'd have written this one off.
Really aggressive from Nausicaa, but he's having a bit of a blind eye, if I'm being honest. Landing a really good Bard ultimate, impacting mid lane as well. Really good game from him so far, showing his proficiency on Bard.
He's showing up right now as a major support contender in this split so far. Buggy in a lot of trouble right now. The mid-jungle duo are going to look to try and force this. They won't get juked. Luch will flash and connect. He gets himself an all-important blue buff to continue to bully out this mid-pressure.
Yeah, really nice gank coming through on the mid lane. It was really well baited from Karma as well. It was one of those gank angles where it was really, you know, there was a way for Buggy to live, but it was also one of those times where I said he has to make a big mistake to die. And that was one of those mistakes, right? He's getting a massive gold lead in the top lane. He's really not the vocal point of the team. Sure, he's playing LeBlanc, but he can't just be content farming this lane out. Instead, tries to trade aggressively, and you know, when you can't see a leash, you just can't do that.
Big wave difference starting to favor Luch here.
Yeah, Luch picking up a CS lead, and partly because this matchup, but also, you know, he's put in a lot of time on this Karma, and I think people tend to forget how good Luch was as a mid laner when he was in the OPL. So good learning experience for Buggy being able to verse someone of this caliber.
Not being put under too much pressure, Jeshet is able to hang on to that cleanse as Legacy's bot lane once again force the map flip, come back to this bottom side of the map to now take a second turret, keep the pressure on their opposition, make sure that the priority is found in this direction so they can easily transition themselves into the next dragon spawning. Tempered fate gonna land, but that's a beautiful repel. Stun, however, does connect to follow things up with, and well, Buggy this time finds revenge. That's a double kill found on Maokai of all people, and stands within the Lamb's respite, then can surely just portal out, but okay, decides to flash away instead. The guy's just styling.
I mean, was he styling or inting? Why didn't he take the portal?
Well, some things a bit are left unheard, and well, the fight continues regardless. LeBlanc finds the Tevit, gets the kill. Double kill, however, Piglet's Israel. That's what he needs to make sure that he stays relevant in this game, doesn't fall victim to an increasingly strong Varus.
This Bard is just causing so many problems for Pentanet right now, man. The landing of the ultimate, sure, it didn't, as I say that.
Ooh, max range, Norska in trouble. Does he have the portal to get himself out of this one? The Dragoness gets stolen away, and well.
I was gonna say, I was just gonna hype my man's Nausicaa up. I was gonna talk about how well he's playing. The Bard ulti forces the repel early from Elise, manages to stun Elise with one of her spiderlings as well. So we see the replay here, right? Like, although the Bard ult doesn't land, forces the repel, comes back down in spider form, stuns off the spider, Maokai just goes in, you know, he's tanking the turret for days. Really nice Kindred ult coming through. Little bit of a questionable flash coming through as well, but you know, still a valuable and still a good trade for them. Legacy Genesis turn around here as well. Varus ulti onto the Poppy. We see the damage coming through from both the marksmen, putting through so much work, and ended up losing the dragon though.
Yeah, the poke duo between the Kummer and the Ezreal enough just to delete Kid herself, but before he has a chance to respond, even flash. But the sequencing for that Lamb's Respite to ensure that Van stayed alive was beautiful, just unlucky not to be able to get out. Forcing that flash, maybe a little bit of nerves coming online as he's now the brunt of a 4-man collapse topside.
It's important to note, Skimmy, that despite the laning phase from Piglet and Crazy, you know, getting that 2v2, dying 2v2 rather, they're 4-1 now.
He's done such an incredible job to come back into this.
Yeah, I guess he's just picked up every kill in all the skirmishes, right? Like, I mean, they're not even down, right? After that kill on Maokai on the top side, they're only down 1 kill, and Ezreal managed to pick that one up as well. So, you know, picking this Karma and having the Ezreal kind of means they got a little bit of a hyper carry almost online.
To fall victim to a freeze bot side, then to be flipped top, lose a turret and lose both your lives as well. It's a situation which shows formidable resolution or resolve really to hang in there, and I guess at the end of the day, snipe away the kills to get yourself online. That's what you need an Ezreal to do, get that cheap build to match that of the lethality build.
Well, they've...
and the Varus.
Yeah, but they've managed to make picks, and that's what their composition is really, you know, formed on. Having the Elise, having the Nautilus, being able to just catch people out, and that's what they've been able to do, and that's why Piglet, you know, he's not only back in the game, but he's accelerated. He's up gold on the Varus. Maybe not actually, because Varus did get a lot of turret plates, both bot and top, so maybe if we can get a toggle, we'll be able to see, but... Yep. Okay, yeah, so Varus is still ahead gold, but, you know...
Yeah, plate's carrying.
Yeah, but it's by no means out of the park in which it could have been.
Absolutely not.
Thank you, observers. Our observers are smurfing.
They're always on point, they're listening.
Yep.
Gold difference, as you can see right now, is found between Nausicaa and Falconer. Small lead, as you say, yeah, for Luch. Making sure the Karma acts as the catalyst for their team, able to turn this one around.
Yeah, this is the thing Luch does really well, is he just manages to pick farm up, right? You know, you could have him, say, down in lane or just even, and the moment laning phase breaks and he starts catching sideways, he starts to develop CS where it shouldn't even grow. And so, we're seeing him pick up a bit of a CS lead now. PP comes through, maybe a fight.
They want to force it. They Originally turning our attention on towards Luch, but now onto Seb. He actually repels into the Tempered Fate. Layer the CC, gonna get stunned by the LeBlanc Tether, and collected and checked in there by Kedu. Beautiful acquisition there. Nice little rotation. Teleport coming in clutch.
That was a clutch Bard ultimate. So the only escape route at least he managed to Tempered Fate it, and you know, that was like a very high IQ play, high IQ Bard ultimate from Oceanic. He must have been putting in the hard yards on this champion.
It's been very impressive so far for Legacy Genesis. Both games he's played.
Well, he's got all of their KP. He has 7 KP.
He's leading the line, showing initiative. When you look to him being a source of strength, they can have a solid, reliable bot lane. Well, the scaling conversation becomes a fun one. 30 seconds now on this next dragon. It is going to be a Mountain Soul that we are playing for here today. A few benefits of that, or a few benefactors really, primarily between top lane and support. Haven't really had the Mountain Soul when we've had full tank comps just yet. It's like the game knows.
Yeah, fight break
take place. Nature's Graph does go out, lock them in place. No member's going to fall on down just yet.
Some low health
Flashes
bars,
are up and available. There is not one, however, for Seb.
This is
not too concerned.
Well, this is sole point if they get this. Having the Poppy,
they just look willing to give it across.
Yeah, having the Poppy, having the Nautilus, you know, combined with the Karma Shields and a Mountain Soul for your troubles wouldn't be too bad for the composition of Pentanet. So, you know, 4.5 minute window in which Legacy really need to talk about how they're going to contest this next dragon, because with the gold lead that they have and the champions and the tools that they have, they should be able to contest, should be able to get into the river and get that vision control down. It's definitely not a dragon that they should be giving away.
Perhaps an argument to be made here that they want to make sure that there are a few more items online, perhaps a second power spike for Kedu, before they decide that they want to try and force that fight out. And Norska does have the dead man, so continues to accentuate what this roaming style can achieve as he goes around collecting as much as possible.
Ezreal nearly on his Trinity Force as well, which is an important note. He'll definitely have this Trinity Force up and ready for the 4-minute dragon fight. So these important items, these little, you know, item windows, power spikes, if you will, are starting to come through. And, you know, 3,000 gold lead, 2,000 gold lead really isn't much to write home about at this point in the game.
It's got the Mirror Miner evolved and the CDR coming online. No doubt going to be an absolute menace with his mobility. Increasingly hard for the opposition to find any form of stickiness on towards the target. Stopwatches are online. Got it for the Maokai, the Bard, as well as the Nautilus. So the problem is really for Pentanet having what looked like from a drafting angle a lack of engage. Hasn't really been challenged yet.
No. I mean, that's the thing, right? You don't need a hard engage composition if you're there first. And I know I've said this all night tonight, but it's just true. If you're there first to the neutral that they want to contest, the engage or the fight comes to you, right? Not all the time do you need an R button, do you need a go button. The lifeline that a R button comp gives you is that if you fall behind, you can then pull triggers and find ways back into the game. But the composition with Pentanet, they managed to find picks, they managed to slow the game down, they managed to claw their way back into what was a rough early game, and now, you know, they're happy having the fight come to them. The moment that they get priority in a lane and they get some really good vision control down, they're okay if they get face checked by Legacy Genesis. Legacy Genesis bring the fight to them.
The Ginsu's is there as Piglet is still waiting to complete the Trinity Force. Whether or not this means that Kedu and Crow decide to try and force a fight now. That small window. Although the ramifications of what that would mean aren't too big, given it's another couple of minutes before next dragon comes online. 4 stacks of the hunt completed here for Kindred. Is there a break point you would say there, Juves, being a jungler yourself, as to
for Kindred?
How much a Kindred needs to really be at this point in the game?
Yeah. So I'm going to hold the fort real quick because there's an engage coming through in the mid lane.
Well, it is indeed. They're forcing a flank as Vans comes in from the back angle, pops a stopwatch, baits out all the attention. Bard goes through the portal. Now looking for an angle to land down the Cosmic Binding. They do find a decisive pick onto Crazy.
Yeah, but it's still not as clear cut as you would like. You know, flashing health bars from the side of Legacy for the pick onto Crazy. Crazy's got his stone plate, so you know it is what it is. It's still fine. But the pressure's still coming down from Luch and Piglet. Maybe picking up a kill here. Nice flash.
Beautiful flash there by Norsgard, denying the kill. And what was a very aggressive Piglet, given the fact that he's now got a Trinity Force complete.
Yeah.
And wants to showcase what he can do. Looks like we've had a bit of a disconnect, so we're going to jump back to where we were before. But yeah, jumping out to my question before, I mean, we've seen Kindreds, you know, have moments of success and other times where they fall behind, where they are unable to complete those quests. Is there a sort of break point, a number that you have, like a ballpark in your head as to where they should be?
Well, so with Kindred, each kind of, you have a passive, and off the top of my head, I don't know what each passive does, but you know, your first 3 marks, you get a bonus attack speed once you use your Q. Then another 3 marks, there's like a % HP damage on Wolf, I believe, or something like that, right? So I'm looking for about 3 marks from somewhere between, you know, 10 to 15 minutes. Like I'm okay, I'm content with that. And then when we get to about 20, 25 minutes, 6 marks, you know, that's really optimal. And then anything after that is a bonus. Like sometimes you do struggle getting to 9 marks, and 9 marks is really where you see like a significant ramp up in damage. But for the most part, if you have anywhere between like a game ending, I think in a professional, in a competitive game where it is a lot harder to get marks than solo queue, if you have 3 to 6, then I think you're happy, because Kindred then isn't really like the solo queue Kindred that you have nightmares about. It's more the utility from the ultimate. It's more the Black Cleaver stacks that you're putting onto the front line of the enemy team. So I think professional or competitive Kindred is a little bit different to solo queue Kindred.
Yeah, and it seems to be that at the moment, the Lamb's Respite being the ultimate has been a big deciding factor in allowing him to force fights, make aggressive dives, and obviously have that get out of jail free card. So I think, as you say, 4 marks is definitely putting him in an ability to lighten the load on Kedu's various shoulders. And say, look, we have damage in multiple departments.
He's in an okay spot, you know. He's not super ahead, and he's not behind either.
Not before we went to that quick break. It's Legacy Genesis still keeping the goal lead up by a 3k margin. Buggy feigning the recall, actually spots Seb rotating through to catch top wave, and actually gets deleted up in the clouds.
Yeah, good night, Sebastian. Not having the debut that I think he would like to have had, right? 0-3-2 on the Elise, hasn't been able to find, you know, success with these early ganks. Not really been able to put the pressure onto the Kindred. Sure, the Mercury Tread's Hex Drinker is a nightmare for Elise to deal with, but not really found his mojo in this game.
Yeah.
Dragon spawning in 7 seconds as well, so potentially we see the Pentanet roster try and stall, wait for Elise to get there, and maybe we see Legacy Genesis just try to burn this one down. Flash Varus is dead.
Yeah, Genesis just want to force this one straight away. Poppy's going to knock out Nausicaa, but it's not going to be enough because he's already landed that stun, which allowed Vans and Codes to flash forward in and force the engage. They were only able to pick up Nautilus as a result. Nausicaa making his way back to this one, but it has bought enough time to allow Elise to rock up here.
But you can't let Pentanet's team do this to you, right? All they're doing, they're not committing onto the Dragon, and they're not committing for a fight either, right? All their tools are down. And so right now, look at that. They're just getting poked by the Ezreal and the Karma. They need to do something. They need a force.
A bit comical there, the amount of damage. Absurd, really, from Luch. Quite happy to say, yeah, Buggy, you can look for a flank. Yeah, Tanks, you can wait for that overextension. We're never going to give it to you. And now you've donated us a situation in which we're doing the dance. We want the dance, and now we get this Dragon for free as a result. But I tell you what, I've eaten my own words there. When it all looks so good, Kedu has sniped it away and given Legacy Genesis a lifeline.
Jungler Smite? Is that what they're doing right now? I mean, whilst I was giving Luch and Piglet praises, Keru just comes up trumps. There's something about us casting Skimmy and ADC stealing dragons. Seems like every cast we do, an ADC steals a dragon.
How many times have we seen? I think that's like the third one in the span of only a couple of weeks right now. It's becoming a bit of a running meme.
And so what we're seeing though is we're seeing Pentanet's composition really come to fruition, right? The Ezreal, the Karma are becoming so hard to deal with. What needs to happen, maybe LeBlanc finds a pick, no, nice hook was crazy. What needs to happen is that when Legacy Genesis engage, they end the fight, okay? At the moment, they're getting one pick for their troubles. Flash Varus ulti to pick up a Nautilus. A Bard ulti to just pick up a Nautilus isn't good enough because the ensuing fight or the objective that, they're trying to secure after, they can never do because Karma and Ezreal are just going to get too much poke down, right? Maokai is the only one that can really sustain that poke.
And they have an incredibly strong team fight as a result now because Ezreal has the QSS, is going to be receiving the empowerment from the Ardent Sensor of Luch as well. Has mobility. If he wasn't hard enough to get on top of before, well, between his own Arcane Shift, his own Flash, and the shield provided, it's very difficult to try and take Ezreal out of the equation here. But it has bought them some time to prevent a soul. No tankiness just yet, and Norsco wishes he had it. Gonna Tempered Fate himself, buy some time, wait it to ignite, but so many members collapse upon him, surrounded with nowhere to go.
I don't think they're going to start.
They've been so reliant on Bard as well to try and make these fights go their way.
Yeah.
I don't know if this means that Pentanет just say, let's pull the plug and go straight for a Baron.
Well, they're starting it. We'll definitely see a contest from Legacy Genesis here. LeBlanc acting like a bit of a pest on the side there. This is really good positioning from LeBlanc. She doesn't want to be with the rest of her team. It's not going to be, she doesn't want to just straight front to back. So having this angle and this approach is really, 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 really smart. Here we go, double distort. Misses the combo though.
Shot doesn't actually connect, as you say. Yeah, the full damage execute comes out from afar. That's going to be Luch baited away. Baron does get picked up this time successfully by Pentanet as the fight continues. Crazy once again falling victim to the first casualty, but Norsco's had time to respawn and rock back up to this fight. They are looking for a way to shut these members down. Pentanet Rise just surround you left, right. You have nowhere to turn. You're picked up apart. It feels very rough with Buggy unable to find that initial one shot.
Yeah, I think that's the game changer, right? Alternate universe, he lands that full combo, maybe gets the kill onto Luch. It's a bit of a game changer, but we're really seeing some good setup from Pentanet Rise. They're able to get full control of the Baron Pit. The call is to commit. Crazy puts his life on the line yet again. He's got the 0-5-5, but maybe that death there was warranted. And they're just playing the pick composition extremely well. After making one pick, they're always transitioning it into objectives. So the start of the Baron here, we see Buggy again. I think this is the right play from Buggy. He really just needs to be able to land his abilities here, potentially go on the Elise even. Once he misses that chain, he's as good as dead though. Luch chases him down. And we just see Keru with Vans not able to do enough here, right? Like Shaw's just tanking it. Keru's stacking up the Rage Blade. Autos Pink Ward once, but gets wallbanged. Bard wasn't there as well, just coming back from the Death Realm, and just an easy cleanup for the Pentanet roster.
Rough for Keru as well. You can see the amount of uptime he had on Shaw. Basically thrown everything in the way of the Poppy, and then all it took was just a slap into the wall and he was gone.
Yeah, and there's maybe a world where if Keru positioned a little bit better, he cleans that team fight up, right? But that's obviously being hypercritical. It was a 4v5. Bard got there pretty late. LB was getting soloed out on the back line, so...
Oh, another chance here for Pentanet.GG Rise to go for that soul point condition. They're trying to hang in the river right now to deny any vision being laid down by Legacy Genesis, and Piglet was in a bit of trouble there as they had their attention turned towards forcing the opposition's hand by going through mid. Temper Fate was only really traded for an Arcane Shift, so still they're on the rise, on the ahead.
Yeah, all Legacy Genesis need to do is land a Bard ult or just an engage Maokai flank onto the Karma or the Ezreal, and they'll win a team fight.
They're trying to go head on so far, but Buggy's now found a bit of a flanking angle. Trying to look for that one shot if can be. Stone plates get popped. Shaw on the back line going to knock away members. Takes out Kindred. No Lamb's Respite right now. They are as good as vulnerable. Instantly let collapse on Kedu, exposing that weakness. Now they turn their attention onto the second carry in Buggy, and he is gone. Legacy's Genesis win conditions crumbling around them.
Yeah, really good team fight from Pentanet. They put their front line in front of their carries, right, which seems simple enough, but they were able to pretty much make that Maokai ultimate non-existent. It just hit 2 of the frontline members and dispersed. So Piglet and Luch on the backline just flinging skill shots all day uninterrupted, and you can't have this, right? You can't have these extended trades where Ezreal's just throwing Qs for free, Karma's throwing Qs, just shielding, and Pentanet, I think, really just know how to win with this composition. Right?
They definitely all knew what their responsibilities were in that team fight, and they played it so well. They found a target, said, now is our go, and they forced it. And they are definitely showcasing the experience that they brought with this roster here.
And what we're seeing too is when you play the game efficiently and you're able to catch sideways and you're not getting picked and you're not giving the enemy avenues to get back into the game, you start to see these EXP differentials come on through. So you look at top lane, right? 3-level lead. Jungle, sure, he's down a level, but he's playing Elise, so it's not too relevant. There was a 2-level lead in the mid lane, but now it's 1 level. 1 level on ADC, right? Because Legacy Genesis are forcing fights. Hang on a minute. Bardot lands on the Seb. Probably just
gets stunned. Buggy now looking for that one shot again. Only has Merc Treads for the magic resist. He's going to expire over. Knock himself away. Did not receive an ignite. The snipe comes out again. Kedo is acting like a sniper as a marksman, as the one you can rely upon for clutch moments like that when need be. No major objective for them to actually contest, however, Juice. They may just now look to try and force a 4v5 lane prio.
Yeah, they have no Bardot to do so now, though, so it has to be a Maokai flank or a Maokai root, or what we see here, straight onto the sides.
It's actually a 4v4. LeBlanc going to have to run as quickly as can be. Buggy on the hunt. Maokai doing a fair bit of work there, locking members in place. They're actually on the disengage as a result of actually trying to start that fight.
So we see Varus still up gold, surprisingly. Those turret plates are still doing him wonders. Pentanet just going straight down mid lane. Want to break this inhibitor before the next objective spawns, which will be that Baron buff. So demoralizing seeing a composition with a Poppy and a Nautilus just have that massive shield, and you just know that their stats are so buffed because of it. Like, just short here, taking absolutely no damage whatsoever. Highest level in the game. Really just laughing in the face of this. 3,000 gold lead in the top lane. 1,000 gold lead in the jungle. Luch up 3k. So the gold lead is where they want it for Pentanet. And this is the hard thing to deal with for Legacy Genesis right now, because Kedu's damage, right? He's not necessarily being out-damaged by the Ezreal in terms of numbers. But the problem is Kedu doesn't have a front line that can sustain the damage that's coming out of Pentanet. So Kedu isn't able to hit as freely and as easily as the Ezreal.
This team doesn't have enough versatility to survive the extended fights, even the skirmishes that are taking place, for him to showcase how even he is neck to neck with the Ezreal as well. And it's making it very hard for them to face check any of these brushes. That was really what we discussed in draft, that they're trying to put down some vision. They may just try and stall this one out for as long as possible to make sure that there is no Baron, but there could be a potential for a trading off Baron and Elder. That's a tall ask with it, what, 2 minutes away?
Yeah.
So far away. I don't think that's an optimistic view, to be quite frank. Crazy going to continue to act as this Patriot, really. Always leading the line, able to soak up as much damage as possible and sacrifice his life for it. Baron down to half. Legacy not really in a commanding spot, really, to showcase that they can try and force a flank. There is so much vision on them. It's very hard to try and force that crazy flank as a result. Buggy going to jump into the backline, does little damage, but that's going to be a 5-man collapse. Actually make it a 4 because Seb's been taken out. Noska smurfing with the tempered fate. Could this be the deciding thing that turns the fight around? But sure, it's just once again so damn tanky. And gets one, gets two. Lamsus White comes down to try and turn the tide of this fight to make it favorable for Legacy Genesis, who are looking to try and hang on as long as possible. But I tell you what, Jubes, it may not just be enough, because Piglet is so insanely mobile. He can just wipe the floor of his opponents, get the ace, and pick himself up a quadra kill too.
Yeah, I think that was as well as Legacy Genesis could have played that fight, but we're really seeing the Karma so relevant in these team fights, just buffing Ezreal the whole time, and all we're seeing is Karma and Ezreal just dance around this team fight, pumping consistent damage. Even the Mountain Soul, right? Like, we saw it was so hard for them to get through both of these players, and you know, if you have two people alive and if you Karma and Ezreal, 9 times out of 10 you're going to win that fight. And it was really well played from Lucian, really well played from Piglet at 101. Then, you know, while they had the bye in week 1, this is their first win, and you know, maybe not the most convincing win, but we saw that, you know, when it came down to executing a composition, and, you know, a bit of a hiccup in the early game as well, but when it came down to executing a composition, they managed to just, you know, nail it. They really had no hiccups when it came to grouping, setting up for an objective, and taking it. The only hiccup was they couldn't hit that smite button.
That happens. It does happen. But regardless, a very strong debut here for Pinnacle.GG Rise. They showcased really of what their strategy was designed to do, and the ability for them to have that experience to come in and deliver the goods. A fantastic result, obviously, for them to get on the score sheet in this league. And now that means we've only got one game left. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, game number 5.
Stop! You're gonna get us in trouble. Look, I'm Garrett Crownguard, Might of Demacia. It's over for this monster.
You're spinning the wrong way. Listen, beast. You don't stand a chance against Fior Lerat.
How does she do those moves? So close to glory.
Decent footwork. Need to watch your guard, though. You think they're ready to join the Vanguard?
Well, they certainly know the flashy stuff. But seeking glory only goes so far. Will glory be there for every failure? Will glory lift you through all your trials? A true Demacian seeks excellence. So when you face death's terrible jaws, you will not falter!
Fiora.
You want me to sugarcoat it?
You keep at it.
Seems like I'm the one holding all the cards now.
Well played, Captain. You finally landed me.
Don't flatter yourself. I'm after a bigger fish. Your partner.
Now, Graves is too smart to walk into a trap. If you think he'd be stupid enough to bash...
Let him go and nobody gets hurt.
Damn it.
Dumb luck is a gift of his.
Oh, is it? No, you don't.
I got you, brother.
Much obliged. My turn.
All right, Missy Fortune. Nice and easy.
Don't make any more trouble.
Okay, you win. So who gets to collect my bounty?
Well, by arrangement, we always split 50-50.
Now, hold up, 70-30. What are you talking about? At the time, I'm pretty sure I just saved you again, which means I get the bigger cut.
Perfectly under control until you came first.
You were upside down like a piece of meat.
Call that shit.
Get your elbow out of my mouth.
That is not my elbow.
Stop moving.
You are a very large man.
Shh. What was that?
As promised, 2 for the price of 1.
Excellent. Your quartermaster.
Oh, thanks, Captain.
You're lucky I like you.
These two will make a worthy sacrifice to the beasts below. Prepare yourselves for 1,000 years of suffering.
Hold on a second. 1,000 years? Talk this out, right? How does that even work? Miss that scene. I got 20 years max. Not with this. Yeah, I'm talking about.
Don't worry, this isn't your last hand. Let's go before this gets ugly.
Looks like the tides of Bilgewater have shifted again, my friend.
Let's get out of here.
So long, Sea Witch!
My sacrifice.
Find someone else to feed your monster.
Stop them.
You gotta catch us first, this slimy fish.
Just another beautiful day in Bilgewater.
It really is.
Well, welcome back to the OCS. Appears that Juice is a bit of a musician. I believe production a little bit concerned there. Look, mate, I just want to let you know that I support you in your endeavours. Perhaps life after esports, I'm not too sure. But regardless, we'll swiftly move past that topic before we make anything awkward. The final game of the day is going to be Orders Academy taking on the newly crowned university champions in the QUT Tigers, which for me have really impressed. They've showcased that they have strength across the board. But last week, High Ngubi, for the first time actually, really had a situation in which he was punished, and one that we've not seen be a very familiar storyline.
No, and so it's a very different ball game playing from behind, right? There's so much stuff you have to take into consideration, and it's really a different game. If you're not used to it, it can become a little bit overwhelming. So I think High Ngubi. Oh, by the way, I think I should mention this. I spoke to him, off stream. And it's Hingubi.
So I've just been baited by you. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because his name used to be Hi and Goodbye. And then he decided to change it to Hi and Gooby. But then he's like, that doesn't sound as good as Hingubi. So he prefers Hingubi.
Hingubi it is. Here we go. Learning
so there you go.
On stream right there and then. Twitch chat can't abuse us anymore. We've just fixed the curse.
So Hingubi.
Hingubi, yes. Go ahead.
So no, he he's had some really good carry performances, and we've seen him, in the University League specifically, play extremely well. Most of this roster as well, to be fair, but they got pushed last week, and we're looking to see them go back to their traditional, early game style, right? We've seen enough of them to know that they play extremely well with an aggressive top side. Something like the Volley Bear, the Kindred, the Graves. Something where they can be in your face and consistently ganking. So I think that's what we want to see out of them this week.
Yeah, and that's what the Academy have decided to try and take away off the board. They know exactly what the recipe for success is coming out here from the Tigers. In what was last week, a case of them trying to be a little bit greedy in that bot lane. They ran a Senna Soraka, got rather punished actually as a result of that. And not only that, obviously Hingubi falling behind in the jungle really put them in a situation that they weren't too familiar with. On the flip side of that, here for Order Academy, Takal played set support. Literally every single time Hex Flash was up, was getting kills, has been an absolute nuisance in his opponent's face. And then we had the sort of showdown in top lane where Clovis played Camille, went for all the kills, as opposed to nobody playing Fiora, who went for all the farm. It was like a 100 CS deficit, but they had the exact same items, the exact same gold, except Camille had the bounty, so fun times.
Yeah, and I think this is a strong bot lane coming, like the strong point for their roster. Framer and Takal had a really good game.
Yeah.
And Mog, for me, you know, fell a little bit behind in terms of like jungle pathing, and it is a bit of a role swap for him, but he managed to come back into the game. Not necessarily come back into it because he wasn't out of it, but you know, he found the right lanes to play around, and he, you know, even though behind the EXP differential, managed to accrue a gold lead with his team. So, you know, got to commend him for that. But you know, this will be a game where we'll really see how he goes in terms of role swapping to the jungle up against Kingubi, as well as, you know, Clovis into Nightfall. I think this is going to be a crucial matchup in the top side because we know how much they love playing around top side of the map.
I know. We see it time and time again. The jungler goes for that invade top side, looks for the double buff, or even sometimes the level 2 just initiation, and say, look, hey, this is where I'm going to be. And teams don't seem to be clicking onto that being a priority just yet. Second rotation of bans come on out. Warner's Academy decide they don't want any of that craziness in the top side, with Soraka now making a bit of a resurgence towards that part of the rift.
Yeah. You know how I said I liked seeing Soraka? After playing with Soraka, I hate it. It's so oppressive. It's, you know, you win a skirmish and then...
It's the same argument as Yuumi, right? You're just like, oh, it's Yuumi, goddamn. Go next.
And it just feels like you spend 800 gold on heal cut, or like you buy a Morello's, and it does nothing. It just doesn't feel like it cuts any healing, because it just has too many heals.
It hurts the soul, doesn't it? It really does.
I don't have a soul anymore from how much I've played against that.
Have you been too tilted from all your streams?
Yep. Shout out.
You do get that.
Thanks for the shout out on my streams. I appreciate that. It wasn't me that did it.
Look, I feel like those are people that want to actually, you know, tune in because they know sort of what they're tuning themselves in for. There you go. That's an unsponsored plug. But regardless, back to the game itself. Trundle is taken away. Another pick that Kingubi is incredibly strong at. Camilla Natrox is the response to make sure that Nightfaller has the most desirable of matchups for himself. And speaking of the devil, there is the Yuumi. Arguably the strongest matchup, right? The Yuumi-Ezreal combo.
Yeah, it's a strong lane. But like I said, it struggles against a hard engage. Specifically, it struggles against a Nautilus. Because the thing about Ezreal, right, you got the Arcane Shift for safety and you got the Flash. Nautilus in this lane into Ezreal Yuumi doesn't lead with the hook. What Nautilus does, leads with ultimate, forces Ezreal E. Then when Ezreal E's, you use your hook. So it's a little bit of a different trade pattern, but it is a very winnable lane for the Nautilus and the Varus. And it's the one time I don't mind giving away Yuumi if that's what we're going to play into it.
It is interesting because they have actually not opted for the Nautilus. So I'm wondering what kind of shenanigans we're going to get in this bot matchup as to how they decide to try and go toe-to-toe with this.
Well, so it's Karma support.
I was going to say, I don't see a world in which you have Poppy support, surely.
No, it's Karma support. It'll be Varus, Karma bot lane, Syndra mid lane, Poppy. They can flex the Poppy and the Sylas. It's just waiting to see which one that would be. Most likely Pop jungle, because into Jarvan it has quite a good time. You can deny the Jarvan. You can deny the Jarvan flag and drag. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But you know, Order Academy's draft, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of digging it.
I mean, they have so much wombo, right? You know, you got your classic bread and butter with the Jarvan Shockwave. You got the Ornn follow-up. You got the tanky front line, and then you got the easy expression of Ezreal Yuumi. For me, Order Academy got exactly what they wanted. Response here from the Tigers is, well, we want to make sure we have some very strong poke. If anybody gets a little bit too big for their boots, we've got the ability to punish them heavily.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about Varus, Framer has to have his dancing shoes on, by the way. He has to be so slick with his movements because it's Varus Karma, and I can guarantee it's going to be a lethality Varus in this game. So, dancing shoes on, Jarvan pathing towards bot side. As soon as Yuumi gets a little bit of a lead, it's over. It won't matter anymore. But this bot lane is on a little bit of a knife's edge.
But I always get worried, right, when you draft an Enchanter to match the Yuumi. I feel like you're really putting it on a case of we have to win this lane matchup, or we are really rolling the dice with Yuumi just taking over this game. So many great targets for her to jump onto, not only the Ezreal, and that's a big reason why you highlight the likes of, say, a Nautilus Fresh, anybody with really hard engage, because they get the value, double for one, right? You know, you got the depth charge to lead in, you're just picking up 2 targets as a result if you're able to get that kill. So it's really in Tiger's corner to sort of showcase what they can do.
Yeah, well, I mean, QT really, I would argue they have to be the more proactive of the two, right? I think Orianna outscales Syndra in terms of like team fight prowess. You know, Ezreal, Yuumi, I don't even need to talk about their scaling, right? Especially because it's going to be the lethality Varus. You know, it doesn't scale all too well. Combine that with the Jarvan and the Ornn. Order Academy just continue to scale. I think they scale forever in this game, but the onus is on QUT to be proactive, to have, you know, that poke bot lane to be able to say to Poppy, hey, you know, they're diveable, or maybe get that lead with the Sylas. So it's going to be interesting to see what, I nearly called him Drakari, but going to be interesting to see what Kingubi decides to do this game.
It's easy to fall into the habit, given we've called him Drakari for the best part of, many weeks. Now we're coming into a new season or a new tournament altogether, right? Same roster, but just a new
He's had 3 names. I've known him on 3 different names. So sometimes I just default to his 3rd name. But
it's the dream, right, of casters, of you know them, and then suddenly people that are tuning in think it's like an inside joke, and you're like, come on, you know, this guy's just trying to throw me under the bus and make my job that much harder. My question to you though, Juves, is given that we've seen them be so top lane orientated, does this change anything? Is a Poppy Jarvan matchup? Is he going to look to maybe invade more as a result, or is he going to want to still try and stick to his guns as it's proved to be successful here?
So my problem, if Hingubi decides to play around topside, decides to get Nightfall at that lead, the problem they're going to have is that Varus and Karma are going to want to push this lane, right? The only way for them to land harass is to push. Because if you're farming under turret, you can't then decide who you're poking as well, right? Under turret, you need to focus on CS and then poking as a secondary. If you have Prio and push the Ezreal Yuumi under turret, you're just throwing skill shots at them while they're farming under turret. Now, if Poppy spends most of his time topside, this leads a very big window of opportunity for Jarvan to gank this Varus, to gank this Karma, and they have no mobility. So we need to see a bit of a different dynamic from QUT. I think they need to see the Poppy defending his bot lane a little bit more than he historically has. So again, it's going to be cool to see if there's an adaptation, because we've seen so many games coming out of QUT, and I think every single game has just been that topside focus.
Yeah, always go top lane, get a kill. It's been successful every single time, which is a crazy thing to actually make as a statement as a result, right? It's not as if they're like trying to really throw the script off. It's we go topside, we get a kill, Nightfall just takes over that lane. We just know, okay, he can do whatever he needs to do, and we rely on him as a source of strength, and then I can just play the game on my own accord. So we're not there to change things up, given the lane state, knowing, as you mentioned, the lane prio that their bot lane is going to find, and an easy window. Obviously, Jarvan, one of the easiest to get amongst into a team fight to make things happen. And I get terrified when Ezreal Yuumi can scale that early on into a laning phase. What it transitions into. Because I know when I play Yuumi, I'm always terrified of versing what would be a traditional support in terms of actually clearing out the vision. You know, if you're really, really strong as a whole, you can just run around unattached and just it feels like a free win.
Yeah, but you know, a 10-0 unattached Yuumi is still Yuumi. It's still going to get ran down by almost anything in the game.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Yuumi, I mean, support Yuumi also, you know, I think people underappreciate the damage it does with that ultimate as well, right? Like gets ahead, builds a few AP items, and then Bob's your uncle, you know, doing a lot of damage. But in this game too, Yuumi has access to join the Jarvan, right? Like she can hop in Jarvan, be there as a frontline, like engage, use the ultimate as well, much the same with the Ornn. Doesn't necessarily have to play on Ezreal the whole game. I think that's the beauty about Ezreal. It's more of a pure self-sufficient ADC, which then gives Yuumi more options, more playmaking ability in team fights.
Well, they've got the ability to really reliably land both the Ornn ult as well as that shockwave, rather than having to sort of do it in a split-second snap moment. They've got many members, or many ways, really, of setting themselves up for these team fights. Those questions will now be answered. How do the Tigers decide to try and play around this one? What is their recipe this game? Do they stick to their top lane priority? Do they look to try and defend their bot wave? This is the final game of the OCS for week number 2.
I was going to say, that's a bit of a Kappa sweep from Hingubi, but Mog just donated the ward over, although he had the sweeper up and running. So I would say gold advantage. with QUT in the early game.
Nightfall going to put a delayed ward down on towards that red buff as Mog has now respawned or gone back to base, picked himself up a sweeper, whether or not he has the intuition to go for a repeat scan.
You should almost always sweep, but I don't think they'll have the intuition to know that that's warded because, you know, according to Clovis, he's warded just outside a red buff and he hasn't seen a ward go down. So he thinks it's all safe and he thinks that they don't know where their Jarvan's starting.
Clovis is going to give them the assistance with a leash. As both junglers start red side. King Gooby going to be parving top again. Whether or not that is the plan. Pick up blue buff. Bully out the Ornn. Ensure that he doesn't have a free win.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, bullying out the Ornn. What does that mean? How far behind do you need to put Ornn before he's not relevant? How far's behind with the tank? But a little bit of an aggressive play from Hingubi here.
This is nice. This is what we wanted to see. Actually just goes in for the blue buff, which Mog isn't going to check. Doesn't have any vision to protect.
This is a really weird jungle path from...
And he knows he can get away with it, given that his bot wave is pushing in too.
No, so, you know what? I didn't see that Mog knew Poppy was invading because of that pink ward in dot bush. So Mog's made a heads-up play, sacked his blue, gone to theirs. It's really good pathing from Mog. He manages to get the blue buff. He just has to make it out. I feel like that was doable. I feel like 900 health.
Autos, smite, EQ out.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think he could have done it, but...
Hang on a minute, though. Gobi's just forced the flash play. Nearly gets him down. One auto would have done it. But split-second decision-making, responding with a flash of Jarvan's own.
I mean, really good pathing from Hingubi, right? Punishes the heads-up play from Mog. Maybe he shouldn't have done his wolves if he got the information early enough. That's probably, if I'm being critical, that's the only thing he could have done. But Tekka being donated a blue this early.
That is very cheeky. Hingubi not going to go for the XP advantage. Actually going to make sure that Tekka comes online very early on. Keeps Orianna in check. Really, really punishing Mog in what looked like a heads-up play that is now really being punished.
Yeah, but what that blue buff does now is like, you know, you're like, why did he give that blue? The blue buff now just means Tekka has perma priority, can just spam abilities for the whole laning phase, and Poppy can just permanently invade. So Poppy is going to have, you know, pretty much a 1.5 level EXP lead, and can play as crazy as he wants, because Eva will have no chance to rotate just because of that blue buff.
So in a state like this, knowing that Hingubi has got your number, he knows exactly where you are. Mog tries to go in for an invade and pick up those raptors. You know, you're going to continue to fall further and further behind. What is Mog really looking for here? He knows that mid and bot are going to be permanently pushed up against for gank opportunities. Is that what he's looking to try and turn around towards, or?
Yeah, at this point, you just sack camps and look for ganks, to be honest. Not a crazy amount, right? Like, I'm not saying don't farm your camps at all, but for me, the opportunity lies within top lane, because the way you play Sylas and Sylas' trade pattern is you're always going to be in melee range, and to trade, you're always going to be dashing forward. So, you know, Nightfaller really doesn't have an avenue to live if he's trading in lane like he should be against the Ornn. In saying that, though, Clovis has been laning extremely well. He has a bit of a CS lead, surprisingly. This is a Sylas favored matchup. Not straight away, but don't expect to see this CS lead.
Strong poke takes place in that bot wave there, keeping both of them locked in place. Very rough, really, for them to try and form any assistance. You can see the potential parving topside there by the Poppy to maybe look at bullying out this Ornn. But as you highlight, definitely finding a very strong advantage, a lifeline really for what has appeared to be a rough start for mid jungle and bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough start, but not something that's unrecoverable, right? Just a few camps gone, a little bit of gold, some EXP, but for the most part, they'll be okay. You know, it'll still come down to who plays the skirmish better or who finds that opening. You know, one good gank can turn that around. So that's the thing about jungling, right? You can get out path, you can get out pressured, make a few mistakes, but if you get that, you know, one high value gank or high value play, then all of a sudden what happened in the early game doesn't really matter too much.
His tracking so far has been pretty impressive. Keep up to date as to where Mog could potentially be. He's got the sweeper out right now, clearing top side. He's got the inclination once again to say, well, if he's not here and he's not in this part of the jungle, then he must be hanging around. Sniffing out trouble towards my blue again. Really not giving Mog a good time to claw back any of this XP that he lost from losing that initial blue buff.
Yeah, I'm pretty
build is
impressed.
just starting to pop off. I mean, I'm concerned because for the points that you highlight, right, it just allows Tigger to continue to do this where the lane pushes on up, and now he can just act as a pseudo jungler of his own.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, Ever's not been doing too bad, right? He's, as I say that, he maybe dies and I've just caster cursed at him, sure, whatever,
That is
okay? Bad luck.
beautiful.
He wasn't doing too bad until he died.
Combo.
My bad. I'll stop talking now.
Displaces him closer to the wall, allows the stun to connect with that terrain. A beautiful first blood achieved. I mean, yeah.
No, I'm just
anytime
not going to talk
talk
for the rest of the broadcast.
It's always cursed.
Yep. But I was going to say, he was down 9 CS after not having the blue buff and playing in this lane, but yeah, bad luck, cast the curse, I guess. And I was going to say, like, this Ornn is laning extremely well, you know? Up 22 CS. So, what more could you ask for, really, from your Ornn?
Dream start there.
And probably cursed him too.
Nightfall are looking for the ult, but they're going to trade them back, both using displacement. One's a dash and one's a flash.
Yep.
Both showcasing, hey, whoa, lethal. Maybe we can go for that kill.
Well, they both had lethal there. Potentially Silas, you know, could have lifestealed through Ornn's lethal, but
yeah,
nice dash away anyway.
Really cool little play. The poke is disgusting from this bot lane that the Tigers have. And without a few items, you can need more fairy charms than that for Yuumi to be able to sustain you for all this harass.
And so I had a coach, a really good coach once, who gave me this kind of bit of advice. And I don't know how many people will know him, but you know Fantix? Have you heard of Fantix?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he coached me once for a while, and the one bit of advice he gave me in the jungle is if you he lost that blue buff though from the Poppy. The Poppy's red buff actually stole that blue. Oh, nice deny of the flag and drag.
Well, that's disgusting damage. Forcing out a flash.
Yep.
Tongues out. He's happy.
Yeah. And so what Fantix taught me, and this is kind of what I'm thinking from Mog, is that if you're behind, right, matching farm with the enemy jungler isn't going to get you back into the game, right? Like, doing what Mog is doing is kind of like damage control. He's just trying not to fall further behind than he already is, right? But he's at a 400 gold deficit, which is quite large, okay? Because that's like one component of your jungle item. And so, you know, Mog just clearing camp to camp, matching Poppy, isn't doing anything for the context of the game. So try to do something unconventional, think outside of the box, look for a different gank, look for something that can get you back into the game, right? Like, he's down a good level.
Yeah.
And all he's doing is camp to camp clearing, but it's really not helping his team from being choked out of the game.
I think the best they could have hoped to achieve there was that dragon to get the ball rolling. As you can see, another QT Tiger just finding more and more plays. No, another 4 minutes of uptime for this to be abused with. Ngubi summons the Herald. That's going to destroy this turret complete. They can look to back away from this one. Headbutt will do enough. Break open this map. The map flip is successful. And all the gold is in the right places. The only, as I said before, saving grace is that it is Clovis that finds the 400 gold in his 1-to-1.
The tech is up 20 CS now. As I said, that Orianna was only down 9 CS, has the full item completed. So, gonna get only scarier from here for the Orianna, unfortunately.
He's been pretty on point with his ball placement, stun connection. Gonna be up to Orders Academy to get themselves into a situation where they have that first item online and they can bring their team together as a 5-man unit and do what they were designed to do, which is wombo combo. A few more levels and a Yumi will be able to bounce. Beautiful damage. A knock up that was preemptively popped, you'd imagine, to prevent the EQ.
That Poppy's doing so much damage. Like, he's not even building damage, right? Just straight from the Hulk, and he's 100 to 0ing this Jarvan.
It's your favorite. Far better, I'll admit, far better than watching a Theora split push.
Yeah, I love seeing Poppy just wallbang people and, you know, auto-attacking them to death, but maybe a dive in the bot lane here. Nice cleanse coming through.
Good displacement there from Framer,
Ooh.
who looks to disengage out, but he's
Well
absolutely outplayed Akira.
Yeah. That's where you just put the emote and the question mark in all chat and say, huh?
Yeah. Nice game, Claw.
What are you doing, man? What are you trying to accomplish here? But really well played from them. Cleansed at the right time, flashed at the right time. I mean, you know, they even saved the exhaust. Yumi didn't even use the exhaust.
Yeah, no ignite in that situation. Full defense. Beautiful acquisition there by Orders Academy. As Mog's still feeling the pain from that level 1 blue steal. Actually requests that multiple members come his way to give him some form of protection. His Nightfall is now getting amongst the antics of denying away jungle camps or giving him a hard time.
I mean, he's caught up. You know, he's only seen the Hulk now. He's even CS. Just down a kill pretty much, so... A little bit of wasted time from Hingooby on that tower dive. Not being able to kill the Ezreal there means that, you know, Jarvan just clearing camps, able to catch up.
Oh, beautiful damage. Actually scouts out Eva hiding in that brush. Forced to flash away. Nightfall matches it. Now gets one. Gets himself a true shot barrage. But now with 4 members down this part of the map, we'll look to execute this turret, the second of the game.
I think Silas is one of the coolest champions that Riot's ever designed. Do you think so?
I mean, what in particular do you think really speaks out?
I like...
Cool. Is it the ult steal or?
Yeah, I like the ult steal for me is just... I think it's such a good idea. It makes him so fun to play. And also, you know, he's like got the chains and he's the unshackled one and... you know, just the fact that he flings chains at people and attaches and flies to... I don't know, I just think the whole kit's cool for like his story. And then the fact that if you play Silas, you pretty much get to play the best part of every champion in any game that you're playing. Right?
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
You learn so much about every other champ's ult just from playing Silas.
You get to play your champion, but also get a bit of a taste of everybody else as well.
I think that's so fun and so cool.
Now, I've experienced that before in another game, and I'll tell you what, it is a lot of fun when you can sort of always remain viable based on essentially what your opponents decide to draft.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah.
So when you can bring to the table and say, well, if you can pick all the meta champions and deny them away from us, well, we can look to try and steal away one and slot in to our own composition to make it a living nightmare. But Juves, it's not all happy days still yet for Orders Academy. They are still bleeding money, and now maybe bleeding members as well, as the wombo combo this time delivers. Flash between AD carry and jungle ensures that this time the Ezreal have fallen down. No turret to protect him.
And the thing about that play that speaks to me, or what's really good about that play, is that they actually do cleanse timing, right? When you start to play professionally and getting into the competitive scene, timers are so important for instances like that where you can punish people on mid-waves stepping up a little bit too far. If they didn't have the timer on Ezreal's cleanse, because it's coming up real soon, as you can see, then potentially they don't make that play, they don't get that dragon, and it's just a really good heads-up play, and it goes to show what timing Summoners does for you.
Timing the Summoners, timing the objective, and getting it delivered on a golden plate for you right there. They are very happy with that acquisition. Tech is still sniffing around. And showcasing that you fell so far behind in terms of CS, you're not allowed to catch up by picking up jungle camps either. Just keep that deficit at 30. And they are finding strength still between mid and bot. Saying that, Nightfall's done a formidable job of actually clawing himself back into this one, given that he had such a rough time into the Ornn.
I mean,
I say rough, but in terms of CS.
Yeah, but he always will, right? Like, the matchup will never get worse.
It's not favourable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the matchup will always get better the more item Silas gets, the later it goes. He obviously misplayed the lane a little bit, but I mean, Clovis played it really well. So yeah, he's just clawing his way back into the game slowly but surely, and Ornn will never really win the side lane. But you know, the hope is that Ornn is more relevant in team fight.
Still yet to see that team fight take place just yet, as 2 turrets have already fallen on down in favor of the Tigers that now pick themselves up another Herald. Looking to expose the map just a little bit more. Mid-tier 1, the only sole survivor. That's where they are turning their attention towards now. Vision control is going to be so important for them to have that heads up, preventing the collapse. The Cataclysm Shockwave combo. I mean, really, what do we expect to see here before that all-important team fight takes place? Because, I mean, in terms of the pace of these objectives, there's no major threat of an early soul point. Are we wanting to have, you know, Ezreal at that Trinity Force moment, would you say, before they try and go for the wombo?
Yeah, they need a few more items to come on through, potentially. Even, the thing is like, we talked about scaling. Yes, they're 6k gold down, or 5k gold down, but
yeah,
if you manage to, say, stick at a 5k deficit for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and Ornn comes through with some ornaments, then just by stalling and getting levels, you've cut your gold deficit, right? Because ornaments has the inbuilt value, which you can never really equate for on the scoreboard, but in terms of power that it gives your champions, it is extremely relevant. And so, you know, stemming the bleeding or not bleeding any gold and giving every neutral objective that isn't Baron for the next 15 minutes is a win condition for them, right? Like, as we said, the onus is on QUT to make stuff happen, to get stuff done, because the moment all items start coming through, you know, the upgraded Trinity Force, the potential death cap for Orianna or whatever it may be, then the game becomes a little bit harder each time, each item that comes through.
So we continue to witness QT Tigers push out these lanes. You can see every single lane right now push back to tier 2s.
Yeah, but that's fine, right? Like, if you're just catching the waves,
of course,
like, it's not that. There's nothing to lose.
They're sniffing out trouble, looking for somebody to maybe overreach or take a little bit too much damage, as you can see there. From a base defense.
This is where the problem lies: is taking this poke, taking the chip damage on the turret. Yes, you're trying to stop the bleeding, but stopping the bleeding means you're threatening engage. Okay, like if they're walking up and hitting tower like that, they have no fear for what you're gonna throw at them. So you need to somehow create a little bit of, you know, angst amongst walking up and playing like much more bang by Propper's release.
Yeah, looking for it. Cleanse comes out the last second there possible. Mog now gets the one shot with the shockwave. Opts to stopwatch to follow to ensure there's no trade that can take place between junglers. The tier 2 did fall on down.
Stuff like that, you know, that's how you stall those points, right? Yes, they lost the turret, but Herald was going to take any turret anyway, but they managed to get a kill, and what does that do? For the next 20-30 seconds that Hindu is dead, they are able to farm with really no threat. So, nice pick from Auto Academy, and QUT again, still got the turret, getting the objective, slowly growing their gold lead. Next few objectives are going to be what's the game changer. Now, again, the problem QUT has is that Lethality Varus does not do Barons, right? It does not do Baron fast at all. No one on the roster of QUT actually does Baron. So the way that they face check Baron can just be really slow, no danger in the world. Most of their kind of win condition is going to come up from stacking this Soul and just sieging.
Have to wait and see how they decide to set themselves up for that condition. They're able to hang on and get picks like that for free. Well, they buy themselves a whole bunch of time. Dragon has now spawned and instantly Hidden Gooby is there to pick it up. It's the second Dragon of their game. It's been a very slow one in terms of kills.
Yeah.
Only 5 kills in 20 minutes.
And the way that the game started, I thought that'd be, you know, probably this might be our 100 kill game, but they managed to slow it down. Really good job from Auto Academy, and You know, QUT have managed to take objectives relatively unscathed and take objectives for free, which has been some good macro for them and some good, you know, good knowledge of how to execute their composition.
Yeah, it's all been about map control, and that's what they've presented. As we reach the 21-minute mark, 4 turrets have been achieved. Hingubi going to bait out the final chapter. It's one major component which allows them to lock a target in place for an easy pick.
These shockwaves are kind of hurting, right? Like Poppy's building, you know, armor items, Tabis, no MR, so despite Oriana being slightly behind or a little bit behind, she's still hurting.
Windup does not connect this time here. Beautiful disengage for the EQ combo that was surely coming his way. That's the turret falling on down, and mid inhibitor has now been exposed here. And still, these minion waves are crashing into tier 2s in the sides. The pressure has been here. It's reaching a boiling point, really.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is too much gold to be behind, right? Not even ornaments can save you. So, the one thing I want to talk about is I'm not necessarily sure I agree with this, is that Oriana is going for the Chalice of Harmony, which is going to be built into the Athenes of Holy Grail. But that is a Yuumi key component, right? So you're stacking up on these items in which you probably want your Oriana to just be building straight damage anyway, because it is then another win con, another carry threat, and less about the utility, right? You already have the hose. That's enough utility. The Yuumi is already enough with the Athenes, with the healing. So stacking up on those, for me, is just inefficient.
Double Athenes would seem like an interesting situation where you invest everything into an Ezreal to pop off. Love to see that meaty one-shot shockwave come online.
Yeah, and you know, there's far better items to have that come online, especially because, you know, you're at a gold deficit. You're 7k down. Building an Athenes here isn't going to win you a game, you know, but a clutch shockwave where that gold is redirected into a more relevant item is.
Tigers continue this pressure. They've spotted out the Ornn in the wrong neighborhood. Shockwave comes out, and despite the build, packs a punch. Karma deleted. Hingubi down to half. And a knockup connects with Eden. Varus flashes away to get himself a knockup condition into the Baron pit if need be, but the Arcane Comet connects with Sniper Arrow, and Eva instantly zoned away. That's his fight done. Nightfall now looking for the life. Lich's Redemption's going to come on down, but it's not going to be enough because True Shot Barrage connects.
I'm very impressed with Clovis' Ornn gameplay, right? To remain this relevant in this game against a team that historically plays so heavily towards topside is a really good showing. And you know, even Ava really to stay in this game, landing some really big shockwaves. Yeah, the damage is still there. No one has any magic resistance. Order Academy turning this game on its head, it looks like.
They're definitely keeping this game within touching distance. They know that they are still behind, and you can see from the score sheet, still 6k is the magic number. But these next few levels are going to be ones where that will continue to get smaller and smaller with the upgrades.
Yeah, well, as
that
soon
he
as
can, you know, provide out.
Yes, 14 and upgrades that Trinity Force from Ezreal, you already take some of that gold lead away. And to top that off, right? Like, composition also factors into gold lead, right? You can be 5k ahead, but if we start grouping and 5v5ing, the composition, the better composition will always win to a certain point, right? If the gold lead's not big enough. And that's what we saw there. They went onto the Ornn, and if Ornn's your in front, soaking damage, and land some really good CC into a shockwave, you can't win that. And, you know, this is what QUT need to do. They need to set up in the midwave, and they need to get Karma and Varus poking before they start any fights.
Starts to become a bit of a growing concern as the game gets later and later, with the respawn time is starting to really add up. If they were able to achieve enough through the earlier and mid-game. Now their 6th turret has gone down, a flawless base from them. Everything remains. It's going to be a full health engage, but Tekka landing a beautiful stun to deny that. Nightfall are finding value on the top side. They continue to abuse this beautiful map control.
Yeah.
Only inhib turrets remain now, Jubes. You know, they are really up against the clock.
Yeah, QUT's done the right thing, right? They've just rotated around the map, taken every objective that they need to. And like I said, you know, we're talking about Auto Academy coming online. They need to be careful. QUT are playing this game slowly. They're doing it methodically, and they're besides the one hiccup in the topside jungle, they haven't really been at a risk, right? So as long as they keep pushing this tempo and playing at this pace, they'll be fine.
And like the vulnerability with them saying, okay, he's topside, we need to try and force bot side. They managed to patch that up. The Cataclysm, bit of a meme at that stage, but you know, showing that Mog isn't afraid to press the buttons if need be.
Yeah, well, you have to, right? That's what you keep done. Got to go in, got the stone plate, stay alive for a while, but I mean, the Yuumi is voluntarily online. It's something I haven't noticed either. Is 60 CS lead onto the Varus, so you know, anyone that he hits with his Q is going to be taking at least half HP damage. You know, big gold lead in the ADC department. Would like to see maybe Eden get some heal cut, because on the siege, Yuumi is doing so much work in being able to top people up. So the heal cut is there actually. So really good purchase from him.
4 minutes before they have to worry about any soul point coming online to make what is already a very frustrating Poppy that much better.
Yeah, and this is
may just find all the magic resist value from the soul alone.
Yeah, but this is what I don't like to see, right? You have that mid turret broken, and they're sending their bot lane duo just down mid to push the wave, which is fine. But you know, what if Syndra goes mid lane here, your duo goes top lane, jungle hovers top side, and they siege for that top lane turret? Because at the moment there's so much threat and so much flank potential for Auto Academy, and you know, the only way they win a fight really is if Jarvan or Ornn land a good engage. And if you're down mid and you're trying to hit an inhibitor turret, this is a really like hard and narrow way to force a fight, as we see the fight being started.
Yeah, they're going to try and force it head on 5v5. Everybody's sitting in the mid wave right now.
Okay,
Don't care about fancy angles. They just believe that the Yuumi sustain is enough to get them through all this poke.
I think that engage has been disengaged, so now Auto Academy really need to wait their all now.
Shockwave onto 2, followed up there, beautiful interrupt onto the EQ combo. Hingubi knocking away 2 members as they turn it around with a Silas Ornn ult. They're looking for that one decisive kill to start off the balance. Cataclysm killed mid-animation. That's Jarvan deleted. The components of this wombo combo being utilized one by one. Not able to find the lockdown that they need. The mid inhibitor has fallen on down. They can turn their attention onto a into a bot wave that has been prepped. Look to reward themselves with what has been 7 turrets to nothing. With a second inhibitor to boot as well. Nightfaller tanking on the world, flashing out before he drops on down. Maybe a little bit too greedy now to try and achieve a second. But they continue to inch ever so close to that end game point.
Yeah, Hingubi played that fight really well. He managed to deny a lot of the Jarvan engage there, also walked behind him, smacked him into a wall as well for good measure. Able to pick up the kill there and win that fight. So QUT played that fight extremely well, able to disengage the initial Ornn ultimate, which means that, you know, once that goes down, there's no real follow-up besides the Jarvan. But with this composition, all of your ultimates need to be firing at once, right? Like, the Ornn's got to come through, followed by the Jarvan, followed by the Shockwave. What we saw there was Ornn ult disengaged, Jarvan ult, you know, denied, Orianna then Shockwave, and it was a little bit disengaged, but well played for QUT, managing to you know, kite out a really hard engaged composition.
How do Auto Academy get themselves back into this one? A minute now on the clock. As much as it's been on Tigers to try and force themselves such an early strength, it almost ironically falls upon their opponents now to try and turn that across.
Yeah. Even though they're 8k ahead, the Baron is still a hard, you know, takedown for them, right? The Paladin Baron does not have much Baron damage, but the Silas bot lane turret being down, the Silas is going to have a field day on that inhibitor. Orianna is the one that's going to go answer, but you know, I think that inhibitor is as good as gone. Shockwave.
Yep, Nightfaller going for the 1v1. Shockwave isn't going to achieve too much right now, so they both flex what they can do with it. Nightfaller, the real prize is this second inhibitor.
Can they still
has been started again. Eva can actually teleport in if need be to try and turn this one, but are they concerned that Nightfaller just goes to the end? They pick up the Baron. The Tigers are as strong as can be right now. Clover's going in for the fight, unable to find it. Framer now trying to be aggressive, but receives everything thrown his way from a Syndra. And he gets it, it's not enough because Nightfall TP's in at the very last second and picks up the remnants of what was a very low Ezreal. Hingubi on the running gun, it turns around and stuns him into a wall. The guy loves to brawl.
Yeah, he does.
And that is all she wrote, Juves.
Really
That's
nice.
going to be the game, said and done.
Yeah, really nice, flash to deny jump and entry to the pit to secure that Baron. Really good popping performance, actually. I mean, really good all-round performance for QUT, right? Bit of a slow game, bit of a methodical one, but never really in danger of letting this one slip. I would argue this is probably one of the harder compositions to execute.
That's going to be the Tigers, newly crowned champions of the University Championship, coming into this one, continuing that momentum and claiming themselves an all-important dub up against Orders Academy. They were pushed at times, but they definitely showcased that what they needed to achieve is what they were able to get, and they never fell victim to any real comeback conditions that Order threw their way.
Yeah, I mean, and poke comps, ones with like Varus and Karma, and champions where there's not much mobility versus a hard engage comp are really hard to execute, and there's a lot of, there's a lot of room for error, which QUT didn't allow Order Academy. They didn't allow them an avenue back into the game. They had a little hiccup in the red side jungle where Orn, was able to tank most of their members. But for the most part, it was really clean. They broke every single turret on the map as well. So it was a really good performance from them. Really strong. Some good moments from all members. And likewise with Order Academy, right? They hung in there. They were, one or two engages or one or two things away from, turning this game into a real competitive one, but QUT Tigers get the victory.
That they do. So without further ado, let's just jump into the results to see how OCS week number 2 came to life. And obviously with QUT Tigers claiming victory in the final game of the day. It all started off with Gravitas Academy taking down University of Queensland's Union. That was then followed up by an impressive performance by Mammoth Academy, denying the second university team in the RMIT Redbacks. Chiefs Academy came in hot and took down UTS Esports as newcomers Pentanet.gg Rise were able to dismiss any attempts of a victory from Legacy Genesis. And a final game there with Order Academy falling down to the Tigers. Well, that brings us into week number 3 of action. Let's now bring up that schedule to see where things are looking like coming into next week. What results or what games we should really be excited for, Jukes. We got Gravitas Academy taking on Mammoth to open up the account. Dire Cubs having a bye this week, get to open up and go into UTS Esports, looking to keep up their momentum with a giant roster. RMIT go up against Pentanet with the Chiefs taking on Order. Legacy Genesis closing out the night with another late game for the QT Tigers. Is there a particular match there that really screams to you at all?
Yeah, I think there's a few good matches. I think Genesis versus QUT Tigers is going to be a good one. Gravitas Academy versus Mammoth Academy will be another good one. And Dire Cubs versus UTS. I think there's some good games all around that week, to be honest with you. I mean, it's going
to be one.
It's really hard to even start power ranking these teams yet, right? Because what we saw in week 1, we didn't necessarily see in week 2, right? Like and a lot of the uni teams won in week 1, but today some of them were unsuccessful. So we can look at the ladder. Sure, only 2 games played, but seems to be some dispersed wins, if you will. I think there's only maybe one team on a 2-0, if I believe, or Direwolves obviously having the bye, but. Yeah, it's really too hard to pick a favorite or to pick a powerhouse team at the moment,
Yeah, it's only Mammoth Academy with the 2-0 right now, but Dire Cubs have had a chance to actually try and make it a 2-0. So I think give it week 3, we may start to get a bit of an idea as to where these teams are ranked in the scene.
Yep.
But a big shout out obviously to our sponsors for putting up with tonight. Thank you to obviously Maccas as well as NeoSurf for getting on board and delivering this beautiful situation with the OCS. No doubt we've got plenty more action for you. OPL not too far away, but more importantly, this weekend, the mid-season Streamathon, that's starting at 10 a.m. with us, the Oceanic region. We get to kick off being the best region in the world for League of Legends. That's happening at 10 a.m. AEST this Saturday, and not on the Riot Games Ocean channel. No, this is on the Big Boy channel. We are on Riot Games itself. So we're hanging with the big dogs. So maybe your chat may not actually be read for once. It may be spamming at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So OS is on the big screen. That's happening this Saturday at 10 a.m. Juice.
I was gonna say, I was gonna whisper into my mic when we're on the Big Boy channel. Plug my SoundCloud.
Yeah, I was
Plug-
going to
plug my
say, knowing that
SoundCloud.
we're going to be there, it's going to be a big day. Obviously, maybe we can slip in that you're streaming on there as well.
Yeah, no, I will be there. I will be there. I have announced it. I am officially there.
You're a big dog. You're a mainstay here in the OPL region.
I'm a twitch.tv/Right Games big dog now. That's what people have to call me. I'm going to change my name in League to the big dog.
Name change comes place, but that does it for us today, guys, on the OCS for week number 2. Thank you very much for tuning in. For myself, Juves, the production, as well as everybody behind the scenes. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you this Saturday.